talking about.
This is the cosmic microwave background. It's not. It's not the fringes of the
microwave background is the outer perimeter of the expansion of the universe. So it's 14 billion miles away. That's just a fucking fringe of fringe. It's
okay, and it's also right next to us. It's 14 billion light years away. It's also right next to us, next door. So it's not like that's what we're totally going on.
Right next to us. I haven't heard that.
Yeah. How do you think the cosmic microwave background just measured something 14 billion light years away from us, and that's it? Didn't do all the shit in between us and that.
I know they don't like.
We know you make them. You make the most. Go ahead.
And I know they don't term it like an explosion, but imagine an explosion. When you have an explosion, you have this shell of the explosion, the outer wave front of that explosion, and then there's the whole inside of it. The outer shell of it is moving away in all directions. I wouldn't call the center of that to be the wave front, the explosion front.
We're talking about the CMB. What you just said was totally non-relevant.
Cosmic background radiation is the outermost shell of that explosion, the heat left over from that explosion that's 14 billion miles away in all directions, essentially. Give or take a few billion.
Okay, and so it's like 14 billion years away, and it's everything in between us and that, right?
No, it's not everything in between.
No, the microwave background radiation is all around you. It's like everywhere.
It's all. You think it's all around you, not at the fringes.
It's not like they just took a picture of the stuff 14 billion light years away.
As far as I've seen it, it's not. You don't see it between us and Moon. You don't see it between us and Alpha Centauri. You see it at the outer skirts of the universe.
I hate to agree with.
You realize it's the CMB. Hold on, before you agree with Moyak, the CMB is faint cosmic background radiation filling all space. Okay, that came from Wiki.
I think it exists everywhere.
So is it filling all? So this is not just something 14 billion light years away. It's right next to you.
Well, I think Moyak's right too, though, because what he's saying is, like, first of all, when you see a star, it doesn't matter how far away it is. The light has reached where we are, and so the cosmic microwave background radiation is the light from the very beginning of the universe. And so that light is reaching almost all spaces because it happened at the very beginning of the universe. But technically, that light emanated 14 billion years ago.
You're hearing the echo of the Big Bang, basically.
Yeah.
You're seeing the echo of the Big Bang. You're seeing if you will, the explosion, for lack of a better word, cool down to 2 degrees Kelvin.
Yeah, actually, when I say it's everywhere, I mean, I could say that, yeah, you could see it from everywhere. But
literally,
I'd have to read if it said something different. Then why do they put it at a distance?
Because it's the known universe. It's just the visual limits from what our instruments can detect, they say. It's not the outer reaches of the universe, it's just the visible universe.
Finally, somebody said it. The limit of what we can see today. That's what it is. The limit of what our instrumentation can see.
Right, but I always see it as beyond everything. I don't see it in between. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just confused.
We yet to see to the edge of the universe, SE. We can only see, like, I think 13.8 or something like that. We're still a ways away.
Well, that's according to your model, that's how far you can see. You cannot see beyond that.
That's correct. Yeah, you couldn't see beyond 14. We haven't seen 14.5 billion light years yet, but we're working on it.
Well, that's the cosmic.
I think the first we saw was like 10 or 13 or something. I think it was 10 something.
I think it's further than that now.
With the
Hubble Deep Field. With the Hubble Deep Field, I think it's further than that now.
Your model says that it's the remnants of the Big Bang explosion, the energy.
Yeah, our model said that, and also all of us said that.
and the echo of the Big Bang. And it's considered one of the proofs. That's why they got the Nobel Prize. That's why Arno and Penzias got the Nobel Prize.
But you guys are failing to realize what I told you before. When they did the study on that, and they did 2 of them, they found that the Earth was at the center of the universe.
Because where did they observe it from? Where did they observe it?
It turns out. Sorry, go ahead.
Where did
No, I
they
was going
observe
to say
it
this is the important part right here. that
SE,
you guys are just
SE, where did they observe it from? Where did they observe it from, SE?
Regardless of where they observed it or how they did it, they themselves came up with a conclusion. And the first time they were bewildered, so they had to do it a second time. I'm not making this up. I'm just telling you your model.
I've been reading about it. I've been reading about it for the past 10 minutes. So I know I was supposed to be driving, but so yeah, they've done it more than 2 times. They've been trying to verify because they've been doing it. The only 2 people at one point had found that anomaly, and then somebody else did it and they found it not to be there, and then somebody else did it and they found the anomaly again. And most recently, it actually turns out that my initial hypothesis is actually the current hypothesis, which it says that there's a new study that was done, and the axis of evil observation was repeated by this dude, and he verified the same result measuring galaxy rotations. So that same alignment, like with the alignment of the axes with our orbit and also galaxy rotations, matched with the same microwave background radiation. But his conclusion was the same as I was saying, but he's suggesting that observation is explained by a hypothesis that says the early universe was less random, and that that there must have been some overall spinning, like everything was spinning, and in which case, when things like galaxies are formed, their spinning is going to closely match that spin, and which is why the planets' rotations closely match the sun spin, the axes of the sun spin. So it makes sense. I mean, it's not that bizarre to think about it that way if you notice these things are lined up, because there's at least a reason for it. But that's only a hypothesis right now.
It's also worth reading the full document, what these things actually say, because that'll actually help. Don't just read the first paragraph. You feel me?
I wouldn't feel you.
Wow, was that the Oracle speaking? I gotta take 5, guys. I'll be back. This is good talk we're having. This is good talk.
I mean, I don't even see the significance, even if we were the absolute center of the universe. So, still makes the Earth a globe, still have a moon, still have stars. Maybe we have significance, maybe we don't.
Simply put, everything is proceeding away from everything else at any point in the universe. So it doesn't matter where you are, you're always going to appear like you're at the center. That's the basic.
Is the Earth significant, or is there a thing in Earth? Is there possible that there could be? Being on the thing that always killed me is being the center of something. So if I build my house in the middle of town, am I more important? If I live on the edge of town, am I less important?
If you're at the center of attention, you could say, yeah.
Nice. I like that.
See, the problem is that the theory is that if we're at the center of the universe, God put us there for some purpose that puts humanity back at the center of the universe.
We could have, but it's in the center of something we could never attain, so it's sort of pointless.
Yeah, it's pointless, but it does. And the other thing is that, like I told SE, where did we make the measurements from? No matter where you measure the cosmic background radiation, you'll be at the center.
Well, I've
never understood that, but
isn't this the problem with relativity? Is that when we look out into the universe, everything appears to be moving from us.
Yeah.
But doesn't Einstein's field equations give you a way to measure unique relative position?
But everything appears to be moving away from us. That's not actually.
Is that true? I thought some stuff was moving towards us.
That's actually relativity. That's Hubble, but okay.
Well, galaxies tend to be moving away from each other, but we have local clusters. I think we're in the Virgo local cluster.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
astronomy is not my strong point, so someone please.
You're right. Andromeda and the Milky Way are kind of combined here in what 600 million years or something.
Yeah, I mean, again, I mean, for me, it's just this desire for self-importance, and the thing I find funniest is, you know, the main message I got from the Bible is pride's really dangerous. Kind of avoid it.
You saying scientism is doing that, or what is?
No, I think this desire to be at the center of things, to be important, you know, it's all part of the danger of pride. You know, our humility is in our uncertainty and the recognition of that uncertainty.
Don't you feel like scientism?
You're right up against the edge of the universe. Would we be less important?
I think Fundamental was trying to get a question out, but
yeah, well, this wanting to be the center of things, I think it is maybe true. I mean, we may be the center of things, but I feel like there's just as much of a philosophy in the mindset of scientism that it expresses that same notion in a different way, rather not spatially.
I don't know what you mean by scientism.
You know, like there's lots of world views and philosophies that are pushed alongside like the education of scientific data, where it's like you don't have the scientific permission to go that far with your beliefs, you know, because it's not something that's proven, but it's generally accepted as like, you know, like stating with confidence that life started in primordial ooze and that turned into a single cell, or a Big Bang.
Yeah, I think you're confusing kind of like media presentation of science rather than what science actually says. When I read papers,
no, I'm not confusing anything.
The major thing that I get is the uncertainty. Yeah, in most papers that I read, scientific papers I read, the main thing they talk about is total uncertainty. Hey, this is the best evidence we got. And that tends to be how most things start. You know, according to the data, the best evidence we have is this is a reasonable explanation at the moment, but generally it's fairly tentative. And especially when you talk about things like the origin of life or the Big Bang.
Right, that's science. That's why I didn't use the word science. I used scientism.
In that case, I apologize. Why my neck back in? Carry on.
Well, we get all this information communicated to us, not from science itself, right? But from the media, from movies.
Yeah, because they dumb it down for the man. That's the problem. Most of this I mean, this is something that actually you guys have I kind of have some sympathy with and agreement with. Is generally the media dumbs shit down for people and they treat them like fucking idiots. And that's why, you know, I wound my neck in, because I kind of started to understand, I think, what Fundamental was talking about. Yeah, and I think there is this kind of pop culture. And what all they're trying to do is trying to give some principles, but the language they use, I think, is particularly shit.
Yeah, well put.
I would say that's a feature, not a bug.
yeah, I feel that way too.
But for me, it provoked me to look deeper, so it does have some merit.
I think a lot of people who grow up with, you know, scientism pushed on them think what they're reciprocating or like passing along to the next generation, they feel like where they got this belief was from science. I didn't realize it was just from man that they got this opinion. And then they pass it along and they teach the kids like this is what science is, even though what they're teaching is a religious doctrine.
No, I personally think that most people don't give a shit.
It doesn't. You're trying to say that science is a religion, and it's not.
No, he's not. He's saying that the way that science is presented to the general population at large is kind of
not even on purpose.
In the certitude of the language that's being used.
I don't even think it's on purpose half the time.
Mm.
You know, like when you got a science teacher at school, they might instill some sort of scientism worldview on the students because they believe it wholeheartedly. But that's because they were taught it by someone they respected who maybe, you know, didn't teach the data versus the branching thoughts that come from that data properly, and they didn't divide the two as well. And then it's just a snowball effect from that point on, where people start stating things with a little too much confidence.
I don't know. I mean, the one thing that I learned in my science classes at school was, you know, it's about questioning stuff, and nothing's a fixed position. You know, when it comes to theories, you know, we don't lock ourselves down and say that will never change. You know,
I
no
like
theory
that.
is open to look. That's how I was taught as a child. I mean, I don't know how you were taught as a child, but that's what I got.
There's different countries and different school systems and different, you know, levels of, you know,
It's
qualities of schooling.
But I don't
And
think it's a pervasive thing where, you know, people are just taught this shitty kind of science, or taught in a shitty way. I think the documentary stuff, you know, the kind of the ancient aliens history channel type shit that gets put out, that's the stuff that's misleading.
That's the
in
least
my
of my
view.
concern. I mean, you deserve it at that point.
But I
If
think
you're
that's where most people
watching
engage
Ancient
with
Aliens.
it. Yeah, you know, not ancient aliens. I'm being hyperbolic. I mean, I'm talking about sort of, you know, the soundbite generation, and that's part of the problem. Is everyone wants fucking simple answers to complicated questions, and they're not prepared to do the fucking work to learn. Sorry, I'm swearing. I
Well,
do apologise. I'm on a different channel.
I agree with that. What you just said too, as well. Yeah.
So, you know,
Soundbite.
yeah, and I think people are lazy. You know, well, yeah, I'm lazy, but you know, not when it
Right.
comes to teaching myself stuff.
It is a form of laziness, right? To want to have a simple answer, and also another form of laziness is to not explain the nuances and the anomalies when it comes to teaching, you know, scientific ideas out there in the world right now, where there can be a leading theory, and that's the one that they want the students to know about most. So they don't even bother to teach like the alternative, you know, theories out there, and
Is
just
there an
kind of.
alternative theory? I mean, like what? Like, give us a subject.
Yeah, like the Big Bang rests solely upon the idea that cosmic redshift is an effect of recessional velocity. And if you
Actually,
Is there an
ignore that
alternative
one
theory of any?
premise,
Yes,
actually, that's one explanation
there
of it.
is.
Yes, there are several others. We just went through the whole cosmic
Right.
background radiation. That's separate from redshift.
Yeah, and
Oh, what do you
someone was quoting some scientist the other day. I think it was actually Jeranism on his like 50 quotes that tell us we've been lied to from professional scientists, and one of them was explaining something about redshift as being taken to be a certain sort of phenomena, where it could just as easily be this other sort of wave phenomena that would imply something completely different, and they're both equally valid. Just one.
The only other phenomena I've heard has been so far like a plasma redshift, but I don't think that thus far has any legs. It may turn out to be that, but I wouldn't think it's something you could really teach.
Well, even though I can't quote it, what it was, I can point you to the video and maybe look that up for you if you really need me to. But plasma shift was not what Jeranism was quoting this professional scientist's critique on the popular redshift idea that most people believe in. He was saying something like it's either this sort of effect, which is the mainstream, or it's some sort of Doppler effect, which is another alternative. And if it's a Doppler effect, then the implications are completely different.
No, it's the same thing.
Not. It's similar. It's similar, right?
No, it's exactly the same thing.
Well, I thought so too. Listen, the videos got me a little confused, right? Because I haven't looked into it, but
It's
I
just like
understood
train passing.
what I did understand. I understand what the Doppler effect is, man. But even though I can't, lay it all out clearly for you what it was, I do know where to find it, and I can tell you I understood the meaning that the quote was trying to convey. It's basically just this, quote from a scientist discussing redshift and how it's without reason, just it's an option that they're thinking it might be the cause, but there is a completely other optional alternative that doesn't get discussed too much because the implications aren't preferred in that interpretation, and it's much preferred to support the expanding space idea.
This is a link from my astronomy folder. Saved stuff. I think this is what you're talking about.
I think one of the funny things, though, is like when I think about my schooling, high school schooling and stuff like that, and as far as like the Big Bang, that was sort of like said as an afterthought. It was not something they spent even an entire day on. It was, here's what they think about this. But like the planets and their orbits, they spent like days on, memorizing the planets, knowing where they are, how they move, how they were discovered, stuff like that. And then I think the Big Bang represented like half a class, because there ain't that much shit to give on that.
Well, certainly not in high
level,
school physics.
high school. Yeah, not at high school level. I mean, so it's like, oh yeah, and we think that they all came from a Big Bang. Okay, next subject.
I think one of the problems I have with sort of like things like the Big Bang Theory, because when we're looking at stuff that is so far in the past and we are getting inferences from it, is kind of what I call the problem with the broad brush approach. There are observations that I think are definitely redshifted, and I think we can look at some of those, and that's a good explanation for the observations we're seeing. But there are other things that interfere with that, and that's what the paper by David Schuster kind of goes into. I read it a while ago, to be fair, but it's something I remember, which is why when you started talking about it, I thought, I know something about this, but very little. I'm not that into astronomy, but I do like reading some papers on it. And again, it's always good to look at other evidential positions or potential positions. And for me, the cosmic web, we're starting to look at that and the relationships between objects in the universe and the distribution of matter. And we're so early in this that at the moment we're kind of just sparking ideas, and we're looking for correlations that support those ideas. And I think we need to view it like that rather than cast in iron. But when it comes to things like the movement in the solar system, sorry, from my perspective, we got that pretty much nailed down. But there's very little wiggle. There's still stuff to find out, discover. Maybe even a few things that we're not got exactly right, but the general principles that we have, I think, are pretty sound based on the evidence collected.
I would be very surprised to see Jupiter move 15 degrees in one night.
Yeah.
Or, from its position 15 degrees in one night. Absolutely. I think that would be pretty surprising.
And when we reach out to the edge of our knowledge, there's a lot more speculation going on.
Well, but see, in my mind, it's anytime it's sort of talked about, it's fait accompli. We know 13.7 billion years ago, in the first 10 to the minus 30 seconds of a second, inflation occurred, and it looked like this. I mean, they speak with that much confidence about it. That's what I get from any discussion about this.
I've heard that, and I'll agree with you, and it's only because I'm ignorant to how they came up to that answer. But I get this sick feeling like, jeez, you're pulling that out of your ass. But that doesn't mean that it's not a sphere here on Earth. When we get down to the conversation, I think that everything from the first moments of the universe existing, whether God did it, whether a Big Bang did it, whether God did it through a Big Bang, that's not something we're not going to know for a long, long time. And I think Steve really openly says that.
I'm sorry. I posted the Jeranism quote. He had it on text on screen when he was saying it. And it's not exactly what I thought it was, but I think it's from Edwin Hubble himself. It's posted if you want to look at it.
Yeah, but Edwin Hubble, what, that's 1920s?
1937, it says the quote's from.
So, you know, that's 80 years ago. We kind of figured out a few things since then. So, I mean,
And we've
again,
lied about a few things since then.
well, everybody lies. And if you're going to say that we can't trust people because they lie, then you can't trust anybody.
You know, it was Fred Hoyle that coined the term Big Bang, and he came up with it as a pejorative.
Yeah, because
you
you're
know,
steady
it's kind of
state.
a joke. Yeah.
Fred Hoyle believed in a steady state universe. You know,
Thus far, there's not a lot of evidence for steady state.
Yeah, I think steady state is definitely out. You know, the singularity and the rapid expansion has evidence. You know, the point Kosho made to me. You know, yeah, I think it is probably the best explanation we have at the moment. But do I think that's fixed? No, I think that it will probably change radically, maybe even in my lifetime. So our understanding of it as we gather more evidence, and you know, as we put more instrumentation out into space and gather more information and gather more data, then we have more to work with. At the moment, we're kind of, you know, in my view, looking at the universe and we're seeing a teaspoon of it as opposed to the entire bowl of soup, and a teaspoon's being generous.
With tools that are scraping the edge of their limitations.
And we're never going to observe more than we can right now, in a sense, because the space is expanding faster than light, and they say that soon enough we'll have just a completely black sky. And we're heading towards that direction.
In a few trillion years, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath for that.
But
And science is making.
But that does mean it's at its most visible and observable right now.
Yeah, but even if we lose 1% of it, you know, say in our lifetimes, which is we're not, you know, there is still more data there than we'll ever be able to collect in our lifetime.
Sure, but not about distant things.
About distant things as well.
Right, but things that are observable right now won't be observable tomorrow when they're at the threshold, at the very end of the threshold. We're losing,
we can't see
tons
the
of things
threshold yet.
every second.
Yeah, so
right, so, yeah.
We can't see the edge of the universe at the moment, Fundy. That's the whole point. You know,
right,
I mean,
but that's
James
why
Webb's going to help a bit better.
But that's exactly why it's dubious that we have a model that is believed in by lots of people of an ever-expanding universe, even though we can't see the edge expanding. We only have these red-colored stars.
Well, yeah, I think what they say is everything's moving away from each other. Sorry, I'll just interrupt you.
And the further away you go, the faster it recedes.
I've heard it described as a point of a service of an expanding balloon. Every point can be argued to be the center, and every point is moving away from every other point.
Right, on the surface of the balloon. Now, wouldn't you think that plenty of stars are moving away fast enough, or the space is expanding fast enough, that the wavelength, according to, like, you know, our understanding of the Doppler effect, would reduce the wavelength to a point below red light, where there's plenty of stars that appear invisible because they're being stretched out below the threshold of visible light?
Doesn't matter. Once you're expanding faster than the speed of light away, you can't do anything, at least as we understand it now. But we haven't found that limit yet. That's purely a speculative limit at this point.
But visible light is only a small section of the spectrum. And if they're moving, you know, if space is expanding so fast, then it seems, I don't know, like the stars would have to be moving toward us at the same time the space would be expanding between us for it to end up being balanced at redshift instead of just invisible.
The redshift in the radio waves and all that, and then eventually, like you say, they'll just disappear. We haven't
becomes
seen that
direct current. It becomes direct current. It becomes just a field.
Oh, you know, once it gets to the point, it goes what, from infrared to radio waves, I guess.
Yeah, radio waves.
Then to 60 hertz, 10 hertz, 5 hertz, 0 hertz. Might take a really long time for that to happen.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wouldn't hold your breath for it.
It's not a problem we're going to have to worry about, put it that way. it's probably not a problem that the human species is going to have to worry about.
If we survive that one.
That's true.
All I'm saying is that the faster they're moving away, the more they downward shift, right?
That's correct.
So I don't see why, at the rate space is expanding, why the Doppler's effect stretching of the wavelengths isn't rendering them as a wavelength below red light into the infrared, which would be not visible.
Yeah,
No,
we
we
have.
can see into the infrared and we can see radio waves. In fact, radio waves are awesome because they see through pretty much everything. We like those.
Are there any red shifted stars that we can see with like a regular telescope?
Don't know.
Or is it just like electron telescopes that can see these things?
No, regular telescope, but outside the galaxy. But
Okay.
I'm saying that's microwave background radiation is redshift. It didn't start off as microwave.
I'm sorry, your mic sounds horrible. I couldn't.
And I'm in the shower. I'm just saying it didn't start off as microwave.
Get off of Discord in
in the
the
shower?
shower, you creep.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
can
we
fucking
can wait, Kosho.
That was
Yeah,
TMI.
my camera isn't on.
Ew,
No,
Kosho's
TMI.
naked.
The
I'm a
acoustics are
never
horrible.
nude. I'm a never nude. I'm wearing jeans boys.
That's an
I'm
image I
driving
really
back when
didn't
your
need.
shower's done.
I'm driving right now, but I'm going to poke my mind's eye out anyway.
It was all I said was they didn't start off as microwaves.
Oh, so you're
You
out
have
of
an
control.
addiction?
You ran someone off the road earlier because you were reading about buckyballs while you were driving. Now you're in the shower soaping your nuts up. Get a hold of yourself, man.
Actually, no,
It is.
please, Jeremy, phrasing.
Let go of yourself.
Yeah, that's called doing an A trick. Poor guy.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think again, I mean, for me, I look at things like the Big Bang Theory and stuff like that very tentatively because it is at the edge of our understanding. It's a bit like us trying to talk about, Higgs boson and quantum mechanics and quantum particles and that kind of stuff. We've got some ideas about it, but it's so rudimentary. It'd be much easier to stick to stuff that we've got a good grasp of. It's great to discuss it in theory, but I don't think anybody can sort of assert any knowledge on it. We can discuss our opinions on it.
Like me trying to define what a force is.
I've been
Why-
thinking a lot about that.
But I don't know if quantum mechanics even is like we had Newtonian mechanics, then quantum mechanics, and then what's next?
Bro, Newtonian mechanics are out, bro. What do you mean? Who knows what's next? But Newton's out.
String mechanics.
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
just
string
like
theory is ridiculous.
quantum
What do you
mechanics
mean?
might be replaced with something later.
Yeah, I
Newton's
strongly urge you to look at the synthesis between Newtonian mechanics and either special or general relativity, whichever one it is. I think it's special relativity, whichever one's not the flat plane one. And
Well, relativity, Einstein's on his way out. He's gonna be he's right behind Newton. Newton
telling
already
you
drowned.
guys.
Einstein's drowning right now.
Newton isn't out, guys. Newton isn't out.
Yeah,
Newton's
it's-
out,
it's-
bro. What do you mean? Schenker,
Jeremy,
Feynman,
please.
Show me an
all
engineering
agree.
class that doesn't teach Newton.
yeah. Please stop saying that because it is actually fundamentally
I'm
incorrect. We
quoting-
incorporate Newtonian mechanics inside of Einsteinian mechanics.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
what
I'm
you'll
quoting
find
Rick-
is that as we go on, you'll find that a lot of Einsteinian thought will then be carried into the next theory. We don't chuck the baby out with the bathwater. We keep the shit that works, and then we realize in certain circumstances where it doesn't, and we need to employ better tools. So every day, Newtonian mechanics is used every single day, Jeremy. And stop saying that. It is so
Every day
silly.
it's taught in
All right,
every
hold on.
engineering
Can I
class in
respond
the
to
world.
that or no? All right, I guess
Please.
not.
Every engineering class in the world teaches Newtonian
Just
mechanics.
it's fine. Keep having a circle jerk. Go ahead. I'll be back when you guys are done.
Did he also teach his hypothesis?
But Jeremy,
I
do
just-
you use
I just want you to
His
know that I'm-
hypothesis was God made
I
it
just
this
want-
way.
I'm with Jeremy here.
I can't. I gotta wait till my wife leaves to engage you guys because I can't scream over everyone trying to get words out. Shit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jeremy.
No, it's not. It's not you, Josh. It's everyone wants. There's a lot of people that want to talk. Go ahead.
Show me an engineering calculation that doesn't use
His
basic.
hypothesis, Newton's hypothesis that God did it is absolutely irrelevant because it's not a hypothesis. There is no test. There's no falsifiability. It could be true, but it's not a hypothesis.
Not only is it his hypothesis, he said it could not be denied. It is so self-evident that the God cannot be denied. With all this information presented, it is just impossible to deny the Creator.
I deny it, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, I deny too. So.
Yeah, that's why you guys are no Newton.
Is that a knowledge-based?
It was his opinion.
One second. Is that a knowledge-based position, Crit, or is that his faith speaking?
He's been dead for a long time, and I mean, he was an incel that played with dolls. So I mean,
the problem.
Let's not attack his character. Can you address the question I asked it?
I'm just letting you know.
Faith speaking. That doesn't matter. It's not addressing the question.
Yeah, he was in. Listen, I can give you the answer, but you have to be able to understand the answers are answers. Even if you don't like it, you're triggered by it, or you don't understand it.
You're right. Potato bottoms. Okay. You're right.
Yeah, it's
potato
still an
bottoms
answer.
Orientate on the edge of
you've
custard
got an
marmalade.
Answer you're looking for. Present that as a statement, then.
Yes, mustard spoons on the edge of Uranus. That had as much to do with my question as your statement.
Just give me the answer you're looking for.
I'm not. I'm just saying, don't you think that's more of a faith-based position than a knowledge one? What's difficult about the question, Crit?
Because he used it as his intellectual firepower for everything he said.
Okay.
Duh.
He lived in a very religious era. He was fighting the religiosity of the era.
Hell, he might have said it
I think he embraced it.
But I don't think so.
No, he embraced it.
There are a lot of scientists who are religious. You don't. I mean, you guys tend to make this big dichotomy: say you're either scientific or religious, and that's false. That was only in recent times with this fundamentalists.
Francis Crick is my favorite example.
But for Jeremy's point, when he said that Newton was superseded by Einstein, I mean, for someone saying that, he uses like Newtonian force quite a lot with these gas pressure questions.
I have said that before, but I didn't say that just now. That is true, but even Einstein's on his way out. The point is, I'm quoting Schenker, Feynman, Andrea Ghez. These are all people. These are all people. Yeah, I know. These are all people in your field that have clearly stated that Newton was wrong. Straight up.
So it's your.
Newton was not wrong.
But Jeremy, do you think that Newton was wrong?
Cool. You're smarter than Feynman. Hold on. Peyton Ass's show responded for you. So you're telling me you're smarter than Feynman, Andrea Ghez, Schenker, all these people that said Newton was wrong?
No, he's wrong in the sense that someone's saying
oh,
pi
no,
is 3.1.
This guy's going to answer for you. Okay, go ahead.
Right. He's wrong in the sense that saying pi equals 3.14 is wrong. It's wrong because you're off by all the other digits there are. And no matter how close you get, you'll always be wrong by a little bit. But that doesn't mean that it's not accurate, despite not being precise.
Well, Simon says, I'll call it wrong.
Go on, Jeremy, you next.
It's wrong because according to Andrea Ghez, 2020 Nobel Prize winner in physics, stated that you don't need to mumble through me. Relax. Stated that the laws should apply everywhere, and they found out that of course Newton's laws don't apply everywhere. So
yes, but that's the context. Hold on, I watched that 3-hour interview. There's an interview that she does with someone because I remember SE brought this up. I watched that interview. And in that, she even says that Einstein's theories don't hold up perfectly well at these cosmological distances and phenomena. But she also contexts that with it's fine for the environment that we work with. It's just a problem at these scales. So if you watch that interview, you can get the context of what she's saying rather than repeating and being a parrot of someone else's miscontext.
Okay, first of all, I'm the one that brought up Andrea Ghez. All right, and where do you think SE got that shit from me? Probably. First of all, second of all, Einstein's on his way. You made so many points there. Einstein, we know Einstein's wrong. He made that shit up too. This is all a mathematical construct that falls apart on you guys at certain points.
It's not on its way out per se. It may not be applicable anymore at the like extreme fringes of things we can observe, but it's not even close to on its way out for reasonable scales. Neither is
Where's
Newton.
Einstein wrong?
Well, it depends.
I can't
come
talk
up with
to you guys
dark
right now. My
matter
whole
and stuff
family's
that's
awake,
even worse.
and you guys don't know how to fucking converse. So
Where's Einstein wrong? I want to know where Einstein is wrong.
He's not as precise as we would like it for these cosmological scales. It's fine for what we're doing, and it's fine to a precision, but it's not as it's not as correct at extreme high precision. That's all.
It's like approximating the curve with 8 inches per mile squared. For small distances, it's a fine approximation. For small scales, Newtonian mechanics is a totally fine approximation because it gives you basically the same answer. But when you get to like extremes, where extreme in the case of physics or like Newtonian mechanics is like planets and things, that's when it starts to break down.
Well, like 10 to the 120th power, that's just missing it by just a little bit.
So when they use 8 inches per mile squared, we can say, well, that's just wrong. That's been debunked.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it's been superseded by the function for a circle. And it sounds just as dumb.
I mean, it's weird that
But it works.
Weird that flat earthers keep asking, like, we need to have a container because we have gas pressure. But how can you have gas pressure if you don't have a force? If you deny Newton, what's pressure?
a container is an antecedent for gas pressure. We're talking about a force.
No, the container is.
Oh, what is pressure?
On a
What is
physical
pressure?
container.
What's pressure with you not using Newtonian mechanics?
Yeah, no, a physical container.
That's a good point, though.
So,
if you're not using physical,
Are you saying pressure is the container, or?
Yeah.
You said earlier it was just the antecedent. Now is
What's
the
causing
antecedent, or is
the
it pressure?
movement of the air molecules?
Which is Newtonian mechanics.
Energy. Energy.
Which is
Okay,
Newtonian.
energy is also a Newtonian idea.
Newtonian mechanics.
You're about the force over area.
Which is Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah.
So
All
if
these
you can use
formulas,
one-
force over area, energy, work times or force times distance, all of these are Newtonian, and y'all are implicitly using them for things when you then
Density
turn around and say it doesn't apply.
Density is Newtonian.
Anyone-
So that's math.
Anyone think anyone's mind is going to be changed at the end of this conversation's time around?
Nope.
How many times have we talked about this?
Nope.
Well,
they won't be.
One thing I got that would change my mind. If you guys really think you proved a point, you'd be done with flat Earth. You would never have to talk about it again. But I see this as
because I have to be
you'll
here.
be right back here tomorrow, saying the same crap that even you don't believe because you didn't even convince yourself.
That's what you do too. This is pot calling the kettle.
Let's use your argument against you. If you were convinced about the flat Earth, why would you be here?
Yeah.
This is a
Why
cool
would you be
place to
engaging
be.
with us if you're convinced?
I enjoy the conversation, and I find it really surprising that in order to find conversations on deep topics where people are educated and treat things, on a skeptical level and an honest level, you have to come to a flat Earth Discord. I think that's weird that this is the only place I know to find these kind of conversations, and I respect these kind of conversations. I think that
I
that's.
a whole lot of servers on history, archaeology, philosophy that aren't flat Earth.
I like
Well,
the
do you know
question
anyone?
I could ask.
Do you really know any with like almost 24/7 conversation happening at this level? Because I'd like to join those too.
I got a few that talk about other things.
That's a pretty good one.
There's lots of them that do this, like other
Yeah, I
topics.
mean, please direct message me any
I will.
discords you hold in high regard as this one.
I think the thing
I've asked a few people, and It's just a bunch of idiots everywhere else I go.
There's one that talks about a stateless society, and it there's a communist one too, but I'm not sure. Okay, and an intellectualist, and there's like a club, philosophy channel, religions and politics, and then there's two servers. There's one called religion and politics, and then politics and religion. They're kind of like
we talk about everything here, though. We talk about everything here, and I don't see that other places. And even the places that specialize, they still do a worse job than the people here do.
Yeah, they're the only one I can think of where it's like everything. There's a server called Chill, where you're just supposed to just go there and just like vibe and just be like chill with conversation. So I can send you that one too.
That seems limiting. I mean, I'm looking for any community that has intellectual conversations at the level we are having right now, and this is literally it. Like, you have to go to a flat Earth Discord server to have a good conversation nowadays. What does that say about the world? I mean, it's just so surprising.
Flat. Yeah, the Earth is flat. I mean, it's really the only way it's explained. All the stuff you see every day, all makes sense on flat Earth. None of it makes sense on a globe.
No, it all makes sense on the globe, and you're just too. I can't say the word.
Just look where you're at right now.
No, you can say it.
I can't. No, I've been told to be nice in this room, or else you get muted.
Dude, it's impossible to offend me because I've been called much worse.
I'm sure.
Far much better.
But we don't do that here, Crit.
There's no way. Just speak
it's
your
against
mind.
the server rules to even try and entice someone to do that here. That's one of the reasons I like this place. Fundy, I've just sent you links to 3 or 4 well-populated servers with a diverse set of conversations going on pretty much all the time. Calliope Club is hardcore philosophy. Be warned.
Thank you.
Politics and religion and politics, or it's just called politics now. They tend to be pretty Christo heavy, so be warned. There's a lot of very religious people in those. So politics and religion is one of the stalking grounds of Darth Dawkins.
When you say
and you're here because this is the best one to be at out of all of those?
Yeah, Darth Dawkins, he hates flat Earth more than a lot of these globalists do. He straight up said flat Earthers are demonically possessed.
Well, he's a globalist, isn't he?
Yeah, he's about the same as you. This is like the horseshoe effect.
About the same as me, thanks. That's kind.
Yeah, you guys, like the globalists. Some globalists here have talked about rounding up flat Earthers and cattle cars. And he's
name
like the
one.
same thing.
No, I've never heard that.
Name one.
Professor Phil.
Professor Phil has said round you up in cattle cars.
Yeah, because we're flurmen, flat Earth vermin. Then you'd be rounded up in cattle
Phil
cars.
said that? I find that difficult to believe. I really do. He might have been really upset. But
then the other people I can list too, but you'd be like, oh, that's a troll. That's not a real person. They're only saying it because I mentioned it.
Yeah, dude, who cares? Who cares? I think this community is well populated with I guess you could say intellectual conversation. I don't find it to be, but I think it's because there is a hardline truth. The shape of the Earth is a fact that we can validate one way or another, whatever shape it might be. When you get into like religion, politics, stuff like that, there's not necessarily a hardline truth behind it. It's a lot of gray area and a lot of it depends. But the shape of the Earth is a geometric fact that we can explore and validate. I think that's why it's so attractive.
When you said this one server was Christo heavier, you mean like fundamentalist Christian heavy?
It's got all sides to it. So there is sort of an apologetics piece to it. Then there's a number of political rooms as well as sort of Protestant rooms and quite fundamentalist Christian rooms. So it can be a bit religious heavy. Just to warn you.
Okay.
I like it because I have shock value in there because I'm a hippie peg. I am their kryptonite. So I do have a bit of fun in there on times. But generally I get along with there with most people. Darth not so much. I've made his permanent troll list probably about 12 times. And actually, I rather object to you comparing me to being like Darth Dawkins. I'm nowhere near
You're
like.
worse in many ways.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, at least with him, you know where you stand. He just straight up says, like, you are demonically possessed. I'm like, well, thank you for that.
I don't believe you're demonically possessed.
No,
I've
you
never
got like
said-
worse though. You're like, at least
How?
he'll recognize my humanity. You
I
won't even do
recognize
that
your
part.
humanity.
Who fucking cares? Honestly, honest question. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, I second that. Who fucking cares?
I think it's very meta, but you know, I mean, I try not to cast shade on other people's characters. But yeah, you're right. Who cares?
Yeah, I just want to, like, if it's a ball, just prove it, you know? It should be really simple.
It is. We show you pictures from space.
It has been proven.
We show you live weather
format.
forecasts taken from space. We talk about communications through
Look, I'm not
geostationary
gonna
satellites.
hold on. I'm not gonna show you a picture of something and be like, boom, you know, this is the proof. Like,
so
just give me an example.
What would
Yeah,
you
go
find to be compelling evidence?
Well, I have a validation technique. If you're presented a picture from space and there if you're presented a picture from space and there are cloud formations that are around your location, you could go outside and see if those cloud formations are forming in that shape that's being presented in the picture. That would be a great way to validate that, in fact, that is a real picture of reality from where it's being claimed. That's a great way to validate it.
Well, I think there's a lot of easier ways to detect curvature, if there is any, and
Give me
with your
one.
naked eye.
Yeah, give me one.
Yeah, sure. Are boats going over a curve?
Yeah.
They appear to be.
And then what's happening when you just bring them back into sight with a binoculars or zoom lens?
You never can do that. Once it's gone over the curve, it's gone. The only time that you ever see that is due to angular resolution and an object being too small. The claim I would say, show me a large container vessel going over that horizon where you can only see now the containers, the deck of the ship is slightly below the horizon. Use a pair of binoculars and bring that baby back. Do that, and I will say you've got actually a very, 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 very interesting observation.
Okay, what about objects disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface?
Again, we don't sort of see that to the scale. So generally, when I've seen that,
is that a claim though? Are you?
I think
are you
it's a
gonna claim
claim
that?
because I don't
Can you
think
provide
it's
some
been.
source? Yeah, just provide some evidence.
I don't think that is very compelling because of the way it's done. What I would want to see is what I call co-witnessing. Any one piece of evidence, you're right, we can chuck it out because you can argue against it. But when we've got lots of different lines of evidence, all pointing to the same conclusion, that's where I find a problem with the flat Earth argument.
Why don't you explain how the sun disappears at night? Why explain how the sun disappears at night without the angular size going smaller?
Should I be able to?
I think the sun setting below the horizon is a great example.
It would never set on a flat
in fact,
Earth.
Even better is the moon setting below the horizon. Because it's got no glare.
Okay, you guys are jumping all around. I just want to talk about observable curvature with the naked eye. It should be like this is the easiest. This is the bottom line of the argument. So, at what altitude would I need to be to see curvature with my naked eye?
120, 130,000 feet for definite.
Okay, great.
If you're about 30,000 feet with an instrument, you can measure it. Even if you're about sort of 2,000 feet with an instrument.
So then how come I can see the effects of curvature at sea level, like you claim boats are going over a curve?
Yeah, because you're looking for a different thing. You're asking, can we see curvature going from left to right rather than something going away from us? And as it goes away from us, it's sinking down because
no,
now
I never specified direction. Curvature should be observed.
Oh, fine. In that case, the setting moon.
Can see at sea level.
Yeah,
See below sea level.
So
yeah,
but you have to be 120,000 feet in the air to see.
No. Setting moon at sea level.
I'm sorry. What at sea level? You cut out.
The moon setting or moon rising at sea level. You have no explanation for that. None. The best explanation we have is it's rising.
Well, I'll agree with you. Hold on, I'll agree with you that flat earthers do not have an explanation for a lot of things. What we do have is why the explanations we're given for it being a ball are incorrect. And
cool. So explain away
away
the setting and the rising moon. I've given you a very simple observation that anybody can make, as long as you're near the sea, because that makes it a bit easier. But even if it's a big lake, you could do it there. As long as you've got a horizon view, you can see the moon setting behind that horizon and rising from that horizon. The Earth is in the way. That's the only explanation we have. And that doesn't work if the Earth is a flat plane. To me, it's dead.
Okay, well, we're going to have to venture off a little bit from just direct curvature if you want to do that, because we're also going to have to talk about why the moon experiences different phases when the sun and the moon are in the same part of the sky during the day. You're going to have to explain away, again,
you keep moving the goalposts there, Platypus.
No, I want to just...
Yes, you are.
No, I'm really not.
I just want to stick on one thing. You wanted one thing, and the one thing that I'm going to put in front of you is the moon setting and rising. That's it. I'm not going any further than that. We're not going to shift the goalposts. We're going to stick to that observation.
Okay, well, the horizon is not a physical location. It's where you can't see anymore. It's the limits of your vision. And everybody knows, with or without knowing it, that objects rise and fall to your horizon based on distance. So yeah, the moon, like just saying, explain the moon setting and rising. Like, what aspect of it? Is it the fact that it disappears behind the horizon, bottoms first?
It's been hidden.
What exactly?
It's been hidden.
No, it's really not though.
In that case,
No, because hold on, just hold on a second. Because if that were the case, you would see planes disappearing behind the horizon.
Oh God!
Because they've got to tilt down, right, to stay with the curvature of the Earth.
I do see.
I don't know why he's changing the subject so fucking much, man.
I'm not changing.
I know why. I know why. But
I don't know why.
If you can't self-realize. If you can't self-realize how often you change a topic, then that's your problem. You need to self-realize this.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you or something if you keep interrupting. I'm just trying to talk.
You're interrupting more than anybody right now.
No, I'm really not.
Let's chill down a bit. Come on, let's slow it down. It's just getting a bit too fast. That's what.
Let me say something.
Do that.
Dross, how can you say it's our understanding of gravity that explains the moon setting and rising, and the sun setting and rising, when our understanding of gravity gives us the three-body problem?
Who said that?
Up. That's totally different from the moon rising and setting. Stop it.
We're just talking about the moon rising and setting.
Yeah, you're just throwing in red herrings. Because you know you can't explain the phenomena.
You guys explain.
What about it? Hold on. No, it's perfectly
specific
explainable.
thing. Don't go on the three-body problem.
What specifics of the moon setting or rising do you think are not explainable? Because this to me is just baffling.
I don't think that they are. I think they're perfectly explainable. They're explainable because the Earth is receding below the horizon. Not explainable by flat Earth. Pardon me. Oh, by flat Earth, because you're making an argument. The only argument I've heard from it is it disappears into the distance beyond our visible range. We can no longer resolve it.
Are you claiming that you can see forever?
No, I'm saying that I don't see it disappearing into the distance.
Okay,
I see it setting below the horizon, maintaining its size. In fact, looking even a little bit bigger, which is, due to obviously a little bit of refraction going on.
But we've already discussed that you can bring objects back into view by zooming in on them after they've passed.
And I challenged that observation by saying, show me a large container ship that's halfway over the horizon, and then
with the moon
back.
Do it with the moon.
Well,
bring the moon back.
Did you say the moon's bigger?
Bring the moon back.
You absolutely can bring. You can absolutely have a longer sunset.
Bring some evidence.
Absolutely.
No, we're talking about the moon.
Bring the moon back after it's disappeared over the horizon.
Josh, you say the moon is bigger because of refraction?
Okay, so you keep saying, hold on, you keep saying over the horizon, and I would like you to just carefully note that I use the word
out of view.
Hold on, let me just finish my sentence.
Sure, sorry.
All right, jeez. So where is the horizon exactly from somebody standing on the, at sea level? 5 feet tall.
You guys love playing the definition game. You love playing the definition game.
We're using words. It's important to be able to define them.
So you haven't explained why the moon disappears from the bottom to the top. It doesn't get it doesn't get smaller. It doesn't get dimmer.
Let's answer his question. So the horizon is the limit that we can see to. That limit can vary a little bit, due to refraction, and due to our height. We all agree with that. The major problem I've got with what you're trying to say is that as the moon sets, what I can do is I can send something like a drone upwards, and guess what? I can start to bring bits of the moon back. Now, what I can't do is take a pair of binoculars, zoom in, and see the bottom of the moon again. So that kind of, to me, is problematic with what you're trying to argue. And the same way, as I said, if you take a large container ship or a large vessel, and it's going over the horizon, and it's halfway over that horizon, you won't bring it back with a pair of binoculars. I've never seen anybody do that in all my years talking about flat Earth. It's always been a tiny little Zodiac boat.
All right, refraction can make things sink, right? There's a thing called sinking, where the things will be lower than they should be. And I can tell you don't even know anything about refraction because you just said the moon looks bigger because of refraction, right? You said that.
It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons. The other thing is also its relationship to objects on the ground, which makes it look a bit bigger as well.
So refraction magnifies things?
No, I'm not saying refraction. I'm saying the atmosphere magnifies it. The specific causes I'm not prepared to go into because that's getting into the weed whackers. It's not a problem. It's not a problem of just a simple observation.
Go back to the problem of the moon
sink
disappearing
below
over
the
the
horizon.
Well, Jeremy's got you on something. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Hold on, guys. They're desperately we need to try to detract from this. So the atmosphere magnifies objects that we see, right, Druss?
Oh, it's an optical illusion.
Druss. He said the atmosphere magnifies things just now,
Let's go
right, Druss?
to the moon disappearing.
Let's not talk about that. Definitely don't talk about that one. Druss.
What, the optical illusion?
Druss, you there?
There's the optical illusion, and there's a tiny bit of fraction which makes it look a bit bigger at times as well. And also it's distance from us.
So the atmosphere can magnify things.
Yeah, you're talking less than 1% or 2%.
Okay. So we've seen Rob.
The discussion.
Yeah, fine. So we've seen Rob Skiba's thing where he magnifies the atmosphere, and we get the sunrise and sunset on a flat surface.
Oh, with a fucking Fresnel lens, yes.
Okay, that magnifies things.
How big is the Fresnel lens?
How else would you like us to magnify that?
Oh no, they're not going to get. No, I'm not going to buy into this Fresnel lens he uses.
Yeah.
How else would you like us to magnify this?
The atmosphere is not a Fresnel lens, okay? Let's just
okay, but it does magnify things, and in order to
it does not act like a Fresnel lens.
Wow, come on, guys.
Let him finish his point, please, guys.
Please don't talk over each other. Come on, guys.
I find
so
it
the
horribly
atmosphere is
difficult to help me too. Sorry, Jeremy, that was just a lag thing.
So the atmosphere is magnifying things, and I don't remember what I was going to say.
Fresnel lens.
It's cool. I can pick up.
How else are we gonna replicate the atmosphere magnifying things if we don't use a magnifying lens?
Yeah, really big.
How else would you like us? How would you like us to replicate that?
How powerful is this Fresnel lens?
How would you like us to replicate that?
How powerful is this Fresnel lens?
How powerful is
let me answer the question. I'm not talking about doing a synthetic experiment that is abstracting from reality. I'm just saying, let's look at reality. We don't need to use a Fresnel lens. What we can do is we can look at reality. So,
yes, what would you like us to do? Hold on.
How powerful is this Fresnel lens?
We've looked at reality. Paige, shut up. We've looked at reality. We can see that the atmosphere is magnifying things. Me and you, Dross. Now, how do we replicate this? How would we replicate this magnification thing if we don't use a magnifying glass on a smaller scale?
It's a red herring to the discussion we were having.
Yeah, we
Fuck
do
your
it in reality.
discussion. This is the discussion we're having now.
We were having a discussion. You jumped in. Okay.
Now he's going to the Fresnel lens and this whole bullshit that causes the sun.
Totally.
You know how hard it is to get Globers to admit that? Do you know how hard it is to get Globers
No. Back to the subject. How does the moon set?
This is the subject now. This is the subject. You know how hard it is for me to get Globers to admit that the atmosphere magnifies things? And you think we're just going to skate right by this?
Jeremy,
You think we're gonna skate right by this? What are you guys nuts?
So because the atmosphere because you said the atmosphere magnifies a little bit, you immediately go to a high power Fresnel lens and say that's the reason
how
the
else?
sun sets.
How else would we replicate it if not with a magnifier? We're trying to
not that
replicate the
magnification.
magnification.
My God.
What would we use?
Can I answer Jeremy's question, please? Okay, so what I would do is I would try and use a magnifying glass that is somewhat representative of the effects we see in atmosphere, which isn't a magnification of 5 or 6 or 10 times the amount, but you're talking about something that's like a percent of size.
Okay.
A tiny.
Okay, so you're only unhappy. Your only problem is with the amount of magnification. So we use a magnifying glass. If I use a lower powered magnifying lens and show you something setting on a flat surface, we'll have our explanation right there, won't we?
No, because you've then got to show.
Oh,
you've then got to show.
All right.
Wait, you've then got to show an illuminated object disappearing. Yeah,
we've already shown that.
You've got to have its movement included.
We've already shown that.
You haven't. You have not.
We've already shown
it. Oh, go. You carry on, Jeremy. I'm going to go back on silent because you're obviously a bit triggered. I'm going to let you calm down.
I am. Go ahead, Dress. Go ahead. I'm done, anyways. These guys can continue with whatever bullshit they were.
Yeah, we're not going to forget about the moon rising and setting. It's just we have to define a couple of things like horizon, the limits of refraction. Just the basics so that we all are on the same page. Yo, what up, bro?
Use Webster. Just use Webster.
No, I don't want to use Webster, dude. I'm not debating a dictionary. I'm talking to you right now.
That's what you're doing. You're debating the definitions of the words and terms that are commonly used and commonly known.
Doesn't matter. In points of discourse, you define the words as you use them, so you're not conflating different definitions. Even Webster has multiple definitions for the same word.
Look, we're talking about how you can bring things back into view with refraction. It's a cause of refraction. So I just want to know what the limits of that refraction are, because you're trying to tell me that there's something I can't prove dealing with the setting and the rising of the moon. But if it is a curve, just give me the limits of refraction so I know exactly how far I can see beyond the curve.
I wouldn't know how to do it, but I'd say you could do it because air pressure has a certain range that it seems to operate in, other than, like in a hurricane or something, so that there's a normal range where temperature, pressure, moisture, and all that comes together, and it only goes within a certain range from 0% moisture all the way up to 90% moisture, and from 14.7 to 14 point whatever psi.
Would you agree that this stuff in the atmosphere is magnifying things, like Dress said, 1%?
I really don't have a solid answer to that. I don't have a problem with that.
But go ahead. It's just that if the Fresnel lens is analogous to the atmosphere in the fact that the atmosphere magnifies things, can we use magnetism as an analogy for gravity to explain you why things form a sphere and go down all the whole?
No, what? That's stupid. Stop.
Wait a second. No. Let's stay on the subject at least.
Sure, I was just finding the standards for ad hocs.
You guys do goofy shit like that already. So
yeah, you use lenses as an analogy.
So why don't you drop the Fresnel lens or Fresnel lens argument?
So if I get a magnifying glass, I can only magnify something 1%. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but and show you something setting on a flat surface. You guys will be happy with that. This could happen on a flat Earth. Russ, still there? I don't want to chase you off.
I didn't think about it because I still have a problem
and heavy there for a second, but
are you calling my name? I couldn't hear what you're saying.
No, I said Druss.
I still have a problem with the Fresnel lens because basically it is bending light up from the bottom, down from the top. It's a impossible pressure gradient that would be required for it. It would require a dense area in the atmosphere above the ground, leading to lower pressure above and below.
No, that's fine. We'll just use a magnifying. That's fine. We'll just use a magnifying glass that'll only magnify stuff 1%. I mean, how else are you going to magnify shit without a magnifying glass? Come on, use your head.
Well, first of all, I also don't know whether the magnifying that they're talking about is one of these horizontal things. Like you might have to make it a what do you call it? Like a glass tube running across the field of view, because it doesn't magnify in all directions equally. It's not like a magnifying glass. So in order to do that,
all we need is any amount. Go ahead.
No, you'd have
all we
to
need
show,
is any amount of magnification.
You'd have to show a condition that was possible.
For magnification to happen? What do you mean? Russ just said it happens.
Yes, but if it's only horizontal magnification, if it only spreads objects out widthwise, or if it's only making it vertical, it's very different things.
Yeah,
so we got to know
is
what
it
they
only
meant by
horizontal?
magnification.
Hold on, let's find out if Russ thinks it's only horizontal or vertical. Is he still here? I was kind of over talking him. I'm sorry, Russ.
Oh man,
I fucked it up.
Yeah, I've heard the argument that it's magnifying, but as far as I know, everything that I've ever heard, it's essentially still half a degree angular size. And
yeah, but you remember
weird shit happens at the exact horizon, but I don't know whether I call that magnification or distortion.
Yeah. Do you remember the thing you did when you couldn't get it to match perspective? What if the magnification is built right in? What if the magnification is built right into the perspective map? Double the distance, half the size, or whatever the formula is.
Yeah, that wasn't a perspective problem. That was a camera problem, and I can solve that by not taking pictures from 1 foot away. The problem just goes away as you approach greater distances. Over a foot, I couldn't measure it anymore. Over like 3 foot, I couldn't measure it anymore.
Well, I'm just saying, this tiny slight amount of magnification gets built right into the perspective math, and that would account for everything falling behind a horizon, everything dropping in the distance. Wouldn't matter shit about anything else.
You're expecting a optical effect like that to move the sun 26 degrees down. A 1% thing that changes the size of your sun by one, or by the moon by 1%, is going to move it 26 degrees down. That's a pretty rough call. That's a pretty rough scenario.
No, because you've got light bending. You've got the refraction happening, and you got this magnification happening. So I mean,
right. But that 1% happens at the absolute max distance we see things, right? Happens at about 3,000 miles.
Bro, if it's built right in the
6,000 miles.
If it's built right in the perspective math, you don't know. You wouldn't even know. Like I said, we need to be doing perspective tests inside a vacuum over distance.
Well, I still contend that everything we do with respect to perspective seems to hold tight at reasonable distances.
But have you ever checked it to a vacuum? Have you ever checked it against a vacuum? Inside a vacuum?
Let's see. Have we done that?
That's what needs to be done.
But not with yes, but I don't know if there would be enough precision. When I look into a vacuum chamber, I don't see things changing dramatically in size. They follow laws of perspective.
Yeah, but no one's checking for that, really, are they?
No, I'm saying that. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying that optically, I don't see any change.
But have you ever measured? It'd be such a small amount. You're in it.
I've seen things in a vacuum chamber, and I haven't seen them go and suddenly shrink or grow bigger.
Yeah, but it could be very small at over short distances, and it's only how big's the vacuum chamber.
My precision. Now that's a place where you guys like to usually skimp is on precision, but with the precision I have with my eyes, you're not precise. Like when you say
I'm always
flat,
precise.
Right, but when you say the horizon looks flat, you're not being precise.
Well, not when I say that. Yeah, of course.
So you're not always
precise. No, well, if you're on water, if you're over water, calm water, if you were surrounded by calm water, it would be flat.
But you're not looking at it with any precision.
If you had anything precise, it would measure flat. You're looking at
arguing that I can't look at a fish tank and say it's not changing the size of something, but you can look at the horizon and say it's not bending at all.
We've used precision shit. We've done 360s with cameras and made the drawing the line on the screen and shit like pixels. You guys love pixels.
Oh, but you also argue that barrel lensing is a problem. I withdraw my magnification due to atmospheric lensing. I've done a bit more research into it, and I'm going with my first point in there, which it's mainly an optical illusion and the distance of the moon from the Earth, which changes.
You had me all excited, Druss.
Sorry, mate.
No, hold on. That's good because we can come back now to the limits of refraction and whether or not refraction is showing you an object's location or its apparent location. If you are prepared to, please explain that.
Yeah, I mean, refraction is making us see things that aren't physically there.
It's showing us the offset location of a real place.
But when we see that thing we see isn't physical though.
Yeah, it is. It's a representation of the light that has bounced off it and come to our eyes. So that object has to be there for us to see it. If it's not there, we don't see it.
Really?
If you had a gun that could shoot perfectly, hold on. If you had a gun that could shoot perfectly straight bullets, and we go to the Black Swan when we can see it the past 9 miles, and you shoot at the last oil rig, are you going to hit it because it's physically there? Or are you not going to hit it because it's not physically there?
I'd hit it because it's big enough where it make the square root of fuck all difference.
So you're saying you have a gun shoots perfectly straight bullets, and you go to the Black Swan site and shoot at that oil rig. You say you're going to hit it?
Yeah, because it's big enough that it doesn't matter.
It'll hit higher than
you're going to take another 10 minutes. You're going to concede that claim too.
If the atmosphere,
no, I feel much more comfortable with ballistics than I do with astronomy.
But if the atmosphere is a magnifying glass, then nothing is physical. Everything is apparent. So even the Earth isn't physical.
True also.
Yeah,
that's kind of true also.
The fact that we've got the accuracy now, Jeremy, to for the longest sniper shot 1,800, 1,900 yards. Or is it about 2,000 now? So
you think you're going to hit? Oh, go ahead.
How many yards in a mile, mate? Let's start there.
Listen, the oil rig you think you're going to hit should be behind the geometry of Earth, so you wouldn't hit it, right? If we had bullets that could go perfectly straight.
With a perfect bullet, if I aimed at the top, I would miss it, and it would go over the top of it.
Okay, so it's not physically there then.
No, it's lower.
Yeah, so it's not physically there, not physically.
If I aimed at the bottom of the oil rig, I'm going to hit it.
What if you have to use glasses, like eyewear, when you shoot, so your eyesight is refracted? Is it still there or not?
As I say, we can hit a human being. We can hit a human being at well over 1.5 miles to 2 miles.
Depending on the conditions, right? Depending on the conditions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And to do it from a cold bore, that's particularly impressive. That's only, I think, been done once by a British sniper.
Yeah, but bullets drop, bro. He's saying a perfectly straight bullet.
Mm-hmm.
That's going infinite distance.
That's been done also. They've shot neutrinos through the Earth, and they had to aim down to hit the target. So on the surface of the Earth.
It's enough. It's fantastical enough with a perfectly straight, infinitely going bullet. You don't have to introduce neutrinos.
Well, that's it.
Introduce something that doesn't exist then.
Neutrinos are
percentage. One time they told me they had a picture of the sun by looking down. I'm not even lying. I was ready to dive right into it. Nobody wanted to bring it up after that though, but I was ready to go on that one.
Why?
You mean when the horizon drops 4 degrees when you're in an airplane and you see the sunset? You mean one of those when you have to actually look down to see the sun?
Flat Earthers have told me a whole lot of wild things. So I say every one of those theories.
What?
I goes to you as well. I mean, because somebody else said it, you said it.
Honestly, can you repeat that, please?
I mean, he seems to be assigning whatever somebody who believed in a globe said as absolute truth, and he should debunk it. And we're all tainted by what the one person said.
What are you talking about?
I still don't know what you just said.
Never mind.
I get your point, Stoke.
Are you talking about when they looked down and took a picture of the sun? Well, that was.
I'm talking about your. Okay, I'm talking about your claim that one time somebody said they looked down and saw the sun, right, or whatever it was. You know, because one person said that one time you should be able to taint every Glober with that false claim.
Well, there was a bunch of them saying it in gems, and these aren't just any Globers. These are the professional.
And Moyoc would agree, and most Globers would agree.
As I understand, neutrinos are detectable, and when they aimed their detector down, essentially, they were able to see the sun for, I think it was a period of 500 days or 500 images, I can't remember which, in order to get the sun to appear. But they took the shot in that same direction 500 times at the same time of day, I would guess, and the neutrinos were coming from that location. Those neutrinos come from another location during other times. So
yeah,
basically,
the claim was we had a. Yeah, the claim was we had a picture of the sun basically when we looked down. Yeah,
right. There's a neutrino source on the opposite side of the Earth, according to us, or below the Earth, according to you.
I mean, this is the big time Globers. I don't know who was trying to say that, but this is coming from your own mainstream people.
I appreciate his knee-jerk reaction that it sounds absolutely ridiculous, because it is absolutely ridiculous.
But it's absolutely true.
No, it's not.
Says the knee-jerk person.
Anyway, so you're shooting an infinitely straight bullet, like 11 miles, and you're aiming at this spot on the what's called on the rig, and you think it's gonna hit it, Druss?
So we're going to go another 3 miles inland, are we, away from the rig then, to make that shot?
No, man. The Black Swan's like arguably 11 to 13 miles.
You don't even know the distances to the rigs.
There's no argument on the distance to the Black Swan.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. I'm thinking the horizon.
You screwed that up, mate.
So 9 miles or what have you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Are we still flogging the Black Swan?
When you take a long distance shot, there are a lot of factors that have to come into play, right?
Like what?
With the neutrinos.
Like weather?
Not if it's
air?
Infinitely, like the distance is infinite and it's perfectly straight.
Neutrino.
What ballistic object would this be?
We already said it's fantastical. It's a hypothetical.
Shoot
right.
neutrinos.
That's why we should use neutrinos. What's that?
We can shoot neutrinos and they go perfectly straight.
Yes, they are. They relatively do not react with ordinary matter, so they will go unimpeded in a straight line, not refracting, not bending. Neutrino is a fundamental particle.
So they're not moving it.
Made up.
So they're not moving in geodesics. They're moving in a straight line.
Absolute straight lines, as I understand it.
Infinite speed too. Do we have?
No.
Does a neutrino matter?
Light speed.
I don't know. I don't think it technically is matter. I'm not sure.
So it's not physical.
If it moves at light
speed.
They
do have mass. They do have mass. They have a very small amount of mass.
Okay, is it a solid, a liquid, or a gas?
It's a neutrino.
Okay, so what state of matter is it in, if it's matter?
I don't have any contention on that.
Much about neutrinos.
Because I don't think you guys know what you're talking about.
No, we know what you're talking about.
You can't tell me what a neutrino is and if it's physical.
It's a good question.
Oh, fuck. Go ahead and Google it for fuck's sake.
Oh, there we go.
Well, is it physical if it can make a physical reaction in the world?
It has to be physical. It has to have matter.
It has to have matter, energy.
So it has to be physical. Physical includes
a whole list of shit. It has to have kcals, joules,
right.
Momentum,
if it can
charge.
If it can cause a reaction in the world, is it real? Is it?
I don't know. I
a
have
neutrino
a whole
has mass. A neutrino has energy. It has a neutral charge. What else do you want to know?
Which one?
You can detect 1 in a million of them. Through the entire Earth, you can detect like 1 in a million of them.
That's crazy though. How do you know what ones you're detecting from where? Like, does the sun give off neutrinos?
Yeah.
I do not know how they tell directionality.
I'm saying if we look at if the sun's giving off neutrinos and we look at the sun, we should see a lot of fucking neutrinos coming out of the sun, right?
Almost like you're describing how they detected the sun through the Earth. It's almost as
here
if
we
you're
go. What up,
describing that
Chronic?
exact. It's almost like you're describing exactly what you just talked about 2 minutes ago.
Hold up. So if the neutrino's going through all this matter, like it goes through perfectly, like is it like some sort of
Not
spectrum?
100%. Not 100%.
Not 100%. So how come if it's going through in the entire Earth, even not 100%, it's not like changed at all?
There's some small percentage, not lost. Some small percentage actually do interact that we detect.
Right.
Okay. And would that affect this mass though? This like object of matter? Wouldn't it maybe slow it down? Maybe decrease
Yo,
it
this
somehow?
could be the
reduce
ether.
it somehow?
No,
this is the ether right here. Yeah, these neutrinos are the ether, baby.
No,
we found the
they're
fucking ether here.
Let him chill. Let him.
Yeah,
let
it
him. Let him think. Let him think it is.
I can't tell sarcasm from.
Okay, fine. It's the ether.
Listen, this is the ether. It only interacts with a little bit of matter. You know, it can't barely
Run with
detect
it, Jeremy. Run with it.
Run with it. I'm calling Lemon
straight
right
to
now.
the
I'll be
Nobel
back.
Prize Committee. Run straight to them.
Of course.
I'm calling Lemon. I'll be back.
And Lemon will turn around and says he won't believe in your atomistic view of the universe. How
Lemon will
dare
probably
you
shut
use
down.
such a thing? The world is not made of pebbles. So carry on, Jeremy.
Of course, the fact that we can measure them kind of proves that it's not ether. We could see them. We could see their source. Like they can generate neutrinos in a lab, send them across the lab, send them through lead. They can send them.
We can make ether in a lab. Yeah.
They sent. I don't remember where.
How do we move away from
I don't remember
moonset
where it
and
was, but it was sent through from Japan, or sent to a Japan lab underground. They basically went
learned
from
how
on
to
the surface, and they had to aim it down in order to hit Japan, which was
it's
like
ether
700 miles away.
I
Yeah,
didn't get an
ether
answer to my
refraction.
question, guys. So if it's detected, right? If a little part of it is detected, then it's not a perfectly elastic collision. It's actually interacting just a little bit with everything it's
If I
passing.
irradiate you
right?
percentage, does
So-
every bit of the radiation
I
hit
think
you,
what
or does some
happens is-
pass through you?
I appreciate the interruption. So if there is interaction with other things, and it's not perfectly elastic, you would expect that it's reduced in some way. Its energy is
Only
reduced, its
quantity.
speed is reduced, its quantity is reduced. Somehow it's reduced.
Its quantity is reduced. The number of them is reduced.
You shoot
Okay, so
the
now-
100 and you detect one, basically.
So now we're detecting, like, okay, so basically there's 100 coming in and we're detecting one? Is that like, what's the kind of proportion
No,
that we're
they
talking
said a
about?
million to one. They said a million to one a second ago.
Whatever it is.
The number and something like a
Whatever it
million
is.
to one.
So there's
Million
like,
to one.
there's like
that's
basically
for the whole Earth.
infinite amounts of neutrinos going everywhere, and we're just detecting, very few of them.
Well, what I can
Yes.
do is I can go and say I could go and
So, Jeremy, maybe you're right. If they're everywhere infinitely, maybe it is the ether.
Great, that's cute.
That's
I can
what I'm
fire.
saying. Bro.
I can fire
Fine,
a billion of them off, and then I can wait a second, fire another billion of them off, and I can send that in a pattern, and I can see, oh shit, look at this! I'm getting received patterns once every 10 seconds as I send this out.
How
We've
you
learned
find
how to
them
manipulate.
off?
We've learned how to manipulate the ether.
They are not everywhere. Okay.
Hold up, how are you firing them off, Moya?
From a neutrino gun of whatever the hell that is.
The fuck?
Here we go, Moyak. This is your
Mini sun in
Moyak.
a gun? You
Moyak,
son of a
this
gun.
could be your
You son of a gun. There's your Nobel
You
Prize.
guys are right. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, that's so
So
funny.
you
I
mean
love
you guys have
that.
never,
Get it.
you guys have never heard of
it.
neutrinos until today? You've
Moyak,
never heard of
is this really the
neutrinos
first
until
time?
today? Is this like your first time with
No, we
neutrinos?
have, and as far as I know, they come from the sun. You can't
Well, the sun
fire
is
them
one
off.
source of neutrinos. That's correct.
What's another
Moyak,
source?
this could be your
Radioactive
Hold on,
decay.
Moyak, this could be your ether. Remember that ether experiment you wanted to do? This is it right here.
Are we going to actually have a
You got
serious
the ether.
conversation, or are we just going to talk shit?
What kind of
I'm
neutrino
telling you
is it,
guys.
though?
If these fucking
Ether
things are
experiment.
everywhere and they're barely interacting with matter, why can't this be the ether?
Cool. I'm going to say goodnight, everybody. If
What does
someone's
ether
just going to
do,
leap
Jeremy?
to a silly conclusion and actually just, spark
All
something
right.
out of the
Fine,
out of
go
the
ahead,
bucket.
Stop being so dramatic, Dress.
Yeah, no,
It's
it
a
is
valid
dramatic
question.
because this is just getting silly now.
It's a valid
Go ahead,
question.
I'll
We don't
stop.
need your
Get
What
back
does-
to the issue of
appeal to
shooting
emotion.
a neutrino at the black swan.
Well, how do you come to a conclusion of these like ifs, ands, or buts without talking about them, Druss?
No, he just wanted to make his, his argumentum ad absurdum fallacy and ditch.
Luke is talking about an argument ad absurdum, a guy who doesn't understand what the fuck neutrinos are.
But are you guys now conceding that
You're
the
just
Earth
making
is
shit
a
up
globe?
as you go.
Are you
Hold on a
are you
second.
guys
Somebody's got
conceding-
some wicked guys.
There's
Hold
no
on. Somebody's got some wicked background noise. Hold on a second.
Somebody's
All
got
right,
some
Steel
wicked-
City.
Somebody's
Neutrinos
got
are
some
well known
wicked
and well
info
established.
on some neutrinos. What does a neutrino tell us?
They're apparently they're everywhere and they barely
I
interact
can't
with
tell you what a
matter.
neutrino is because you
Denmark
won't
just got
understand it.
So you can't tell us what a neutrino
I
is.
can't tell
because
you what a
don't
neutrino is
understand
because you will not understand.
But percentage
Well, that's
and Jeremy
classic-
does
that's
say that this
classic
is. So percentage and Jeremy
And it
does
could
say
be.
that.
When you ask him what
And
he's
it could
talking
be.
about and he
It
doesn't
could
know,
be
he
the
tells you.
ether.
Oh no, I know what it is. I cannot tell Daymok what it is though.
But Jeremy, if
Okay,
it is
hold
the
up, guys.
ether and we can
Go
detect
ahead,
those
Mel.
through, yeah, just that if we can detect those through the Earth, and it is the ether, so called, then you like concede that the Earth is actually a globe because we can send them through the Earth.
No. You have ether.
No.
You have
I
ether.
don't
Well, let me
believe it.
explain it. You have ether
I'd fuck
refraction.
it.
You have
Ether
ether
refraction
refraction.
on particles that don't react with anything.
Yeah.
We go right through any mirror you can put up.
But sometimes they do react with stuff, and then they what? Maybe they change their angle that they're coming at
No.
you at. How do you know? You don't know shit about this.
Do we have neutrino
No,
refraction?
Steel City, just give a thumbs up in the text chat when your mic is good.
How about you shut up, percent?
What?
Ooh, got him.
We need neutrino refraction. How does that work?
We got it.
Democracy. I'm out. Have a good one, gentlemen.
No, don't go. Why? Why are you leaving?
No, I'm not staying in a room with Demok. I do not like his
You
ass.
behave. I'm here watching.
Quiet.
I'm
They're
here watching.
trying
They'll
to
behave.
enforce their will on other people.
No, I'm not.
It's about
I'm telling you I'm
globalism.
leaving. That's all. I'm
Yeah,
telling you
but
I'm
it's
leaving.
an airport.
Moyak, we love you, bro. Hey.
I know.
We
Have
love
a
him.
good one. Good night.
I don't
Have a
dip
good one, man.
into his
Listen,
non-reality.
I'm a tap out too because there's no conversation anymore. Catch you guys later.
All right, see you, man. It's much better.
Oh my
when
god, why are you
Denmark-
guys making it look like I ruined the whole conversation now? All right, I'll just
You're
stop
just being
talking,
dramatic,
guys.
man.
No,
they're
it's not
trying
you,
to
Jeremy.
blame other
You're good.
people for what they do. They're
It's
doing
way-
something.
It's way
but they
better when
wanna
Denmark
blame
is.
DMOC.
If you put
I
Denmark
didn't-
to like
I didn't do
10%, it's 100 times. My life's gotten so much better.
What
Putting
has
him at
Denmark done
10%.
that's been so like offensive to everyone apart from
Oh
asking
boy,
questions that we've all
you
been
must
asking?
not have much experience with the good sir.
I've
Denmark.
never talked to Demok
What?
before.
Yeah,
so
the
I'm interested in
globalists will
what he
tell
has
you.
to say.
What have
The
I done
global-
apart from teach you guys some things you've never known before?
Been a
The
total and complete
globalists will
mong.
tell you to jump off a bridge to prove gravity, drink bleach, cleanse yourself from the gene pool, but somehow DMOC is magically a problem. It's amazing, the double standard. If you guys didn't
I
have a
already
double
did all
standard,
that. I'm
it'd
still
be
here.
no standard.
Hold on, Crit. Have I said that those are not issues?
No, I thought you left though, didn't you? Are you still sticking around? or what?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're talking shit behind people's back. Thank you. Jesus.
Get him.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
mean,
a departure.
Merle said yesterday in Gems that he's gonna scout our eyes out and nail them on the table. I think
Oh,
that was
that's
interesting.
just Merle. That's
Yeah, it's just Merle. And D-Max
Merle
told me
does
to
that
go
for fun
fuck
on the
myself.
weekends. Merle does that to everybody, even his neighbors and cousins. That's no big deal.
So do neutrinos come from light?
Oh boy.
According to the little NASA article, neutrinos are separate from light. They arrive here actually sooner than the light that the same reactions that are generate the light, because the light.
They're moving faster than the speed of light. They're moving
No,
faster
they don't
than the
go
speed of
faster.
light. They're moving faster than this. Are they moving faster than the speed of light?
No, the article says because the light has to interact with the denser material of the sun.
Are they
Whereas
faster
the
than
neutrinos
gravity?
just like slip through. But I did find out 1 billion of them pass through your thumbnail every second.
So they are
There goes
faster.
another
than
billion right through
I
your
know it
thumbnail.
sounded funny.
So gravity
in
can't
between,
catch the neutrino? Hold on a second.
So in between the sun and like to the Earth, as it's traveling through more or less empty space, is it going the same speed as light, or slower, or what?
Hold
same
on, I
speed as
got it.
light.
Helium
actually, I take
makes
it
up
back.
neutrinos. Excited super fluid helium is neutrinos.
No,
Actually,
it's
I
It
not.
take
goes
it back.
through stuff.
It's
It goes through
100
stuff.
billion neutrinos are going through your thumbnail every second.
When the
You're
super
two
fluid
orders of
helium would
magnitude
go
off.
through
Yeah.
your
Try
thumbnail
and
too.
try and wrap your space monkey brain around that.
Sounds pretty cool to me.
So
It
what are
sounds
these
like a bunch of
reactions that
helium to
create
me.
them?
Sounds like ether to me.
Yo, you think it sounded funny at first, but the more you talk about these
Yeah, the
neutrinos,
more and more
I-
you more and more you look it up, and
yeah, the more it sounds like ether.
Well, it
So
sounds
you
like
have,
neutrinos
you have
too,
nuclear
because-
fission of the sun. There's a
well,
fusion.
helium can go through things, right? And if neutrinos can go through stuff, and helium can go through stuff, and gravity can't stop a neutrino or helium, then they might be cousins.
Does anybody know how the neutrinos are detected?
I got a question.
I have no
They
idea.
bury something. They bury something super deep, and they capture them. And
I got a question.
Right. So they have to
Jeremy's
do
a
it under
neutrino
that.
expert.
Neutrinos, yeah, neutrinos are at the base level of the increasing EV. It goes neutrinos, and then it goes like Tesla's death ray, which is his scalar tech, and then it goes cosmic rays, sorry, and then it goes photons. Like this is like the refraction and compression propagation of light.
they bury some
And-
shit
and
super deep in mines,
so-
and that's how they catch the
Yeah.
neutrinos.
So the photon has way more voltage per second than neutrinos, and that's just kind of how it's essentially lying, or
Astrophysics.
that's just kind of how it's
Astrophysicists
differentiated.
believe that that's what happens. Yeah.
You want a couple of these? Night.
So what's this chemical reaction that produces neutrinos?
Who knows, man?
Time for
Chemical reaction.
It's the same
that
chemical
produces-
reaction that produces helium.
I don't know. Is that like bioluminescence or something?
It's like a byproduct.
Do those jellyfish that glow in the water, do they give off neutrinos?
No. Fuck.
Lightning bugs.
If
no,
you
that's a chemical reaction. They're nowhere near enough energy.
if you got here, I'm asking for a friend this, right? If you just add the word
Sound
the,
give off neutrinos? Oh, sorry, Crit.
okay, I'll say if you add the word the to neutrinos, does that change it? Like if you say, is there something different? Like if you go neutrino versus the neutrino?
Well, I
Asking
wonder
for
if
a
I don't think
sound,
that changes anything.
luminescence, at the point that sound comes light, right? Is that a neutrino?
Oh, that still
The
has scientists mystified.
transference from-
Sonoluminescence still, they still don't know how that happens.
Well, I'm
Well,
just
it's
saying.
just like
No, we know how it
essentially
happens.
it's what
a
we call
resistance
the
force
Hertz.
into
It's
itself.
what we call the Hertz spectrum, which is torsional, spatial, and propagates planar transverse coaxial circuit. So it's oscillatory ether torsion circuit, which is the flywheel ether torque or torsion, and is the ether hysteresis is always or C or less, and you know what the value of C is, right? Light in a vacuum. So, and then dependent upon the medium of propagation. I don't know. This was one of Tesla's discoveries.
Sound is being forced from one medium to react through that medium and give you another reaction, which is sound or light from one or the other. So neutrinos, if they exist, or ether, it has to be mixed in.
Yeah, it's just essentially whipping a wrinkle in the fabric of the ether, essentially.
This Mars rover did like a 360 photo that you can spin around and just like look. And it looked down. The first thing I did was look down at the ground. There's no tracks. Like it just teleports about.
Suspicious.
It is.
You think they can teleport subatomic particles?
It's almost like it's Photoshop because it has to be.
Yeah, they can't teleport no subatomic particles, dude.
Because I just got some
I-
picture of the ground that they did like a 360 selfie stick and then just switched it out with some sort of rover.
Do you have a
thing.
picture of the panorama, Crit? I'm curious.
Yeah, let me find a way to share it.
I appreciate it. You can share it by like highlighting the URL or whatever it is. If
Yeah.
you highlight with your mouse and then hold Control and the C keys on your keyboard.
You kidding me right now?
You have to mansplain it, dude.
Holy
Can you explain pasting? I'd like to hear it from a PhD how to paste.
Who, for me?
No, the reason light can turn into sound is because the same way that a superfluid reacts.
Bro, you just made that up.
No, I'm
You just
serious.
made that up.
No, I'm not making nothing up. I don't make shit up. So the sound acts like a super sound, and it has a super resistance to it. So it therefore, in return, it becomes light. That's the next step of the reaction of. No, I'm not making that up. It's true.
That's the only next step it could
Super
be.
sound turns to light. Yes. Super resisted sound turns to light. Yes.
Is that
What
just
if-
a higher
what-
frequency or a lower frequency?
Yeah. The same
There
way.
you
The
go.
same way helium
Electromagnetic,
turns to
there you go.
fucking.
How fast would we have to accelerate in air for that to happen?
How fast would you have to? Well, just fast enough for you to excite all your particles or whatever the fuck you think that particle is, or your skin or whatever. I mean, yeah.
So we
You know
could do
things
like
light up,
we could
right?
do like the
Metal
Flash.
lights up when you get it going fast, right? Jets,
I mean, can they
everything.
do it? Can they do it in air? I don't think so. Just water, right?
Who's the
Air
superhero
temperature.
that disappeared because he excited all his molecules to vibrate?
You want the friction, you want the resistance and the pressure. You want the external forces to engage and interact. Right, Demok?
You want air to turn into light? That's insane.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can change energy into multiple different forms.
They do it underwater.
You can't change
I don't know.
energy. Energy is a concept. You can't hold energy. You can't change. This is how you get somebody to say something so ridiculous like you could turn air that you breathe into light. Because
Well, bro, they can do it. They can do it under. They can do it underwater. It's called sonoluminescence. Yep.
Okay, one, that's underwater. Two, that's not turning sound into light. Right?
What would
Like,
you call harmonics? Harmonics give you an energy field that
You're
can
just-
absolutely affect its environment.
Should look into cavitation.
You're just saying energy field, like force field, right? Like just replace energy, put force field, and it's just stupid. There's no magical, invisible barrier of force or energy that's woo, 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 woo. Come on.
Well, then what would you call a magnetic field?
Who cares what I would call it? Like, do you understand? Would you agree that just saying magnetic magic force field doesn't give you anything? It's just words?
Well, that's what you would use to tell someone your ideas.
What
So
words
I'm
that make
gonna
no
use my
sense?
words.
Makes no sense, right? If I said, "Oh yeah, the sun works with a force field," you'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, magical force field. I take out magical, put energy. Oh yeah, now I understand what you mean. Oh, magical force field, I didn't understand, but energetic force field, yeah,
Well,
that makes so
the
much.
point of using the words isn't to make it convoluted. I think you're trying to convolute when we're trying to communicate it.
You know, you're convoluting it by making up this word energy that has no physical reality thing that you can show me. You show me a ball rolling and be like, energy. I'm like, what are you talking about? Energy? You could say God. The same thing, right? God, a God field. A God field is what moves that. It's just a word you're applying to something you have no idea about.
So are you arguing for ignorance, or are you trying to give us a better explanation?
Oh, so, okay, and again, you will accept that energy, this magical force field can do something because I won't give you another explanation. Fine, if you want to believe in force fields and interacting and maybe one day we can have a force field that stops bullets, okay, whatever, man. That's the world you're living in.
Well, have you ever been to a concert and you're next to the speaker, and before they turn the speaker on, you feel fine, and then they turn it up loud and you feel pushed and resistance and energy? What would you describe that as?
That's air. That's physical air.
Yeah,
that's air.
what's causing the air to do what it does?
Not see, now you're trying to.
I didn't put words. I just asked you, what would you call it? I didn't put words in your mouth.
I'm explaining it. The air, right? The air is the only thing. The air interacts with your eardrum and whatever. So you have the physical eardrum and the physical air. You can't now manifest energy, force, inertia, and all these other things, right? You just
so what you just told us, what you just told us is what's called propagation. You've got the interaction of the air spreading this vibration out, right? It's not the sound, if it were sound as is traveling, it's this propagation that you've set up in the perturbation of the oxygen and nitrogen. So when you speak, that's what your vocal cords do, is it sets up a disturbance within the nitrogen and the oxygen, and it propagates through the medium in a wave-like fashion, but it's not sound that's traveling, it's a propagation of the disturbance of the medium, like synesthesia.
So pressure level.
Yeah,
have you guys ever thought of? Have you guys ever thought of what actually is the air?
Well, I think water, but we're good. That's getting away from the point of like energy as like the source and force as the source when it's not.
We saw it. Matrix Chemo showed it to us one day in GEMS. There's a very specific method of taking photographs, and you can actually you have to have a certain light or a mirror or some shit, and you have to have the certain lighting. It's weird, but you can like see it. You can like see the air or something weird.
Hear me out, right? Hear me out. Let's say you're in a room and there's nothing moving. You put a fan in the room, you turn on the fan, all of a sudden it's air. What's provoking the feeling of air is the fan. So is it possible that what we think is air is just some sort of magnetic effect or some sort of temperature change?
Are we talking about wind?
Okay, wind, air, right? What is the thing that's provoking the wind or the air? Because in my room example is the fan, the turbine going around in circle, right? That's connected to the power outlet, of course. Now, in reality, on Earth, what is it exactly that's provoking this the air or the wind to move? Is it some sort of magnetic effect?
Well, there is a magnetic effect. Anytime you add friction to anything, you have anytime you have lag and a hysteresis, that's a good word you should look up. Anytime you have lag or a hysteresis of a medium, you automatically have a field friction that's generated. And if enough static charge is built up, it has to discharge somewhere. So yes, when you have high-low pressure indifferences, and creating movement of air, you automatically have field friction that's generated from that.
Not to mention, in your example, I mean, I think you're off a little bit to the extent you're trying to apply it to, but not to mention that you're only noticing the breeze on your skin due to your electromagnetic nervous system.
What's up? I gotta clean this glass.
Okay, but my whole point, my whole point wasn't feeling the wind or whatever. It's just that you're in a room and there's nothing until you turn on the fan. In that case, it's easy to rule out what is making the wind, the fan. That's obviously connected to the power outlet, which is extracting power. Now, when you're out in the world, there's no so-called fan. So my curiosity is, what is it exactly that is causing the wind to occur at the moment?
It's high-low. It's high-low temperature indifferences that create pressure indifferences, and everything is seeking an equalizing medium, like it wants to equalize itself. So it's going to move from and to dependent upon the temperature and pressure affected by that area or infecting that area.
But begs the question. It begs the bigger question: what is it that creates the disequilibrium for the wind or the forces to actually want to equalize?
Because everything in nature moves in these fundamental ways, right? And between these fundamental opposing forces, there's an equilibrium between each and every one of them, whether it be discharge to charge or centrifugal, centripetal. I mean, no matter what, there's always a mediary in between those two things.
I'd say the sun, it would be the source for your question. But then that begs the question: what powers the sun? What's its cause?
Exactly. Okay, I could contemplate the sun, right? I would accept it, but also, then how do you explain it at nighttime?
So if you look at the moon actually generates what they say is cold light, and this is measurable and calculable with a FLIR camera. If you were to measure the temperature upon a medium that's exposed to direct moonlight versus something within a shadow, whatever's in direct moonlight will actually be colder than whatever away from the apparent
Bro, I have a
moonlight.
FLIR camera right here. I have a FLIR camera right here. I bought one time on a whim. What do I got to do to prove what you just said?
Hold on. Before you answer, Jeremy, hold on. I can accept the sun and I can accept the moon, all right? But it doesn't work that since the moon and the sun are doing something, you don't have a consistent wind 24 hours a day, right? It's a simple breeze and then it goes away. My deeper question is, what is it that's provoking it to blow at the moment and then not to blow a few minutes later? What is that fluctuating that's causing it to be wind and then not be wind?
It's a pressure mediation. As soon as that pressure and difference is exceeded or moves to balance itself out, then the wind dies, right? And that's kind of what happens. So it's just everything's kind of seeking this equilibrium.
Right. So like when you throw a rock into a pond, it's gonna ripple strongest where the rock first, meets the water, but then it's gonna fade. It's going to pressure mediate and spread out and equalize. And so the sun is, moving across different surfaces. So that's the part that's going to be perturbed, like the spot in the water that's being hit by a rock. So it's going to calm down because it's trying to pressure mediate or whatever conjugation of that is. But it definitely has to be more complicated than that. I mean, because different substances absorb and emit temperature or heat at different rates, like a rock holds on to its heat longer than something organic, like a blade of grass cools off faster. So it also depends on what the environment is like. On the ocean is going to dissipate its heat, a lot more quickly than the desert, I guess. Or maybe I got that backwards.
It's just entropy. It's just entropy, and I believe science tries to explain how cold moves to hot, but I think it's the inverse. I think hot moves to cold, to be honest.
I think that's what they say too.
Well, they have that same theory with the electrical theory. They have a conventional and a non-conventional, which is positive to negative or negative to positive. They can't make their minds up.
Yeah, they're all over the place, man. That's why they had to come up with the fifth force, and like I've already predicted, we'll soon have the sixth and seventh force because they can't put their finger upon anything. They're just tap dancing around reality.
Jeremy was interested in performing something with his viewing technology.
I got a FLIR camera. Is my mic on? Is my mic on?
Yeah. What's up, Jeremy?
Jesus Christ! You guys made me touch my phone. I didn't have to. Listen, I got a FLIR camera right now. I made a lot of money in crypto once, and I went nuts. And I don't know why I bought a FLIR camera. All right, but I have one nonetheless.
Well, it's a FLIR camera, not a FLIR. But yeah, so what you're going to want to do, Jeremy, is you're going to want to get a few different types of mediums. You're going to want to probably have something that is maybe concrete, right, and grounded. So something like a sidewalk. Then you're going to want to do one with like a wood medium that's maybe
why do you want it grounded? Why grounded?
Well, because we want to try to eliminate any potential variables that somebody could speculate upon and try to denote what we're showing.
All right. Why don't we just use two of the same objects, one in moonlight, one not in moonlight?
Yes, this is what you're going to want to do. This is essentially what you're doing is you're comparing and contrasting direct light from indirect light, i.e. moonlight. And we're going to want to do this across a variety of spectrums of mediums so that we could be hyper concise when giving our analysis upon the hypothesis.
Well, did they
You
already
always
do
wanna
this?
have
'Cause you said this
controls.
was you said this was already done. So did they already do this, or?
Yes, they have done this.
Oh,
I've
that's
seen it done
that'll
with
be way easier.
Conventional way? Is there like a conventional way to see that the moon and the sun is like the sun is spitting out neutrinos or whatever, and the moon is moving the tides? Is there an actual way to measure that? Something that's conventional that anybody could do?
I don't know anything about neutrinos, but you can test what Daislow's saying with one of those laser gun thermometers. You ever seen those?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, you can
I
do
got
it
one of
that
those
way
too.
as well.
I have all the temperature measuring devices.
Oh, then yeah, just use your
What are you
laser
making over there? Some
gun
kind of extracts
thermometer.
or something?
No, I don't know. I was looking for leaks in my insulation for the house.
Just looking around for leaks.
Yeah, if cold leaks, you don't want hot air leaking, right? You know, hot goes to cold.
Right.
Entropy.
I've had to patch it. I've had to patch up a few areas in my house with styrofoam. You know.
Yeah, that little spray foam. I got a couple cans of that. You go around looking for leaks and shit. Find a fucking leak.
Right on.
Bam. But I mean, yeah, I figure I've actually thought of this before, and I think the way to do it would just be to get, you know, two of the same objects. We'll put one in direct sunlight and then put one in shade. Except for make sure the shade, the part that's shading it, is like way far away. Otherwise,
Yeah, you mean you mean moonlight though, right? You said sunlight. You mean moonlight?
Moonlight, yeah.
Well, we do have
you need to make sure the shade is super far away though, because if it's like right over it, they'll just say that the convection of the heat from the ground causes this area to get more hot. Yeah, you got to make sure the shade
ceiling.
Yeah, you got to make sure the shade.
Trapping the heat.
Yeah, you got to make sure the shade's coming from something like way far away or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what you want to do is have like a big flag, right? Some sort of big flag or like a billboard when the moon isn't directly above, and you got this big shadow casted by the billboard high up in the air.
On the side of it, yeah.
Well,
horizontal.
Ultimately, Jeremy, like I told you, you want to do it across a full spectrum of mediums, grounded, ungrounded, and then whether it be wood, metal, concrete, dirt, liquids, you name it.
Let's just see the one where
filming. Just start filming and collecting as much data as you can with that FLIR cam. Not everybody's got one of those, and take advantage of it.
Where's the one that they already did it on? It's already on video, right? You said?
Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler's done several videos upon it. There's been a multitude of people who's shown this to be the case.
Lots of people.
Oh, well, this isn't in contention. I think this is still in contention, though. I don't think the Globers.
It's in great contention.
There's
a lot of people that are unwilling to go along with it, but unfortunately, calculable, measurable testing validates the phenomena, whether it goes against your feelings or not. This is you can't just hand wave some evidence in front of you.
It's empirical, yeah. So, is there any Globers in here that would like to contend this?
I hadn't been paying attention. Sorry. All I heard is you wasted some money on a FLIR camera.
Yes, absolutely, and the wasting of the money knows no bounds. The point is, they're saying that.
Like, what type of FLIR camera? I'm curious. I have
It's not a FLIR camera. It's called a FLIR camera. It's an acronym for forward-looking infrared.
Yep. What type of FLIR camera? I have a few, Jeremy.
It's a fucking FLIR camera. You're gonna piss me off.
It's not the highest quality one. I think it was like $300 or $400 or something. It has a nice case. It came in this nice case.
Okay.
With
did you just get one lens with it?
It takes pictures. Let me check. I don't know. I haven't used this thing in so long. I'll see right now.
Should take video. Most of them take video.
No, see, I don't think this. Oh, it's a TG165.
Okay, you got the base model. So yeah, you're gonna have to use your cell phone or something in conjunction with it to showcase the display.
Yeah. But yeah, would you contend that moonlight is colder than not moonlight?
Oh, one of these thermal handheld things. Okay. Sorry. Like I said, I came back late. I have a few of the just the CCD ones. Sorry.
They're saying moonlight's cold, bro. Moonlight.
Well, we're not saying anything but the light itself. What we're saying is that objects, like if you have two identical objects and one is in the shadow of the moonlight and one is in the direct light of the moon, the one in the direct moonlight will be colder.
Well, what I'm going to go as far as to say is it's the byproduct of the light creating the projection that you're actually measuring, being that visible light for human consumption is actually non-visible. All right, we don't see light as light is. We see the byproduct of light, i.e., illumination.
I'm gonna go with. Hasn't this been done before? I think B-Ball just posted something in the chat, but I'm actually gonna go with. I'm gonna go with the counterintuitive explanation, Jeremy, that you might see when you do this experiment, that the object that's shaded is actually may very well be a little bit warmer than the object that's in direct moonlight. But
right, that's why I said
that's a good choice. Good choice.
Identical objects.
Yeah, but with your instrumentation, Jeremy, I don't know about these handheld infrared FLIR cameras, but you may find that they're equal. You may measure equal temperatures within a 1 sigma uncertainty. So like
it only goes to 0.1 of a Fahrenheit, so it'll 75.5.
Yeah.
What we got to do is get a magnifying lens, right? We got to get a nice Fresnel lens.
Okay.
And try to fucking amplify this effect. No, you think that'll work?
No, I don't think it'll work. But that would be interesting to see the effects. I think the variables are actually a few degrees apart. So you're like, what are you like within a tenth of a percentage or something, or
a tenth of a degree in Fahrenheit.
Tenth of a decimal. So yeah, you should see an indifference there, calculable, measurable indifference.
Oh, all right.
I'm gonna guess your shaded object will be a little warmer, but do the experiment and then bring back your results and let's see.
Well, that's what we're all expecting.
Yeah, but not for the same reason that the moonlight is making the other object colder.
What would be the reasons?
That whatever umbrella, whatever contraption is shading
trapping the heat.
Exactly, yeah. That's my hypothesis.
What if
I'm not
we have
saying it's truth, but that's my hypothesis.
What if we have
a diagonal shadow?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. Try whatever configurations you want, Jeremy, and do it a bunch of times. Also, don't just do it once. You want to get a good statistical, robust, result.
What if we have the shading coming from something that's like super high off to the side? You know what I mean? And the other thing will be in the light, like right next to it, basically. So it'll be in like the same environment.
That's exactly what.
First off, there's only one single area of Earth where the moon is actually above something casting a shadow, and that's people who live along the equator. So I'm pretty sure Ken Wheeler lives in Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky. So when he did it, it's not like the moon isn't casting a diagonal shadow.
Wait. Sorry, I didn't follow that. Sorry.
He's saying that the moon was perpendicular to the surface he was testing upon, and not at an acute angle. So there should be no like conclusion there to like sway what he's discussing.
The shadow casted underneath a tree is only directly below the tree if the moon, the source of the light, is above the tree. But Ken Wheeler did it in Kentucky, which puts the moon, closer to the horizon than 90 degrees, which means the shadow isn't coming directly below something holding the heat in like an umbrella.
Speaking of the moon,
are you saying hold on?
Speaking of the moon, you got nothing, extremists. Don't worry, just sit back. So speaking of the moon and Ken Wheeler, I challenge you, Fundy, or anyone, if they can find this video. He's only put out maybe 2 or 3, but I've came across one a long time ago and haven't found it yet again. But he created a device that is a handheld device. It has no inputs or outputs, and it generates a small amount of voltage on its own without any type of battery or moving parts, due to what he discovered to be the moon's something to do with the moon. He says that when it's a full moon and the moon is overhead, it generates double the amount of voltage. Again, he only put out a few videos on this. I still been trying to find it, but Go ahead, Extremis.
That sounds like a cool story, bro. Go ahead, Extremis.
What I was going to ask is, whoever was saying that whole thing about the moon along the equator and the angles being right above it. So basically, that sounds like to me, cold moonlight only works at the equator.
That's not what he said at all. He said he's in Kentucky. That's not at the equator, is it?
You seem very confused, Extremist. I think you misunderstood.
No, I am. Please explain it again.
People who live on the equator are going to have the sun. They're the only people with the opportunity to have the moon or the sun directly above them, or directly above an object casting a shadow directly below that object. If you're anywhere outside of the tropics, then the shadow of the moon and the sun will always be cast from the object at a diagonal angle. I mean, the shadow can extend further than directly below the object that's casting it, allowing the umbrella effect to not be something of concern, as long as you aren't measuring or measuring the temperature of the shadow underneath the but there's going to be plenty of options and real estate there to measure the shadow from outside of the vertical domain of the object.
Are you talking about the constituents of the shadow? Because there's, most people don't know that, but there's parts to a shadow, right? You have the penumbrum, and then which is the least deprivation. What was that? Go ahead.
You slightly mispronounced. That's all. Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed.
Sorry. Go ahead. Correct me, please.
No, it's fine. It's
so what he was just describing, basically you're saying that the angle of the shadow affects the temperature.
No, I'm not. You seem confused
It's
again.
just a geometrical argument about the alignment of the
So what does that have to do with the temperature is my whole point. What does the angle of the shadow have to do with the temperature?
Do you understand the umbrella effect that someone brought up?
I don't care. What does the angle of the shadow have
that's
to do
the
with
key here.
I thought that was the whole point of the argument.
The angle of a shadow being anything but 90 degrees allows the shadow to extend further out than directly below the domain of the thing casting the shadow.
Okay, will that affect the temperature at all?
No, this affects the length and the direction of the shadow casted.
So the whole thing we're talking about, just so I'm clear, is that is moonlight cold, right? That's what we're discussing.
No, that's not what we're discussing.
Okay, well then maybe that's my problem, is I don't even know what we're talking about.
We're talking about multiple people, I mean just like hundreds that you can find on YouTube if you want, putting objects in the shadow of the moonlight, cast a shadow of a tree, of anything. You put a rubber ball in the shadow of the moonlight, and you put a identical rubber ball in the direct light of the moonlight, and the one in the direct moonlight is going to be colder.
And there's and in my opinion, there's a misinterpretation of the results. But
there's several interpretations.
Yeah, but B-Ball has, I mean, just in like the last 5 minutes, I've seen like 3 or 4 experiments go through the chat that do this exact thing. So what's the new thing Jeremy's adding if he does it?
He's
just going to get the same results everyone always gets.
Yeah, okay. So like usual, Jeremy's not doing anything innovative or new. No offense.
We're trying to come up with a new thing.
I'm kidding, dude. You can do
Holy
whatever
shit, I almost had a DDT you off,
you can do whatever you want, dude.
You almost got a perfect plex or some shit. Figure 4 leg lock shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get direct evidence and experience, and he's also going to put controls in place to make sure that no one can come around with some umbrella stuff by casting the shadow at an angle instead of directly below. But that's not even possible because he probably doesn't live on the equator.
Chronic, no more leg drop elbows. That's
But then we'll have to hear Jeremy proclaim that he's a scientist every day for the rest of time after he does this experiment.
What a troll!
According to you guys,
troll.
Yeah, Chronic's okay. He's nice.
No, it's a good experience of conducting science that I think is good for you. So.
Bro, according to you guys, everybody on Earth is constantly doing scientists whenever they open their eyes.
Yeah. Just make sure you repeat it. Really important aspect is repetition. So repeat it a bunch of times, different conditions, like as repetition.
Yeah. Controls.
You could always go and get your own FLIR camera and try and perform your own experiment if you want to try and contradict what he's saying too, you know? There's always that part.
I got more important science to do than that, but.
So my suggestion.
Well, then don't speculate on it if you're not willing to look into it.
Oh no, I'm excited for Jeremy.
So my suggestion for the whole thing is, if you just do it inside, like with an object in a window exposed to the moonlight and another object kind of behind the wall, I mean, that gives you the greatest ability to control all the variables as far as indoor temperature and humidity, wind, all that stuff. Control that all that stuff inside. And if the moonlight is really cold, if it's shining through the window, the object that's being lit by the wind, by the moonlight in the window will be colder.
Well, I'm telling you, what we need is one of those old school television screens, like a 8-foot FLIR camera.
Well, you know that you can't get a sunburn through glass if the light is coming through glass?
Doesn't matter. The whole idea is if it's warm or cold. So the sunlight through glass is still warm.
Yeah, it might have some unknown consequences to the results, but I do think you're right. That is one of the controls of the test that should be done. I think it should be done outdoors.
Let me ask you this.
One sec, Dicelo. I think it should be done indoors through a window. I think it should be done outdoors without windows. And I think it should be done outdoors with glass boxes.
So taking your indoor-outdoor analogy to more of a controlled environment, like something like a bulb per se, like a light bulb without the filament, all the shit in there, just a sealed glass container. I'm willing to assume that the sunlight in direct contact with this bulb would increase the pressure inside that bulb, whatever the atmospheric pressure is inside that bulb. I'm willing to go on a limb and say that moonlight will potentially do the opposite.
That's going to be a harder thing to test, perhaps.
Well, what we can do is all we need to do is essentially seal a barometer or something along those lines inside of a glass jar and put it in direct sunlight, see where it measures, and then put it in the moonlight, direct moonlight, and see where it measures and see if what the difference is, if it has an inverse of pressure at all.
Compared to the other barometer in a glass jar in the shadow, right?
Yeah, all that. Just I'm saying that if it's I'm willing to say that if it's going to affect the temperature, it's going to affect the pressure too on the opposing end. So sunlight is hot, right? And the pressure increases, where moonlight is cold and the pressure should decrease.
Makes sense to me. I was thinking.
I don't know if anyone's done that, but there you go.
Bro, has anyone tried the Fresnel lens yet?
Not me, but I was. I go to work. I go to work really early in the morning, and for the first time this year, it's finally in the 50s or 40s, like really early in the morning, right? And I met my boss and my coworkers outside the front doors, and everyone had a jacket on, and I was thinking, I'm probably the only one who knows, because it was a full moon this day. I was like, I'm probably the only one who knows that I might actually be the warmest person here if I just go underneath the awning. You know what I mean? Out of the moonlight.
I posted something about the moonlight. There was a link, and someone did they had a lens that's 30 inches in diameter and a focal distance being about 41 inches and having a power of concentration exceeding 6,000 times. And even if supposing half of the rays were reflected, dispersed, and absorbed, though the light of the moon was concentrated 3,000 times, not the slightest thermal effect was produced. So it doesn't seem to be gold.
What was the temperature?
The same.
Hotter or colder?
No difference.
Well, that debunks your guys' shit because it should make it hotter. That's sunlight. Those are photons right there.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah,
I
according to
don't
you
know
guys,
how-
that's sunlight hitting the thing, and it should be getting hotter.
Sure, but I don't know how much hotter it should be. I don't know.
Should be getting something hotter, at least a little bit.
It could be, but it doesn't make anything cold.
Right, but people at the beach, they use those reflective little mirror things. They're like a trifold, and they, to get a tan on their face.
That's what we need to do. We thought of this earlier. Hold on, we thought of this earlier. There's a place that collects energy. It's like the solar array thing, but it's not solar panels. It's mirrors. And all the mirrors focus all the sunlight onto this one spot in the middle. It's like a tower in the middle. Right? That's what we need to do with the moonlight. Get a whole bunch of reflectors, Fresnel lenses, all kinds of shit focused on this one spot.
Yeah, but Jeremy, remember that the moon doesn't reflect that much of the sun's light.
Are you kidding me? Have you ever applied the fucking what's it called? The to the fourth power increase when you have the distance. What's that called again?
You're talking about reflecting. You're talking about getting energy off
inverse square law, right? The inverse square law. Have you ever applied that to the brightness of the moon, to what the brightness of it of you standing on the moon would be? If you're saying that the moon doesn't reflect a lot of the sun's light, I mean that's crap. You can read a book by full moonlight all the way on Earth. That is a shit ton of light reflected.
Yeah, but it's not. You're not getting the full amount.
Well, of course it's not the full amount, but it's still a ton.
There you go. Yeah, but it's not the full amount.
It is a crazy amount when you actually apply the inverse square law.
B-Ball, what's your name? Did you change your name or something?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Earth is
life.
all right. It's a fucking gay ass name. No, I'm just kidding, bro.
According to the inverse square law, if you're standing on the moon, your eyeballs would be fucking fried out of your skull if you looked at it without like a welder's mask on. Even then.
Well, I don't really know much about.
But I love how they took exposures on the moon with old cameras. Yeah, good story.
The thing with the inverse square law is the whole moon would have to be in your sight for this to be able to hold true. Once you're on the surface of it, it wouldn't be as bright because you're not seeing the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's definitely something I've never thought about. Good point. I'll have to think about that.
However, when they were approaching the moon, it should have been blinding. During the moon missions, they got closer. Halfway, it would have been however many times as bright, and then halfway to there, it would have gotten even brighter. And they could have done that a bunch of times before they couldn't see the whole thing anymore. So,
I see your point. Yeah, but there's a difference once you're like really, really close up to it. I see.
Yeah, it should have been insanely bright though. Well, like at the last point when they had the whole moon in their view, it should have been insanely bright.
I see what you're saying.
That's definitely something they would have came back and said, like,
on the moon.
They definitely would have came.
Reflective.
They definitely would have came back and said, "Oh my God, guys, you should have seen how bright the fucking moon was when we started getting really close to it. And we still had it all in view. It was super. Like that's something somebody would have said."
Exactly.
And it still would have been brighter on the surface, though. You're right. It would have been brighter on the surface. It should have been for what we saw.
What's up? What's up, man? Hey, did you bring your computer?
So what's up? What are you guys doing? It's Friday night. You guys are nerds, man. Friday night. You guys are old, huh? I'm in my 40s. I got kids and shit. I'm on my Al Bundy shit. What's your excuses?
I just turned 47 2 days ago.
Damn, you old fart.
I'm gonna be 37 this month, but I'm at work. It's a night shift.
57?
No, 37. Jesus.
Yeah, but you got a lot of city miles on you. That's good. Better you're on this than out causing trouble, raising a ruckus.
I'm raising the ruckus on work.
What are you doing, old man?
Just a factory job, manufacturing.
Oh, your country actually manufactures stuff still? Wow.
Yeah, we do a lot of
impressive.
things like we've known for elevators, mobile phones, tires.
How do you feel about the airless tire that's coming out soon? Are you excited? Not excited? No opinion?
Not too excited. I mean, it's a novelty thing, I think.
You're not excited that in the future we're never going to have flat tires again? That's fucking super exciting to me.
Well, those tires will break eventually, like all
Like,
tires.
I'm pumped up. I'm ready to throw a party over this. Yeah, they're going to break, but no more flats, though.
Yeah, but you have run flat tires already, so I mean.
I think
Nobody's got them.
they'll probably wind up being more expensive though. You think?
Yeah, very expensive.
The only way they're even viable is if you pay near the same amount. It has to be close, $dollars more, but it has to be close, and you have to get the same amount of miles out of it. You know what I mean? Like tires now, you get 50,000 miles. That tire's got to be able to get 50,000 miles and be, at least somewhat comparably priced. I can see if it's a little more expensive. The knowledge that you're driving around knowing you're never going to get a flat tire, like how much is that really worth? That's worth a lot, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to think about it though. How often do you get a flat tire?
I had 2 or 3 last year.
In the years that I've been driving, I think I had a flat tire once on one of my cars.
I had one last year. Well, you're still young. I had one last year. When I had it,
dude, we're the same age. What are you talking about?
When I had it, yes, but I have more wisdom. Listen, the point is, last year I got a flat tire. Listen, last year I got a flat tire. I was on a little bit of an incline. The fucking jack broke. Okay, I had to call AAA. Took them 2 hours to come. I'm just saying. Like flat tires, I would just rock to fix a flat, but the mechanics hate them.
I don't know. Maybe you bought shitty tires. I don't know.
Oh, I got a fucking nail or something in the tire. What are you talking about?
I've never had a flat tire, and I've been driving trucks for 10 years.
Holy shit, man! You never had a flat tire in your whole life, and you're 57.
Some people
I'm
never fucking have flat
37.
tires.
Jeez. You're fucking 140.
Jeremy, you're just an unlucky. You're just an unlucky.
What the fuck, man? I must have had at least like 20 flat tires throughout my whole life. Are you guys fucking serious?
Wherever the hell you're driving, man.
20-year-old, I've never known to have a flat tire.
What's up?
Those New York roads, man, they kind of suck.
Yeah, P-heads are dropping screws and nails and shit all over the place like it's fucking confetti.
That guy was the first guy I've ever met. 77 years old, never had a flat tire.
Yeah, that's good.
Jesus,
Crit
guys,
is,
I'm 97.
97, yeah. Is Crit around? No.
He is, but he's deafened.
Oh, okay.
Why would you want to talk to him?
I can't wait for him to get back. He sent me this Mars rover panorama. I'm gonna debunk his claim in record time.
Was it the Mars picture with the duck or the one with the rodent?
With no like tire trails or whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't pay attention to the date that the panorama was taken. It was one day after the rover landed on the planet. So it hadn't moved yet. And he was like, "Where are the tire tracks?"
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. Debunked in like half a second after just literally reading the words next to the panorama saying the date they were taken.
I like the one where they say that the picture from Mars is actually from Scotland or somewhere, and it actually isn't even from there. It's from, was it from Inverness or something? Like they have the place mixed up.
Man, they're even mixed up on the conspiracy.
Yeah, there's two memes of the same thing, and they both have a different location for the picture.
Yeah, one of them looks like Greenland, another one looks like Darien Island or something. I forget the name of it.
It's the same pictures, but they're saying that the place is different in the
Oh
other.
yeah, I don't know. I think one of them is Greenland. I saw the Greenland one or something. They just put a little red tint on it. That's all. You could easily take that, and we know that that's what they're doing because sometimes they miss animals that can't naturally camouflage themselves as a defense mechanism, like a ground rodent or a duck. They have camouflage. They might be the same color as the background. So sometimes some of these guys they miss this in the editing process, and it gets through, and we'll be seeing duck shaped rocks and squirrel rodent shaped rocks and what have you.
But those pictures don't come from NASA's evidence.
They do. They do. The duck and the rodent one's straight from, and you got the mushrooms. The one with the mushrooms.
I've asked for people for the source for the pictures, and they never come up with the source.
Oh,
we're never gonna get one, Mole Man. You're never gonna get one.
NASA pulled them now. Of course, they can't leave that up there.
Let Jeremy have his little cookie.
Bro, NASA pulled them. Of course, they can't leave that up there. It's fucking embarrassing.
What type of duck shaped rock was it? One of those mallards, or was it like a bigger duck, like a goose?
Like a loony, like kind of a loony shaped
like
duck.
Daffy Duck or something. Looney Tunes, you're saying? Okay.
No, a loony duck, like from Canada or something.
Like a Canadian loon.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, loon. It's not the point. And the rodent one was like a ground. The rodent one was debatable, but the duck one was tough. You also have the mushrooms. The mushroom ones was the knife in the heart.
Yeah,
that was
the nail
the
in the coffin right
decapitation.
there.
Yeah, that was decapitation, fatality, finish him right there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, R.I.P. NASA's truth-telling days, but we know they're lying at this point.
You make me smile, man.
Seriously, bro.
Because you think you saw something in a picture, right?
This whole astronomy, outer space thing's a big farce.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hey, no one stopped me from believing you believing that, man.
I mean, do you not know NASA's lying at this point after everything we've showed you guys?
No.
Come on, man.
No, you haven't showed us anything.
We've shown you all of them lying.
No, you haven't.
Place.
All of them lying.
All the wires. I've never seen any wires.
I've been shown a panorama taken from the rover the day after it landed, and a flat earther questioning, where are the tire tracks? When rover didn't even start moving for 2 weeks after it landed.
He should have shown you the one on the moon when the rover on the moon is surrounded. They took a picture of that, and there's no tire tracks leading up to that one.
Yeah, we all know why, right?
Why?
Because as it drives, the dust kicks up and blocks and covers up the tire tracks.
Come on, man.
Did you just make that up?
No.
How would you ever see the tire tracks if the dust always covers them up? How would they ever exist?
Exactly. You just proved my point.
So that it does it on the moon, but not on Earth. Why doesn't dust kick up on the Earth and cover tire tracks on Earth?
What are you driving? When you drive through sand, do you see especially if you're kicking up a lot of dust, are you going to see the tire tracks?
Yes.
If you're driving through dust, yeah. What about Neil Armstrong?
If you're driving really slow and if you're driving really slow, are you going to kick up a lot of dust or sand, or are you going to see the tire tracks?
You'll see the tire tracks. It's going slowly.
No,
You'll
you
see
won't.
every tire track. They'll go real slow,
Right.
and they'll make an
Right,
impression, and they'll and
If
they'll
you go
force
fast,
slow.
it'll kick up more
Even
dust.
though there
But
are,
when you're going
even
slow,
though there
it
are,
won't.
Yeah,
there
you'll have
are
missing
pictures
bits
of
and
the tire
stuff.
tracks.
No, listen. Like, do you not know how to drive? You never drove anything. You never been in the snow
No,
or the
I've
sand.
never
or the mud?
driven.
This
Nope,
guy thinks you
nope.
kick
You've
up more
never
dust
driven
when you
anywhere?
go slow.
You've never thrown up chunks
No.
of asphalt and stuff like that.
Did I say that? Did I say
No,
that?
I mean,
That's
where
that's
did
the
you get your
implication he
driving
made.
experience?
Literally.
Where did
No.
you get your experience
Listen to what
for how your
I said.
tires
D-Mock,
perform?
shut up.
Settle down.
When
Settle
you
down.
drive really slow, right, you're going to see the tire tracks because you're not kicking up any kind of dirt or anything. When you drive really fast in sand, of course you're going to kick up a bunch of sand, which is going to cover the tire tracks behind you.
Okay, and how fast is the rover going?
Is that the
I don't
only
know,
question to ask?
but it's
Wait,
also
percentage.
a
Is
lot-
that the only?
but
is
it's
that
a
the
lot
only
of
First question
dust.
to ask. Go ahead. How
You'll
fast is
also
the
leave
rover
a big
going?
hole.
But not the other
It's
one.
like
You'll
Not
leave
freaking talcum
evidence that you.
powder.
yeah, but not the
You'll
only
leave
question to
evidence
ask.
you were there. There
So
will be
I'll
evidence.
reply to your
That's the
question
hole.
1 percentage with question 2.
And then
Is there
we
a
can actually
difference
look
in
at
is there a
we can
difference in
actually look
gravity
at.
between the moon and Earth, or
Supposedly.
That's a dumb question.
okay then yeah.
Anyway,
So can you answer my question though?
Supposedly.
I asked you how fast is it going. Supposedly is your answer.
Oh, I have no idea.
So the moon dust goes 3 blocks away, so it definitely wouldn't be covering no tire tracks.
yeah, sure. Yep, 3 blocks away. You got it, man. You debunked us. That's it.
Anyway,
Well, I mean,
I don't even know
the
the
moon.
moon photo, whatever
How far
moon
does a
photo that
pebble
is.
go
But
from a thrown tire on the moon?
So
Tell me.
there's other pictures and videos of the actual tire tracks.
if
So
the
No,
first
listen to what I said. A pebble thrown from a tire. Have you ever seen that on Earth? You ever been hit by a tire thrown from a
right.
car?
Oh, I
It doesn't
chipped the
feel good.
window. It chipped my windshield once. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It'll knock you out too. So,
What's
how
the
far
point
do
of
these? How far do they go on the moon? Do they come to the Earth? How far do they go? Do they leave the Earth? So,
Yeah, they came. Yep, they drove all the way to the Earth. D-Mock. Yep.
no, the pebbles that get flung. Do they?
Yeah,
Do they leave?
when it was driving, it kicked up so far it went into orbit around the moon. Yep.
Well, how do you explain the dirt kicking up, the tires kicking up dirt so that it covers the tracks? That's like fucking miraculous.
Have you ever like
I've
watched
never
any of
seen
the
that.
videos of it driving around?
Yeah, and I see dirt getting pushed
See how
out of the
much-
way, not falling
Yeah,
right back
yeah.
into where it was to where there's no track. That's fucking crazy insanity.
Okay, watch some of the videos again. Actually, you can see some of the tire tracks in some of the pictures and videos. So
You just
Yeah.
contradicted yourself.
I mean, can we?
And there's ones you can't.
Can we get some any sort of like sources or something? I'm not
You've seen
familiar
it,
with
Chronic.
this.
Frozen
I
dirt on the
swear
moon.
I'm
Chronic, you've
not,
seen it.
Jeremy.
You know the
I don't
moon
swear
think
I'm not.
anyone in
Chronic,
their right
you know
mind
it's
would
dirt.
claim that there are no tracks because it's perfectly covered up.
Well, how does ice
And
act
even
on the
if
moon?
Earth's
Okay,
life
hold
has
on.
run that back
Are we actively entertaining
Did
this
I-
notion that the fucking tracks get covered up and that's with guys? They have their own things. They say with telescopes you can see the tracks from orbit or wherever.
Yes.
the fuck.
They sure do. They also
They're
tell you
not
you can
getting
see
covered up.
footprints.
What is this I'm listening to?
Yeah, like I said, I agree. I don't know. Nobody's providing anything. They're just talking. So
You're just
anyway,
making shit up.
anyway,
What are you
Crit
talking about?
Crit
Well, he
provided
wasn't.
me
What are
with
you
a
talking
Earth's life was.
So
yeah.
because Crit missed the date, that means obviously that they have shit on Mars.
No, it was just debunked in record time, like absolutely as
Okay,
quick as
cool. So
possible. Like
how-
before
can
the
you
the
prove
first thing
that
you do, the first
they
thing he
do?
did, was he said it was a panorama, 3D panorama.
I don't really care. Wait till
You
he's
look at-
here and explain it.
Okay. Sure.
Can you prove that NASA does have a Mars rover up there? Can you prove that they do?
Yeah, there's overwhelming
pictures of
evidence.
it.
Overwhelming evidence. It's
Evidence, no,
undeniable.
proof.
Such
I'm
as?
talking about proof.
Yeah, thousands
Yes,
and
pictures of it.
thousands and thousands of images taken.
Images.
Hundreds of
You know
thousands of
how many
people.
images of Bigfoot we got?
Hundreds of thousands of people who would need to be in on the big lie, not one single leak that would
not
be a
even true.
whistleblower.
You've been here long enough
You
to know
aren't
that.
you aren't asking
Notice
the
how
right
they
question.
always notice how they always bring up that, oh, we got pictures of Bigfoot though.
Yeah, it's
No,
hilarious.
you're asking the wrong question.
So what is? I asked for proof. What proof is a picture?
It's not.
Yeah,
Can
there's
you prove?
I guess pictures.
But
So
I
we have
asked,
pictures
could you?
for
I
Santa Claus.
asked. My specific question was, can you
Settle
prove
down.
that NASA does have a rover up on Mars?
Yes,
And you said
pictures don't prove
absolutely.
anything.
Proof is
No.
All right.
pictures? No.
Cough, cough,
what
Hold
black
on,
proof
hold
swan.
on,
Cough,
guys,
cough,
guys.
black swan.
Hold on,
Yeah,
one
yeah,
second.
black
We gotta,
swan doesn't
guys.
definitively
Everyone
prove anything.
relax
There's
for a
a tire
second,
track.
please. Hello.
Hold up,
What-
real quick.
Cool photo.
The
That's
black
cool.
swan
No.
doesn't definitively prove it either, because you guys have the excuse of like refraction, and we don't have the measurements
Exactly.
of refraction along the optical
only thing that
corridor, so we
proves
can't
it
say
is my
definitively proves it.
Yes.
But the point is,
Everyone's familiar with the tired argument.
photos or,
Guys,
or
all right, I'm gonna
images.
start. I'm gonna have to start muting people. Guys, relax.
Yeah, Demok, I'll just be another second. So the point is, no images are definitive proof if you can't verify them. If you don't have the source, kind of like the mechanism by which it was
because
taken.
you have to physically be there to take a picture of it yourself, right?
We've heard all
Not
these
necessarily,
tired
but if
arguments.
you have like a video of this camera taking these pictures, or
Yes!
if you had some sort of access
You're
to
not
the
saying
small.
anything new, dude. Nothing
Pictures are
new.
good.
We've heard this
Yeah,
a
so
million
it's
times.
not definitive evidence. So
every
you need a
time
chain.
something
You need a
happens,
chain of cameras
in order to
that are taking
prove-
pictures of the next camera all the way from Earth to Mars. Yes, we know. We know.
No,
we
just
know.
in order
just
for
some
something to be true,
verifiable evidence, like
every
a
time
video
someone,
or something
every
like that.
time someone,
I'm not saying anything new.
Demok,
every time
you're up.
someone
When we
has
ask
something, we literally have to
proof, you're
be
giving
there
us
to
the
take a
same
picture
old
of it
tired-
ourselves.
Hold on a second, hold on, B-Ball. You can hear him roboting,
Whoever
right?
said
Fuzzy, you're roboting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who? I didn't
So
know
why
you
is
were
it that
roboting.
every time someone presents like some sort of picture or something, oh no, it's unreliable because we weren't there physically to take a picture of it?
It's
Because,
literally
I
not
presented-
definitive
That's not-
evidence beyond
that's-
reasonable doubt.
I got
Why
you.
is why is
I
that?
don't think
Why is
Because
that?
it could be doctored.
I've
Hold on.
presented pictures of you on Santa Claus's lap, Earth for Life. How good is that?
Nice, Demok. I was gonna bring up
That's
some
why
pictures of Santa.
anyway, so every time someone presents something, we have to physically be there for it to be validated.
Yes.
Or by some other credible means of verification.
So
Actually,
like,
more
you
credible
have
than
thousands
that.
and
Hold on
simple
a
as that.
second.
Hold on, wait.
More credible
so
than just being there
thousands of
because I
pictures
pointed out
are-
Santa Claus.
Be quiet. So the
I pointed
thousands
out-
of
no,
pictures,
you be quiet,
are every
dude.
single
The
one of them
fuck?
doctored?
B-Ball.
Are every one of them
pointed out-
doctored?
We had Santa Claus with you on his lap.
See, he's talking
and we
about
can go
Santa Claus,
50
but he's ridiculous.
I
What's
know.
It's
we
an
can go
analogous.
visit
It's
Santa Claus.
directly analogous.
We can visit him and shake his hand, and he's real. Like we can. So what? So what do we do with that? So is that more real than your everything you got, or what? You can sit.
So
on his
every
lap,
time
buddy.
someone takes a picture of something, do I have to?
You don't
do,
have
ha-
that.
do I have to
Demok,
physically
please
be
allow him to
there?
respond.
Do I have to physically be there and take a picture of myself for it to be valid?
No.
Somebody has
Not
to. Yes.
just
So
that.
At
if
least
you
It
one.
has
took a
to be-
picture, if
Hold
you
on,
went
let
on
me
a,
answer.
on a,
Let me answer in kind. So
go ahead.
it doesn't only have to be that, but you do have to have some form of verification. If it's not verified, it is not definitive. Simple as that. Because if it's unverified, it could be something else. It could be doctored. It could be whatever. So you cannot have an unverified photo and present that as definitive evidence by definition.
So what do you mean by verified? What do you mean by verified?
If a
You can have
king
different
asks
forms of
you for a
verification. You could
dinosaur,
have
Like
Go ahead,
how?
Don't
Like,
use
what do you mean by
verification
if a
to
king
describe what
asks
you mean by
you to
verified.
bring him a dinosaur, you need to bring him a dinosaur. Verification, buddy. The fucking living thing, the dinosaur. He needs that.
Okay, well, I was
Whatever
going to
you're
answer it
talking
in a
about
different way.
verifying, he needs it. No,
So the
I'm serious.
question is not.
So for me, there would be different forms of verification. The best, the gold standard for sure, would be observing it yourself. Secondly, you can go to things that have lower confidence values, such as relying on a video that's a credible video with like maybe multiple angles or uncut or live streamed or something like that. And the more you rely on these, the more you have less of these things, the less that confidence threshold goes, that confidence value goes in that evidence.
So to percentage,
so
though,
multiple. So okay, wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
In your scenario, we have dozens and an overwhelming amount of tier number 2 things that you just described. Tier 2 things. Obviously, tier 1, no human has been there that we know of. But tier 2, we can combine an incredibly large amount of things together. So
I think you misunderstood me. What you guys have isn't tier 2. You don't have a video supporting these.
Yes, we do.
These pictures. You don't have a video of the camera, you know, with that's credible.
A
and
video.
We have
the camera.
listen. We have listen. Okay, you're pigeonholing it into a very tight sort of description. But even with such a tight description, we do have that exactly what you're describing. We have for Mars landers specifically.
We do not.
Yes, we do.
Not have.
Yes, we do.
Did
We have.
finished my sentence. I haven't even finished my sentence. I have not even finished my sentence. So how could you do that? So, do you have footage of the sun?
Seriously,
and the moon
just mute them up. Conversation will go better.
Can I at least finish my sentence first?
Is that how you guys work, really?
But I
Just
honestly, I wasn't
the
finished.
conversation will go smoother. I
So
promise.
I was not even finished, honestly.
And I left out one
I
criterion. One criterion that should be mentioned is that it's very like we're talking about how it's
No
verifiable.
orbit. Nothing's
it should be
orbiting
independently
anything live.
verifiable. We shouldn't have
The
to
Earth, the moon, or the
trust
sun.
one particular organization
That's
or
what we
group
need.
of organizations.
Well, that's just weird to me. But anyway,
We need something orbiting
You're low.
something live. A moon, a sun, and Earth orbiting those three objects live. You know what I mean? Those
You're not even talking about the same subject.
Democ's not adding anything
I'm totally
productive.
talking about the subject.
All right, one at a time, boys.
Hello.
Talking about verifiable
take a break.
evidence that would suffice for me.
Give me a
If
second
you
here.
can see something in your video, orbit the
Hello?
other thing, and orbit the other thing, that would be cool.
God. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool,
yeah.
Demok.
Hang on. One. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Y'all just were ignoring me. Okay.
I'm still yet to finish. Go ahead, Rocky.
Yeah, let's a great topic, man. But come on, y'all gotta control yourselves a little better than that. I mean, you know, we know the drill here now, so let's take care of so I don't have to come back. No reason for me to be here.
Okay,
Alright,
so
get back at
percentage.
it.
What's the next thing? Percentage. What's the next thing after I tell you that we have independent observations from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter or other satellites showing in real time the rover descending through the Martian atmosphere and landing on the surface. So
Bullshit.
I'm gonna guess that you're next. I'm gonna
I'd like to
guess
see
that
it.
I'm gonna. Well, wait.
That's
Okay,
bullshit.
I could show it to you, but what I'm guessing your next thing would be is it needs to be independent, not from the same organization.
You just said
So it's
independent.
like-
No.
Hold up, you just said independent verified images. So
Yeah,
why would I ask for independent? It's already independently verified.
Independent of the rover itself. It's a completely
Oh, no, that's not
separate
what I meant.
instrument.
Did it magically get to Mars? Did it magically get
Yes.
there?
So
Chronic.
percentage. That's what I'm saying though. Is
Chronic, how are you guessing that that's what I'm going to say when I literally said it a minute ago?
What you're no.
You're
I'm
not
guessing what
you're
your
just
next.
repeating what I already said.
No. I'm predicting what your next thing will be, which is.
I already said that. I said
Okay.
One criterion that I should mention is that it should be independently verifiable.
Sure,
meaning
which is
we don't
weird
have to rely
me.
on any one organization or group of organizations. That's
Sure,
literally what
okay.
I said.
Okay. So
Science
next.
is weird to you. Science
Sure.
is weird to you.
Sure. So next.
Being able to
another.
repeat the fucking claim is weird to you.
Don, chill, Don. So the next step is a different organization, some other international organization, some other country in Europe or whatever, has data and images and observations of the rover descending through the atmosphere and landing on the planet. Now, you are a globe earther, or I just want to know where you stand on that. So it's a different
Bro,
organization now.
Don't worry about the next step. Worry about the first step, which is providing the evidence that fits this criteria.
We have that exact evidence.
No
Please
data,
provide it.
numbers.
It doesn't.
are not
It doesn't fulfill. It doesn't fulfill your needs to be. Separate
Verifiable.
organization or whatever. No. Separate
anyone
organization
see
is
it
what I have a problem with.
Independently
It's verifiable. It
Can
is
anyone
verifiable.
independently see it
Not
from the
independently
ground?
verifiable, though,
with
right?
their own
What's the
video
difference between
telescope?
independently verifiable and separate organization?
Right.
So
can
independently
little kids
verifiable
see
would be
it?
anyone could verify it if they had the means.
Can little kids see it from the ground? Is what we're asking.
What?
With good telescope. Don't
Could
say
they get
what.
their hands on the data, verify all the...
Mute Democ.
So you mean it's too hard for a kid to look through these said telescopes you have and look and see anything you guys got
By
going
the
on?
way, the original
odd.
claim was, how do we have proof that the Mars rover is up there? The
You don't
question
state what
should be,
people's claim is.
how do we have proof to the flat earthers
Quit
that
making
there's a
stuff up.
rover on Mars? That's a different question
You're
because their
talking to
standards of
yourself.
evidence are different from a
Yes.
normal person.
This is very clear. We
Yeah, we're skeptics. We are not gullible retards.
Reality is different from
And the
your.
answer to that is
we don't just believe whatever we're told. Like a bunch of sheep.
Because your standard of evidence is impossible to achieve. And it will always
Maybe
be
for
moved.
you. Maybe for your limited mind.
Will always be moved. I might add that.
My standard of evidence is achieved all the time as I go through life, because I'm a realist. I don't just believe things that people tell me for no evidence, no
Right, we need a
evidence.
production, a procedure of production.
I'm on Mars.
Things.
Just believe me.
Right. Is that how we do it, extremists? We just believe you, just willy nilly.
All right, percentage. Let me list a few. I'm just curious. Let me list a few. Only a few. Not. It's not exhaustive. It doesn't include all evidences. But let me just list a few.
I'll show you a video of me descending to the Mars surface.
All right, Don. Cool. Get to work on that. I'm excited to see it. The obviously the direct images from the rover itself, independent in the sense of a completely separate instrument, not tied to the rover, observed it descending through the atmosphere, deploying its parachutes, landing on the surface. Telemetry data that shows the different velocities and different telemetry information that's not images or anything, different sensors. Let me wait. I'm not done listing. Yep, I'm not done listing.
But all these could be on Earth.
Yep.
So far.
Of course, yeah. What 100,000 people, maybe even more, over the entire history of these rovers and their projects to manufacture and develop them. That are
100,000 people. What?
That not a single person has leaked any sort of information about the global massive cabal cover-up that is fake rovers.
You think the cabal programmers would let your telemetry trackers fucking not be tricked by the fact that it's just giving a fainter signal up there, like doing a fake Mars? Like, you think your cabal programmers would allow that crime?
Yeah, to me, that's more than sufficient enough. And I haven't even listed
how many
everything.
people do you think would need to be in on the lie for this to happen?
An inordinate amount of people. That's unrealistic.
Two cabal programmers.
I don't think so.
Two cabal programmers.
Yeah, literally two, maybe.
No.
The Sith Lord work in pairs.
Okay.
And however many levels of Sith that there are, that's all you need right there.
Anyway, to me, the things I listed are overwhelming. Obviously, not to you or Don or flat earthers. I guess I even think to generic skeptics in the world that would be enough, but not to like severe, hardcore conspiracy theory skeptics. But it's understandable. You obviously have your opinions. I have mine. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my threshold for skepticism is different than yours. You're more gullible. You'll believe things that aren't apparent.
Call it gullible, but
it is gullible. That's where it is.
No, it's not, because if you just got a damn telescope, you could probably see it yourself.
I can see the Mars rover if I had a telescope.
No, no.
Okay. Anyway, obviously.
We'll build a mirror as big as the Earth. Okay, it'll block out the sun only half of the day. If we make it float on the opposite side, like the moon side, maybe we could get away with it, and then we could focus in on these otherworldly areas that people just claim to be all the time.
Yeah, we don't need to go that far. Chronic is like acting like there's, he's like, anyways, okay, like there's no way to solve this. When that's not the case. This is really easy to prove. All you need is for one of these shuttles that's going up,
more
to have
cameras
attached, aimed at the horizon, like constantly aimed at the horizon, such that horizon, that flat horizon, turns into a globe.
I already showed you.
It's as simple as that.
Yep, it's funny that we all agree on this. It's funny that
we don't need Mars rover. We just need the Mars shuttle that went to Mars. And just aim it at the horizon.
I can't even tell you how many pieces of evidence that we have of that already.
We don't have a single video like that. Single uncut video.
Why would
the
horizon
turning into the
one thing change your mind?
I mean,
I accept
upside down is sideways.
I accept that.
Won't matter. Any video is fake anyway. Won't matter.
Yeah.
Told you.
We'll
go
present it
exactly.
first.
Even if we would have
that's not true though.
It would be very easy to prove.
they start to get overwhelming.
Percentage.
Where
Go ahead.
Even if we brought you that specific video, who's to say you wouldn't deny it anyway?
If it was credible, why
You
would I
just call
deny
it
it?
fake.
Well, if
You
that's
just
a
call it
specific
fake.
video,
You just described.
why would it have to be a specific video? It should be there all the time. It should be like it should be like, oh yeah, there's an airplane going sideways. We're seeing that from a long ways away. It's obviously upside
An
down.
airplane going sideways.
If it's credible, who
Yeah, of
determines
course, if it's credible.
percentage? Yourself? That's kind of a double standard.
Yeah, who's the arbiter of credibility?
I've already given the criteria that will like say whether it's credible or not.
public consensus. Public consensus is
live
the
streamed,
arbiter,
if it's
and you guys
uncut-
should respect that right now you don't have the best public consensus. We're not fucking crackpot loony.
According to who?
They don't have one.
According to half the fucking people in this room, God bless.
Yeah, just you guys. That's it. Nobody else thinks like that.
Yeah, we're the only flat earthers in the world.
I'm just saying, you don't
7.4
respect-
billion people think the Earth is round. 100,000
Listen,
think it's
you
flat.
gotta remember,
They're still
This
calling
ain't
it
a
we
flat
compare-
earth thing.
if
But it's
we
not a flat earth
Congratulations,
thing.
propaganda
listen,
works.
if we compare all of humanity, dude, from the beginning till now, everyone who's ever existed, there's far more flat earthers than globers any day of the week.
And how do you know that?
That's actually true.
Because
How do you
for millions of years, humanity has been under the impression by the appearance of what nature presents itself as being flat. And if you look at all ancient cultures, they always depict it as being flat.
I'm gonna pull one from
500.
Yeah.
It's only
And
up
what does
until
that
the
mean?
last 500 years. I'm almost done. It's only up until the last 500 years that you guys have presented this Jesuit ball belief system. Prior to that, everyone was under the impression that the Earth was flat. So
What do you
we
mean
are
by-
the
what do you mean
majority.
by present-
You're just the
What do you
current.
mean by
You're just
presented?
the current conception.
What do you mean by presented? You mean like we actually went out and viewed it from afar?
Like propaganda.
All evidence.
Nobody
all
wants a
evidence.
presentation like your presentations.
All
I'm gonna
evidence. All evidence presents itself as flat.
Dyslo, I'm gonna pull one.
What evidence
I'm
is
gonna
that?
pull one out. Hold on, Bebo. I'm gonna pull one out of the percentage pocket here and say you're just appealing to consensus, bro.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, even for the
he's
bro in there,
denying
too.
your appeal
So
to
what
consensus.
evidence presents? What evidence
That's
presents
not
as
proof
flat?
that's flat, but it's just showing that your guys is like claim that 95% of the people on Earth.
But I
believe
said
it's a
bro,
globe
though.
is whatever.
But I said bro.
So let's go back. Let's
Did I
go
say
back
it
to
that much?
that evidence that presents
did.
as flat.
Can I pose a question real quick? Percentage guy.
I want next.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. So when airplanes go into the distance, they are following the curvature of the Earth according to globers, right?
Yes, if they're maintaining their altitude.
Okay. So if that is the case, is there a reason why we are not seeing like the bottom of the airplane or the bottom of the nose of the airplane as they get further away?
You mean after a couple thousand miles?
Oh my god!
I don't know.
It'll be a couple thousand miles, bro. For perpendicular.
All right, I'm gonna head out.
I think the reason that you'd be given it's a fair question. If the airplane is big enough, I think they would say that you would see that.
Right.
If it's big enough, and it's going far enough.
That's the thing is everybody. That's why when I said that, everybody was like, "Oh, no."
Yeah, that was
like
so if there was a dragon blowing fire in the sky, would you see his underside or would you see his top side?
Let's say flying. I don't know, like above the. I guess I don't know my airplane terms, but above, so it's safe enough. Airplane deck, like the deck.
Let's say, why don't they tilt? Why doesn't any
about a unicorn
Well, let me just
versus
answer
a
the question
dragon?
in
Who's gonna
completion.
win?
So, Sugar, if the airplane was big enough such that these source points, you can zoom into it, and the angular resolution would be big enough that you could still see it up until the point where you have this geometric horizon that they claim happens, then you would see it. You'd see the underbelly of the plane, and you'd see it going nose first.
That's well better. More well put.
Mm-hmm. But they would say that the airplane's too small, and you could zoom in, but it's still going to be below your angular resolution, or it's going to be like the source points are going to be obstructed by the atmosphere.
Let's say it's 60. Let's say it's 67 miles away.
I don't know.
In the air.
That would be one
That's
one
more
degree
better.
of tilt.
If all
you
what
need,
you would
if all
expect to
you need
see?
is a bigger plane, then just use clouds. We've never seen the bottom of clouds becoming more visible in the distance.
What?
What?
That's a good point. Also,
It is a good
I
point.
think we do though, bro.
How do you even know if you're looking at the like what orientation?
No,
the
it's a
cloud
valid thing. The cloud's shape doesn't really change such that we're seeing the underbelly of the clouds as it's going farther away.
How do you know what part of the cloud you're seeing?
Because if it's moving away and going over this curve, you would expect that there'd be a change in shape because it's not symmetrical, right? It's not a sphere.
Yeah, the clouds change shapes all the time.
I don't know if I've ever seen a cloud basically do a somersault, a slow somersault.
You can use particular types of clouds that retain a sort of pillar form, like a cumulonimbus. A cumulonimbus is going to be a vertical pillar of a cloud, which has a very flat bottom.
And I don't mean to no
when they say
disrespect your
rolling
vertical pillar,
clouds,
but
they don't mean that it's
Right
rolling
here.
over the curve.
There's horizontal blankets also of clouds.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The clouds do reside at a set altitude, and you don't see that altitude deviating its path or its tangent. It remains parallel to the surface throughout, and apparently flat, and it all converges at an apex due to the Rayleigh criterion, and nothing to do with the curve of the Earth.
But I do see the convergence, but I think there is a little bit of a baby tilt. It looks like a baby tilt now. Is that due to refraction or something like that? Like I don't know.
Hold up, you've seen a cloud baby tilt?
I think so. Look up to the horizon, bro. People have done photographs and tried to show the parallel angles of them. I think people have done work like that. If I don't,
Yo, boys, straight up, I think we need to chase this down because it could be a flat Earth proof.
well, they were debunked. They were trying to. It was a
clouds.
flow proof. I saw it, if I remember correctly.
All right. Well, it's the fundamental flat Earth proof then.
Well, I mean, it kind of goes with the altitudes, like how they say there's set gases at set altitudes. Like we should be able to see this apparent curve with the difference in altitudes, whether it be the troposphere, the ionosphere, whatever it may be. There's set gases that residing at set altitudes, and if we don't see that measure from the surface up showing any type of deviation, and it just remains consistent, then it's pretty fair to say that you got no curve.
All right, we're naming this one after me.
No, me.
The toposphere or the droposphere?
I had a question for Percent. Like you said that we need reputable video of the Mars thing. So is it fair for me to say that I accept that the Earth is
No,
flat?
we're not jumping to Mars. We're not jumping to Mars.
Let him ask his logical question. Let him ask his question.
Shut up, guys, bro. Yeah, Percentage, you said that you need to be a reputable source and things like that. So can I say, is it fair for me to say that I accept that the Earth is flat when I get all the continents in one video looking at one direction?
First off, I didn't say it needs to be a reputable source. I said we can't rely on any one source. I said it needs to be credible, a credible video. But your question was, if we have all of the continents in one frame, then what?
Yeah. Is it fair for me to say that I accept that the Earth is flat when I gain altitude and I see all the continents in one shot?
How do you know that they're all the continents?
Well, it would have to be on flat Earth, no?
No, because we don't know if there's an edge to begin with. So how would you know that they're all the continents? Maybe there's more land like beyond Antarctica.
Sure, but if there's more land beyond Antarctica, then we still have all the continents.
Okay, let me answer it this way. It would disprove the globe if you had all the continents on one plane in one shot.
Yep, and you said you would say that is a fair request by me in order for us to be flat.
If we were able to go that high.
So how high would we have to go?
So far, I'm not sure we can go that high. So far, I'm not sure astronautics is even a thing. I haven't seen a small-scale demonstration of astronautics in a vacuum chamber at all, so I'm not sure.
Only a portion of the ground is going to be illuminated anyways.
Yeah, but you still have lights on the ground. So, I mean, city lights, things like that. You can see those from there.
Well,
Let me just answer it this way.
that's what you've
Fundamental,
heard.
you could go next. So I
Okay.
would say that at the root of this is a shifting of the burden of proof fallacy. I don't think you're understanding that the fact that the Earth is observably motionless and the horizon is flat is the default. It's a null hypothesis. It doesn't need to be proven. It's a truism. So
But it
the
is
burden of proof
so.
is on the positive claim,
Yes.
which is that it's actually a globe.
No, your claim about those things is in contention. So
Which things?
that the Earth is observably flat and motionless.
Of course,
It
the
is
Earth is
observably.
observably motionless. You don't feel motion. And it's
that's-
also observably flat at the horizon because when you're standing at the beach, it looks flat. I don't know how you could disagree with those. That's the common
And
ground that we come from.
even if you go as high as any person has ever gone in a balloon, much higher than planes or climbing a mountain, Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that stuff is flat.
I feel an ants on a basketball thing is coming.
No, I don't have to. I mean, sure, if you, I mean, it doesn't look flat when you see things obstructed by the horizon and mountains appearing to go down from your eye level with distance. I would say that it's in contention.
Yeah, Blackpool doesn't seem flat to me, but
And also the rotation, we can measure the rotation. So.
Percentage. One more thing. I hate to steer it back to Mars, but it's only going to be 30 seconds. And I'm sure this is not going to make you magically become a glober, but a European satellite that's orbiting Mars took images of Perseverance descending and its landing on Mars. What does this mean in your realm of credibility?
Why no horizon? Is it just showing the flat ground of Mars
Was
again?
I asking you, Don?
No, he said it's
Oh
showing.
man, but my bad.
Perseverance is
guys.
the rover, right?
Well, yeah. Yes, the European satellite. Here, I'll put it in chat. Here it is. European satellite imaged the parachute that the rover deployed, the descent stage, the rover itself, and the heat shield that was jettisoned off of the object when it descended through the atmosphere. So independent organization showing different parts of the rover on the surface of Mars. Obviously, I'm not expecting you to believe in the globe now, but where does this lie on your credibility meter?
So I believe I made mention to this, when I mentioned that I don't want to have to just believe.
Yeah, you did.
Give the benefit of the doubt to an organization or
you said
a group
uncut
of
images.
organizations. So they might be inclusion, they might not be, but ideally, instead of just jumping to this, that this thing is falling on Mars when they haven't shown any demonstration of astronautics and they haven't shown that the Earth from from space
leaving
as this
Earth,
shuttle's leaving Earth. Exactly.
Yes, thank
It's
you.
kind
Leaving
of a
Earth,
leap in logic to
uncut
automatically assume that this third step is true.
I mean,
right. And think about this, chronic. Think about this. I know this isn't going to make you a skeptic magically, okay? But you remember when we were talking about the horizon shit and the Mars is saying you were confident that it was going to be there, and I don't think it never really was there, right? But that's something to think
I honestly
about.
don't recall what you're talking about, Don. But
now you don't recall. All right.
You know how long ago that was? Yeah, I mean, I guess I get your point. Percentage. It sounds a little bit to me like goalpost moving, but I'm coming to your line in the sand that you've drawn. I'm bringing you what you're asking to bring to that line, and after
But
I bring
you're not, though, because
the line gets moved.
Who's
I mean,
to say
I
that this
am.
image is verifiable, though? You're just giving me
based on
another unverifiable
on-
image to support the first unverifiable image. And
No,
it's just basically a house of cards.
Based on your verbatim, your criteria that you described earlier, this meets it. This does meet it.
How?
Now, I know there's more that you're adding on, or that you
No, how does
can
it meet
add
it,
to
though?
it. You said
I asked
two
earlier.
independent. I know extremistus. Extremistus is being proven to be correct right now with what he said earlier, but But,
hold on. So how does
but
it
he
mean it?
prefaced it the whole time of
No,
of
let him
this
say what I
category.
said. Let him say what I
Yeah.
said. Go ahead.
Of course you're going to claim that I'm incorrect, but anyways, strictly speaking, two independent pieces of evidence, observations or whatever, that show the rover in some capacity coming down through the atmosphere or landing or on the surface that are not from a single organization. Two independent organizations that are not.
Let me respond. Don, let me respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
Chronic, you conveniently, whether maliciously or not, left out a word. It wasn't two independent organizations. It was independently verified, right? Verifiable. So, pieces of evidence. These pieces of evidence, neither of them are independently verifiable. Neither of them have been verified. You're trying to prop up one unverified one with another unverified one to claim that the first one is verified.
Exactly. So the meme about 8 million cameras taking a picture of the next camera of the next camera, you're proving you're that meme. You're a walking example
Chronic,
of that meme.
I gave you the criteria to show whether it's verified. I've given you the criteria. I've said, have live unstream, uncut video, or multiple angles. I gave you multiple criteria, and none of them have been substantiated.
So what in your mind?
Instead of even having images, we should just get rid of images. It's almost 2022. We could have just a video, a live stream video of the horizon turning into a globe. That's it. That's all we need. We don't need to go to Mars.
Have that.
We don't need to go to the moon.
It's embarrassing.
It's
embarrassing.
There's no good video.
We have that, man. We have so many examples of that from rocket launches.
Don, you were trying to get in?
I mean, I'm with you. I mean, everything Chronic is saying is true, but everything what you're saying is a different burden, and he's trying to get as close to the burden as he can. But it's like you gotta respect the independent thing. Go ahead.
It's just seeming to be more and more unobtainable, and that's nothing new that I've heard. But anyway, so the next step of this procedure would be some other independent observation of this European satellite that observed the Perseverance rover, and then that thing that made that observation would need to be verified by the next object, maybe some satellite, around the moon or whatever, from some other organization, to verify that really happened, and then a big telescope on Earth from some third-party organization that's independent that observes that moon satellite that observed the next satellite. It's the camera. It's the link of cameras meme, like incarnate.
Hey, Percentage, have you ever been to Australia?
No.
So how do you know it exists? Have you heard from somebody who told somebody else who told somebody else who actually went to Australia that it exists?
Yeah, there's a lot of independently verifiable evidence.
But so what is
that Australia is actually a thing now?
What
if the only photos of Australia came from NASA and other space agencies, I'd be skeptical of Australia. But I can call a person in Australia who works at the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, this is not even comparable.
Fundamental. It's a bit more difficult to get images from the surface of a different planet. So yes, you can call a corner store clerk in Australia to verify that it exists.
And here we are because of that.
I'm
glad you understand there's a difference.
At what point? Yes, of course there's a difference. But at what point does there need to be enough of this chain link camera memes to be credible for you guys?
Comparing Australia,
you don't need any camera links.
There's four independent countries that have satellites orbiting Mars, but this is not enough. So I'm just asking where.
You think countries are independent?
So how about in a few years? In a few years, when some of these the next rovers go and they get samples of Martian soil and they send them back to Earth. What I'm giving you guys a really, really early sneak peek. You got to come up with some sort of way to deny that.
Why have we?
Chronic? You just
why have we devolved when it comes
to Mars and get this? You got to verify that they're going there.
Why have we devolved when it comes to human space travel since the 50s? Well, you got a lot of fucking questions that can't be answered, all right? And comparing Australia to whatever
Devolved?
space bullshit.
We had cities on Mars that we've devolved now to only rovers on Mars since the 50s.
Can we?
And also,
No, when it comes to human space travel, hold on, guys. When it comes to human
Jeremy,
space
think about
travel,
it. Jeremy, think about it, Jeremy.
yeah, you think about it. When it comes to human space travel, 50 years ago, we were able to go 200,000 miles or however far the moon is. Now we only go 200 something miles. So we've devolved when it comes to human space
We've had this
travel.
conversation 80,000 times before. Man.
And not specific to Mars, but we do have many independent pictures of Jupiter and Saturn and all of the other some of the other planets taken from amateur astronomers all over the world that also match NASA's picture.
They could just be astral projections by the Illuminati somewhere. That's just projecting it onto the good old dome. But
ridiculous straw manning isn't gonna
but
work.
Don, so Don, like what Democ was saying earlier, like so getting physical samples.
We're still on this Mars.
Getting physical samples from the surface of Mars that are sent back to us to examine and physically, manipulate.
How about unicorn farts and unicorn turds, bro, and leprechaun gold, bro?
Yeah.
You got any other magic?
I actually have a formula for unicorn farts equals rainbows. So
Yeah, if you
can verify
leprechaun gold, bro.
Let Don respond.
Mothman, bro.
I cut him off, and y'all kind of. I was chronic, yeah. So if we come back with the sample, then what?
Moon rock.
No, I'm asking you. Then what? Then nothing changes for you.
Well, why would it?
I would say show us that you can go in the first place.
Exactly. Why would it change? Why would it? If we're saying, hey, we don't know if we can even leave Earth and go to Mars, why would having some material be any? You got to think about that.
No, I get it. I get your
up.
point. No, I get your point. But from a globe
What if they brought back
Earther
purple hearts, green clovers, and orange stars, like the Lucky Charms?
Give me 10 seconds, please. From a globe Earth's perspective, when we get samples back, the what now is we learn an exorbitant amount more information and detail about the composition of the Martian.
Sure, it's open to the public and it's real and all
humanity, not non-flat earthers, non-conspiracy flat earthers. Is who I mean.
You're just gonna cream your pants when someone gives you a handful of
saving
dirt.
and storing moon rocks than you did the data telemetry and the technology to get to the moon. Why'd you guys put more money into storing moon rocks and dust than you did the data telemetry and the technology?
Yeah, who knows, man? Go ahead.
More respond to his Mars learning claim, and which is true, but it's like a real scientist, Chronic, is gonna want to keep in the back of his head. Okay, should I overconfidently just believe that this Martian material, or should I understand that these people could be bullshitting and this is some other exotic material from on Earth?
Well, what I'm saying that you're obviously going to disagree with is the important consideration to make as a skeptic is not from my point of view is not obviously you're going to disagree. It's not whether or not the sample is real or fake, or I've been a sheeple that's blinded by the global elite cabal. The actual important questions are whether the sample is contaminated before it got back to Earth, if it's a pure sample of Martian dirt, or if there was some contamination or like other aspects or things that may introduce like some issues with the analysis of the dirt.
Didn't they just find an organisms in the depths of space that's upon the spaceship, supposedly, that's eating at the glass and the metal, and that supposedly these things can live and withstand vacuums and the conditions thereof. So I mean, there's going to be so there's going to be contaminations that are not perceived as a possibility, and it only takes one of those to skew your results. So
yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that. I
mean,
there's a hypothesis that the first life form that's found on a different planet, like Mars or a moon of Jupiter or something, like if it's a microbe or microbial life, it'll actually be a contamination from us that we brought it with us there. That's a legitimate.
Yeah, you never seen
like,
the
concern.
movie Venom?
Oh my god.
I mean, this is all speculative rhetoric, dude. Let's talk about things we can touch and
Bring it back down to flat
tangible
Earth.
to
Yeah,
us.
yeah. Bring it back down. Bring it back down. Yeah.
Thank you. So about the atmosphere, I think it's we should really call it the Atmos parallel.
Plane. Yeah,
Atmos parallel, Atmos plane. I mean, there's no sphere to it, and we need to get that out of our vocab real quick.
Absolutely, good point. You're begging the question automatically when you say atmosphere.
I mean, originally, the atmosphere was referred to as the Atmos or the Atman. I mean, no one ever added that extra little sugar on top with your little spheroid nonsense. So it's really the Atmos or the Atmos plane or the Atmos parallel, whatever you want, but nowhere should we have sphere
Yeah, you're
within
right.
that.
I kind of forget to. I always say atmosphere, so I got to check myself. Start saying atmos.
I'm gonna call you out every time now.
Yeah, keep me honest.
It's all right. Sometimes I say planet, and I gotta remember to say realm instead.
I try to avoid. I just say like, if we're talking about things in the sky, I'll say celestial bodies. And if we're talking about like Earth, I just say Earth. Or if we're talking about a specific one, I'll just say the name of that one.
Yeah. Well, in order to identify it as a celestial body, it would have to be outside of our terrestrial reference frame. So something like an airplane, which resides within our terrestrial frame. I guess what would you call that? Just like
I'd call it an
object.
Yes, well, I'd say the difference is, like, we don't put the celestial bodies up there, whereas any object that we put up there, it's not a celestial body because we put it up there. That would be like the difference in categories.
I just think it's counterspeak when even mainstream says that supposedly our Atmos extends far past the moon. So technically, it's all within our terrestrial reference frame.
Oh yeah, Jem tried saying this just, I think it was yesterday, the day before, because I had called the things in the sky luminaries, and he's like, well, when we put a satellite in there and up there and it's reflecting light, like metal is reflecting light, then it's a luminary. So I had to dumb it down and say, listen, the category for something considered a luminary or a celestial body is, that we didn't put it up there, that it's, naturally there.
How about those shooting stars? What's up with those?
What we need to see is a shooting star going up, right?
Which we've seen dozens and dozens and dozens.
No, chemo won't be satisfied until we see a shooting star going up. Okay.
Seen it tons of times. I've seen it with my
Never
own
seen it. You've never seen a shooting star going up.
Okay.
Goes from horizon to horizon.
Well, let's see one. Let's see one going up.
Or let's see one traveling just like a shooting star looks, but coming all the way down and turning into a meteorite.
Hey, Chronic, let me ask you, what colors should shooting stars look like?
Well, it all depends on what their makeup is and how fast they're traveling and if they actually come into the atmosphere or not. Because you got to remember, there's a difference between an asteroid and a
meteoroid.
There you go. Meteorite,
What
comet,
if I saw like
asteroid.
a red one, just like flying super fast? What would that mean? Is that anything?
That's probably iron. Probably nickel iron.
I mean, that's from their perspective. As far as shooting stars go, for me, I'd say we're clueless.
I saw a red shooting star like flying that was like super fast the other night.
Have you ever seen a red shooting star come out of the nexus of Uranus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now that's yeah, you better call 911.
Yeah, you got blood in your stool. Maybe that's the joke.
I don't even know where I was going, but yeah.
You don't want anything red shooting out your anus. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you might have a nebula on your hands.
So, can I ask the room? Have we at least settled into two camps of definitely globe or possibly not globe? Or is there any people in the third camp of definitely flat earther hanging around that have some evidence to wake us all up with?
Even the hardcore globers like Veach and a lot of those guys, they know that there's a possibility it could be flat.
What about the hollow earthers? You ignored those.
It's flat and hollow. There you go.
You could have a flat, shallow, hollow earther.
Right, but are they like definitely, or are they in like the maybe not globe camp?
Well, the Earth is hollow because you got tunnels, right? So the Earth is absolutely hollow because of tunnels, and it's flat because there's no measured curve. So there you go.
Or another option where it's both at the same time.
I'm still up for a globe. Like, hey, you show me something, prove something for once in your friggin' life. You know, you'll have me.
I'd be concave before I was.
We don't want you on our side, Jeremy. We don't want you on our
sitting here
side.
fighting for it because it's kind of embarrassing the way what you guys do. But you know, if you could
You're
just prove
better off-
anything.
For the globe side, you're better off as a flat earther. You do more to prove the globe side from the flat earth side.
Bro, I'm a beast in the streets. I'm damaging, right? You guys get fucked up every time we talk almost. Chronic, how many W's I got over you? At least 5. That guy's no joke. You don't know what he does.
I'm ordering dinner. Hold on.
All right, when you get
Did
back,
you say you
how
have
many
5 wins over me? Yeah, right.
Oh, at least
At
4,
least.
3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
6
okay.
maybe.
Okay.
As long as
I
we're
put
keeping
us-
it friendly here.
I put us
I like
at
that.
even
I
at
like that.
best.
I'm ordering dinner. Wait, did you say you have 5 wins over me? What the fuck?
Yeah, I had to double. I like couldn't believe my ears there.
At least 3, 4 wins, 5 maybe 6.
If you have
7,
6
8,
wins,
9.
if you have 6 wins, I have probably like at least 26.
Bro, it's so many I've lost track. Anyways, the point is,
Yeah, you're
you
a
know,
beast in the street. Yeah, we know.
beats in the streets. That's right. Thank you.
What a slice. I think it'll be Chipotle.
You know, I got to give a lot of credit to the guys in Gems. You know, I tell all the flat earthers, yo, you gotta go spend like a year in Gems, 10, 12 hours a day before anything. You know, you're gonna find out what you're made of in there. You're gonna learn a lot. You'll learn a lot in there. It's gonna be frustrating as fuck, but you'll definitely learn a lot. I learned how triangles work over there. I mean, I don't really need to know. I got all kinds of math, geometry people, so it's not really, you know, imperative that I know a lot of these things. But yeah, you learn a lot over there.
Over where?
What do you learn? What do you learn about triangles?
I taught him a lot over there too. I mean, that's a place to go where, you know, you can witness live people's disbelief of new science and stuff. You know what I mean? Like you'll tell them something, they'll be like, "You're crazy," and then they'll be like, "Here you go."
What are you talking about, Don? Man, I entertain every single new piece of science that you bring to the table, Don.
You're a cool cat though. That's why I fucks with you.
But I mean, I don't. I see it sometimes, but it's not running rampant over there. But
oh, they're just.
What do you learn about triangles over there?
Oh,
they have
tons
three-
of
they have
stuff
3
over
sides.
there. I learned a lot of stuff about triangles and gems. I learned a lot of stuff about triangles and bevs. I mean, you guys got to branch out, really get your
About triangles?
spread your
Can you
wings.
hand me a triangle?
Triangles have 360 degrees.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
can you physically hand me a triangle?
I learned how to.
Yeah, I could give you a triangle.
On the outside.
Jeremy, hold on. I'm asking Jeremy a direct question. Jeremy, can you hand me a triangle?
Triangles have
Yeah, I can hand you a triangle. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Don't
you realize
triangles
that
have
wouldn't be a
900?
triangle, right?
Why not? Can we draw
Be a
triangles on
triangular
paper?
prism.
Can
Can
we
a
draw
triangle
triangles
be
on
three
paper?
dimensional?
At most.
Can a triangle be three dimensional, or is it only two dimensional?
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I could have handed you a triangle. 2D objects don't exist in reality. Neither do 1D.
Thank
That's
you.
actually what threw me off.
Just
the
wanted to
string
make sure.
theory. Yeah.
Well, you
No,
can
Wanted to
hand
make
use
sure I could.
triangle.
We good? Yeah, we're good here.
no, yeah.
What else do you learn about
2D
triangles?
What
Want an example?
what is the fight over that philosophy even for?
Or the
Like
the surface stuff that was going on yesterday?
all of it they've done. I've heard it a million times before. I don't even understand what it matters to either side.
I'm with you, Don. I'm with you, Don. If
here's
you want my
the
honest opinion,
answer.
just okay. Go ahead, Fundy.
Here's the answer that no one wants to like position themselves in the compromised position. They're both right. A surface is two-dimensional, and a surface can be three-dimensional, but not in the way it's two-dimensional. But it can be both at the same time.
Yeah. What were you going to
You
say,
know what?
Carl?
I think I could.
If you ask me, I think go ahead, Jerry. I'll
It's
continue
both.
waiting.
That's
in the
all I'm
queue.
Frank, you
saying.
got next.
Okay, I was
say-
just gonna say. I was just gonna say, for like 10 seconds. From my experience, I'm on board with you, Don, for that specific thing, but also in general. I think the level of this isn't a real word, but pedantism, like how
It is
pedantic
actually.
some people, some people can be, in the argument, completely ruins so many arguments that could actually be otherwise like fruitful or productive. But it's just so much wasted time when it boils down to pedantics.
All right, this is a pointless statement.
Pedantism is
Thank
actually
you,
worse.
thank you, Krennic.
It's
That was
ironic because
pointless.
I'm wasting time by saying that. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Jesus Christ. So listen,
ahead.
how about I get a white piece of paper and I make I'm gonna get a triangular shape, right? And I'm gonna fucking have a spotlight on the white paper. And then I'm gonna make a shadow. The shadow is gonna be the triangle. You like that? That's 2D right there, right?
Wait, I think that's actually a big brain take from Jeremy. Maybe.
I couldn't even.
Technically,
it was so big brain.
I learned something recently about triangles. That you can. Well, we all know the Pythagorean theorem: a squared plus b squared equals c squared. But I learned that the geometric proof of that is that you actually draw squares on each side of the triangle. And because perpendicular lines are able to be done, you can cut the hypotenuse square with that perpendicular line, and that proves a squared plus b squared. Those squares,
line A and line B,
squares are actual proof of the mathematical equation.
Hey man, that's
awesome.
great. And if there's one thing I wish was shown in schools along with the teaching of the Pythagorean theorem, it would be those squares drawn on the three sides of the triangle, extended out into an actual shape. When you do that, things just click so much better than just putting it in a mathematical equation like that. When you actually get to see each side of a triangle represented as a full-fledged square of their own,
Yeah.
and it just
that
makes
was
so much more
actually-
sense.
Yeah, I agree. And that was geometrical proof, I don't know, hundreds of years after the actual mathematical thing. So I thought that's cool. I'm fucking old. But I was like, holy shit.
How old
How did
are
I
you?
miss that?
How old
Yeah,
are
so
you?
I
He's old, Jeremy.
How
I
old
think
are
it
you?
also comes down to the curriculum. Like teachers can teach it, that the one way Fundy just described. I even think I remember doing something even with squares. It's so long ago, but the curriculum also, like, you
I
could have a
didn't
shitty
even learn
teacher who's just teaching, like, it's not even really teaching. They're just pointing to, read pages 10 through 30 for homework or something. Not even.
Yeah, the logical part of that has been wiped off curriculum. It's just formula here, formula this, formula that. Know it or get an F.
Yeah, they should teach logic in school. Absolutely. Because they don't do that. I didn't learn logic in school. Did you guys?
No, but everyone should have been taught the flower of life pattern. I mean, it's the funnest thing to draw with a compass.
You talking about the Fibonacci types?
No, the flower of life pattern.
Something else, yeah. What's that's built into some city streets, actually. I think in
Where you pivot?
in Europe, there's a couple places in Europe that has that design built into like the street pattern. Did you
There's
did you
just
guys
so
watch?
much.
Didn't like the United Space Program or whatever use it was either the flower of life or the seed of life pattern to be their universal flag, something like that.
Probably. I mean, it's so deep, and like most religious symbols, the intersections of the circles of flower life pattern are the blueprint position points for where like lines intersect on most the yin yang, the cross, the Jesus fish, the Holy Trinity, the Star of David. I mean, they all the tree of life and the Kabbalah. These are all just color in the dots, like color pages of the flower life pattern.
This
It
sounds like
contains all of them.
This sounds like gematria with geometry.
Some people call it
Pretty sure
sacred
you just
geometry,
do a
but
complete circle and then you pivot, isn't it? And then you do a complete circle and you pivot or something.
so if you take a compass and you keep it at its same exact like range, the radius, you draw a circle, and then you take the needle side of the compass and you stick it absolutely anywhere along the circumference of the first circle you just drew, and you draw another circle. Now this creates a perfect Venn diagram where each circle's most outstretched point touches the center of each other's center points. So you have two circles that touch each other's centers, right? And then this creates two intersections between those circles on the top and bottom of where
So
they
you have to
cross
go
each
to
other
the
and intersect.
intersection from there, right?
So, yeah. So then, so after you've drawn one circle and drawn another circle where you stick the needle on its perimeter, there's only one rule that's easy enough to explain to a 3-year-old to allow him to endeavor on drawing one of the most profound patterns ever. All you do is you stick your needle point of your compass on either two of the intersections of where those two circles cross, and that's the center point of your third circle. And then that's going to create two more intersections, and then you choose one of those, and you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with it. It is like the geometric sort of expansion of divinity, and we all know circles are profound as shapes. I mean, the alpha and the omega, like infinity and zero at the same time.
I mean, I do appreciate the way you put it.
It's just a Vesica Pisces.
The Vesica Pisces is the second step of the flower of life pattern. The Holy
Guys.
Trinity symbol is the third step. And once
the
you've done,
I'm running to the arts and crafts store right now, buying
The
a compass.
Vesica Pisces is actually in some of the monuments. You got to remember the Freemasons built a lot of this architecture in the city, even the layouts to the city. So a lot of this shit that you're saying is built right into buildings, city structures, streets.
the compass is literally the compass is literally their symbol.
Yo, if anyone's interested in this, you should watch Secrets in Plain Sight. It's like a 3-hour,
That's
4-hour
a good one.
YouTube. Yeah.
Yep.
I watched that.
Yep,
That
that's
was
a good one.
excellent.
Yeah, that's a good one. Euclid. Vesica Pisces, just Euclid. It's like book 1.
Secrets in Plain Sight, man. It's 3 hours of pure gold.
Yeah. Oh, that was great. That was great.
I mean, did any of you guys know that you got the Washington Monument, and then you have sidewalk walking paths that are sort of around it in the shape of a Vesica Pisces, which is the vessel of the fish or the vagina, which the Washington Monument, the phallus symbol, is directly in the center of that vessel. So the Washington Monument and the surrounding walkways is literally the yin-yang symbol for the union of opposites. These Freemasons, they fucking put all this stuff right in plain sight.
And Virginia and Maryland, in between
Right.
is
Virgin Mary. Virgin Mary, dude,
yeah.
it's crazy. Who the hell set this all up? I mean, the coordination involved, the paperwork, the bureaucracy, the fucking like putting people in positions of power in order to pull this off time and time again. It's unreal. Where I feel like at the top of it all has to be like Satan or something. It's just too much all over all the time. It's like a reality breakdown. It's just like, I don't think that like bowel movement having, sex act having 3 meals a day argument, like, what should we order for lunch? Do you want Subway? No, I had Subway yesterday. Let's have pizza. No, what kind of pizza toppings do you want? I mean, all these conversations that would happen between these controllers trying to like get their business done. It's just too impressive. Where like, I don't think that literally like 99%, like 99.99% of people are even in on it consciously. I think that they play their role without even knowing that they're like serving a greater purpose for evil. They just think they're doing their job.
The 33 thing.
Well, sure. I mean, where does that really stem from, though? What's the most profound reference of 33?
Yeah,
is it the spinal column?
Barometer.
Is it the spinal column? Is that really what it all comes down to?
No, I think from
33 vertebrae.
I'm not going to be able to do it justice, but Bev has said some stuff about it. About 33 feet is where
the barometer.
There's habitation of water, and that is an extremely interesting physical fact. There's a lot of
you got 30, and you got 32 degrees being the freezing point of water or the melting point, right? So I mean, close enough to raise some eyebrows for me at least.
I would say the 33 feet thing is probably something that came after the fact, because in ancient times, when they still considered 33 special, they didn't even have feet.
Listen, the most interesting number is 273.
They did have feet in ancient times. Oh, that's a really good one too. I could go on an hour-long rant about 273 and 108.
273 is the best one. It's in so much of the stuff we talk about here. It's the
background cosmic radiation temperature, 2.73 Kelvin.
Yep, the temperature of interstellar space. It's the circumference
and
of
absolute
the sun.
zero.
It's a ratio. The moon is 27.3% the size of Earth. The lunar sidereal orbit. The lunar sidereal orbit is 27.3 days. There's
the spin and the orbit. Yeah, the rotation speed and the orbit.
There's so many 27.273s. I can't even remember them all.
That's literally, it was space was my obsession before Flat Earth, right? I was all into space, and I was coming across people like Secrets in Plain Sight and the YouTube channel Sacred Geometry Decoded, who is all about this sort of stuff, the solar system and harmonics in it and stuff like that, and architecture and Freemasons. And I thought I knew something about space, because these are literally the numbers NASA gives you. Oh, by the way, there's a discovery I made on my own. I hope you enjoy it. So one day, if you take into consideration NASA's numbers for the exact length of a year, it's roughly 364.242 days is a year, and one day is 0.0273% of a year. So even
that wasn't even on my list, bro. Wow.
Yeah, that's my discovery right there. One day is what percentage of a year? If a year is 364.242 days long, it's 0.0273%.
Well, did you count a solar day or the other
just those numbers? NASA will tell you that the year is 364.24 days long.
Yes.
And one day is one. One day is the number one, you know? It's one.
I see what you're saying. All right.
And so one divided by 364.242 is 0.0273.
Yeah, you gotta put that on a list, bro. I don't know. I wasn't on the website when I saw
it's on Yeah, it's on my list. And you got absolute zero being negative 273 degrees Celsius.
No, it's Kelvin.
No. The cosmic background radiation is 2.73 Kelvin, but absolute zero in Celsius is negative 273.
Yep, that's it. And if you try to square a circle, the empty space will be
yeah, it's all there, man.
yeah.
You can't.
It's ridiculous.
It's impossible.
No, if you draw a
ridiculous.
circle, if you draw a circle inside a square, or maybe it's a square inside a circle, one of those will have the empty space. Will be 27.3% will be empty space or something.
Of the square poking out the corners or something. Yeah.
Something with a circle and a square. There's tons of 273 shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, and when you're squaring the circle using the center points of the Earth and the Moon touching each other's surfaces, you get the Vitruvian man squaring the circle phi relationship, but then you also get the 3, 4, 5 Pythagorean first. The what do they call them? The perfect Pythagorean triangles or something like that. You know what I mean? The ones that have whole numbers. 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, you got a list. I don't know where my list is at. We post a list of this, the 273 numbers in the live stream 2 text chat.
I can direct message you all the ones that I know about sometime when I'm feeling up to it.
Oh no, I was just wondering if you had a list on hand. It's not important.
Also, the number 6 is also considered a perfect number in the fact that it is able to be divided by all of its factors. So 2 times 3 and 1.
1, 2, 3, 6.
Yeah, it's divisible by its factors.
These are called highly composite numbers, and it's a really interesting number sequence. So you got like 6, 12, and then 60, and it's so interesting that numbers above 12 can't be divided into as many factors as a number less than it. You know, you'd think the higher the number, the more even factors it would have. But yeah, it's a fascinating number sequence of highly composite numbers.
It's also, there's another one that's similar to what I think that you're saying is the infinite of primes.
That's another weird one, because you'd expect when it comes to primes for them to be more and more separate as the number gets larger. But you get like 1 trillion, 6, whatever, blah, 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 11. And then you got 1 billion, the same thing, but 13. And those are only two quantities away from each other. Like, wow, even in the trillions, prime numbers can be 2 positions away from each other. You'd expect primes to get more spread out as the number gets higher.
That all comes from all that Euclid stuff that seems to be
it's unpredictable. Oh yeah, totally. Prime numbers are completely unpredictable, just like the transcendent numbers like pi and phi, and how special they are, you already know.
Regarding perfect numbers, the next perfect number after 6 would be 28, and you can derive the 28 by approximating the time period between a sidereal and a synodic moon month. And interestingly, the factorization of 28 is 2 times 2 times 7. And if you extract the numbers 2 to 7 from that factorization, you can at first see that 227 is the 49th prime number. And you can also come up with a formula like you just divide 22 by 7, which is approximately pi, which is really interesting regarding that ancient cosmologies like Greeks and Hebrews considered the moon as the numberer, Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Another good one with the Fibonacci sequence is that the 12th number position in the Fibonacci sequence is 144. And so it's the 12th position in the sequence, yet it's 12 squared. 12 squared is 144, and the 12th addition in the Fibonacci sequence is also 144, or 12 squared. It's not so deep, but it's a cool coincidence. I can't really build from it, but it's a nice one to know about. But a really cool one is that they say...
The 13th one was...
sorry, go ahead.
I was just kind of just kind of, I don't know, expand on your point there. It'd be cool if if there
go
was
for
a
it.
pattern to that. If there was a pattern to that, like the 12th one, and then the 24th one was like 244, or 2,444,
Maybe
or
there's
2,000.
maybe there's a relationship. Maybe there's a relationship to phi and the highly composite number sequence I was talking about earlier. Yeah, there might be something there.
Oh, speaking of the Fibonacci sequence, you got the band Tool.
Yeah, they're crazy.
So, yeah. So I don't know, it was a long time ago when they came out with their, I think one of their first videos is like really weird, like stop motion thing or whatever. But Maynard was talking in an interview about he told the stop motion people to be like, hey, do it in a Fibonacci sequence. And that's what made it look weird. And then he was like, well, I don't know why I told him to do that, because everything's already in that sequence anyway in nature. Anyway, it was kind of a weird, interesting kind of side note on that.
Warm too.
I think Tool knows more than they lead on to admitting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Maynard knows jujitsu.
Something like that. Mathematical jujitsu. So here's a cool one. Like, I know the distances and sizes and speeds and relationships of all like the heavenly things because I am a fan of a certain set of numbers, and it turns out the same numbers that Freemasons worship are the same numbers expressed in the dimensions of the solar system that we were all taught. Aha, isn't that funny? What a coincidence. I used to think that the solar system was very special and designed specifically by God or something to be all harmonious, even though they say it's random cause and effect. But I learned better than to believe the numbers that NASA gives me eventually. But a cool one, according to them, in their belief system, is that the average distance of the moon is the same number as a synodal month. So you got so full moons are every 29.5 days, and the distance to the moon on average is 29.5 Earth diameters.
Wait, what kind of months?
Synodal. There's sidereal and synodal or synodal. That's the difference between that's the difference between when the moon starts in a sort of geostationary position above the Earth.
Oh,
and,
okay, yeah. I got you.
And then orbits around to the same position above. But when the moon returns to the same position above, the Earth has traveled to a different angle on the sun. So even when it returns to its same position, if it was a full moon before, it won't be a full moon again because the Earth has moved on. So there's another 2 extra days, 2.2 days, that it takes to get into the new moved along position to become a new full moon. It just has some catching up to do. So there's like a sidereal month, which literally is side reel, like a side roll. Like it breaks down that way. I rolled around the side once, a side reel, like a reel of film or something, that spins. So there's a side reel or sidereal, and then there's a synodal or synodal month, which just means every full moon cycle, which is longer because it has to catch up.
The moon has always mystified me.
Yeah, it's the most mysterious thing. It's the most mysterious thing in all of existence. There's nothing more mysterious than the moon.
How about as mathematical identities, Euler's identity?
Tell us about it.
E to the I times pi, e to the power I times pi plus 1 equals 0.
Equals
0. Yeah, because and that is an imaginary number. Yeah, Euler. Yeah.
Right, but that is considered the most beautiful mathematical equation known to date. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculously simple and fantastical because it goes off into basically theoretical geometry.
Well, it's interesting that, I mean, E and what do they have to do with each other?
Right.
You know, the square root or I squared or whatever, square root of -1. What does it have to do with anything? And
all is one, man. That's all it points to. All it points to is that man actually does have a sort of transcendent mental ability to grasp like these transcendent ideas, like absolutes, and represent them, and do math and stuff. I mean, it goes to show that all is one. The universe is a beautiful harmony, and that man does have the intellect, not to understand everything, but to at least appreciate some of the main beautiful aspects of it, and come to understand just a taste. It's just absolutely incredible and wonderful.
And yet math doesn't mean anything.
It's a language, man. It's like English. I mean, you can say you can write poems in English. You can express your feelings in English the best you learn how to. I mean, English is beautiful. Mathematics is also just a language. It lets us talk about things in simple terms and communicate. But yeah, we don't want to get carried away with ourselves ever, where you got that Red's rhetoric quote every flat earther knows, where math is reality.
Right. But I just to kind of go back a couple steps real quick, not to disrupt what you were saying, but I think the Euler that equation was to try to disprove Euclid's fifth postulate, the parallel postulate, if I remember correctly.
I'm not sure.
I think that's how he was trying to do that.
That sounds interesting. What does a mathematical equation have to do with any sort of other person's idea?
Repeat that?
You're saying that someone developed this equation to disprove something? I just don't know what someone's like amazing realization of tying all these different figures to each other in this beautiful way has to do with disproving some person's other, their idea. What does it have to do?
I think there was a big whole deal about people hundreds of years after Euclid had his whole book. And one of the things that people were trying to disprove was I'm going off of memory, and so don't quote me on any of it, but I think the parallel postulate, meaning if basically two lines that intersect, or a line that intersects two parallel lines, the lines on the inside, or the angles on the inside, will be less than two right angles, and then so therefore they will intersect. So basically it's people have mathematicians, including Euclid, Euler, were always trying to disprove that fifth postulate, and one of the ways that they had tried to do it was with that Euler's formula, and I think that's where it starts getting redefined in spherical geometry and things like that. So I guess I don't know. I guess I'm rambling, but there's many.
No, you're not.
Many people after Euclid put down stuff without numbers and just lines and saying stuff about them. People were trying to say, no, that's not true in some way or another. But what they ended up doing was basically logical fallacies along the way, and continually getting kind of like, I guess, disproven in their proof, because they were always assuming that lines were parallel. So it's very interesting, and I mean, to me anyway, of how brilliant mathematicians have always gone back to, like, how do you disprove this without assuming it? So I don't know.
I'm sure what you've seen on this topic is amazing and profound, and a really interesting era battle between people and history and stuff. But I gotta tell you, I couldn't follow what you said at all. But I'd love to see like a documentary made on that. That sounds absolutely fascinating, and I'm sure it's very profound.
Well, I mean, if you're into that kind of thing, I suppose.
Yeah. That's right up my alley. Of course, yeah. I just gotta say, yeah, I didn't really catch any of that, to be honest. But I don't know. The only thought I have when it comes to the equation is one guy, Euler or whatever his name is, right? Just like thinking about these discoveries that have been made in the world with these mathematical concepts people thought up that seem to serve some purpose, a progression in humanity's understanding of the universe. And then he's like, all right, whips out his calculator. Well, he probably didn't have one, but does it by hand. And he's like, all right, so if I put this here and that there, and then equals 0, and he's just like, and then he just like comes in his pants, and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah, right. Just and he says, "I am a god."
Yeah, take that.
My mind's mind of mind says something. I don't know what I'm saying about something that I'm saying, but it's definitely that.
To be the person who stumbled upon the understanding, I mean, he must have felt like the luckiest man in the world. It's too beautiful, especially since it's like it's part divine, right? It reveals a divinity, but it's completely made out of man-made mathematical concepts. So it's a wonderful. It's like the rainbow bridge that connects Asgard to Midgard. You know what I mean?
I think no, I don't know what you mean.
That's Nordic mythology. It's the bridge that connects Earth to heaven. It's a rainbow crystal bridge, and like that equation is that like bridge. Where it's like this is man-made. This is the realm of Earthlings and the mundane, and this equation is the path to fucking heaven. You got 0, you got I, you got -1, or you know what I mean? You got all these
Those are all things that were invented by people and saying, in order to, in my opinion, in order to justify concepts. Because when you go back to just the basics of it, you don't use numbers, you just use lines to make circles. Like that to me is like profound, like, oh shit.
Geometry. When you really look into geometry, and you don't need to know trigonometry, you don't need to know like anything advanced. You just get a basic grip on the basics of geometry, and you start understanding, like you start to grow an understanding. It's incomplete, of course, but you start to grow this understanding of like what divinity really is. Numbers and shapes, they're little keyholes that we can peep through in order to see heaven. It's so strange.
It's the basics. It's the foundation of all mathematics.
Yeah, it's gotten us pretty far too. Now we just need to stay humble, stay curious. Keep that same passionate, adventurous spirit.
There is only one.
Sure. I mean, I agree. I agree. There is only one.
You can have one or nothing. You could have the whole and one piece of the whole. The whole is one. Every little piece is one. Everything is just one or nothing. I mean, come on, man. Can we imagine this? And how could this be it? Right? Like, so there's probably so many different realms. Yeah, there's probably so many different realms, dude. Where there's twos and threes.
It's not it.
This is the thing. This is the thing that's happening.
Oh, it's the happening, yeah, but it's not it of the happening. It can keep. I mean, you never know. I mean, like we got here from somewhere, right? We weren't always here, right?
Let's
don't
rep
think so.
this at least. Let's do
No,
our best with this, you know.
I disagree. I think this is the thing that's happened and will happen, and is happening. This is the place where it happens.
How many
This is the
multiverses
happening.
though, do you think? Do you think it's just
No,
one
no.
verse
This
or
is
multi
the multiverse is
permutation? How many permutations?
the multiverse is the potential, and the potential is what's called the future. But the future doesn't exist as a concept, just like multiverses. There's only the now. There's only the.
That's exactly what I was going to say. What multiverse?
There's the now and there's the this. That's it. The now and the this. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Now it's always
That's
in the
my
past.
Deadly
there's
video
now
game
and
with
there's
just one
this.
man? Oh shit.
There's this now. I mean, that's just my opinion, though.
This now is already in the past.
Only if you want to limit your interpretation of what I said. I mean, I hope you know what I'm trying to get across.
The
Language will fail me. Yes, you can be pragmatic and semantic about my words, but you know, I hope that like even though English will fail me, you get the point I'm trying to get across. There is this now, and that's as much as, I mean, that's all I have to say.
You don't think there's no layer
This now.
of layer of supreme that could be having us on like pause or anything, or put us on pause and rewind, and
you want to put the supreme somewhere else.
I don't know if it's that I want it. I'm just asking what you think
in
about
your
it.
words. In your words, I'm saying your words are wanting this. You want the supreme to be separate and somewhere else, looking down from above.
I guess it would be in that premise. I guess I would want. I'm saying I would
Can
say,
I
what
ask
do you
a
think
question?
about if we put its possibility of being
Why
somewhere
is
else?
it supreme?
You want it in
What's
your
supreme
words.
about it?
In your words, you want a book that's written by an author, and I try to spread the message of a book that writes itself.
Not really. Not if you name what it is, just like everyone else. You like name what this thing is, right? It should be
A
the most
self-writing book.
No,
I'll
not a
give you
book.
some real quick.
Not a
I'll give you
book.
some real quick.
The thing you're talking about, God itself. It should be the most known unknown. It shouldn't be supreme anything. It shouldn't be anything really. How the fuck do we know? It could
I
be
mean,
nothing.
sometimes when I speak
I think that
about
there is
God,
only God.
I'm not talking about the origin unknown. I'm talking about like a middle ground creator sometimes. And you can envision creating a Sims game where people they think that's us. We're the people in the Sims. They think they're sentient. But within that Sims game, I mean, the programmer would have the power to just like pause it and rewind it, or have multiple copies of it.
What?
And therefore,
No,
even though we're in one, we could say we think this is it. This is the now. But like there could be multiple. But anyway.
What if there's a version of the game where the programmer can't fucking do anything to the game or can't adjust the game in any way?
Could be.
Could be.
Absolutely.
That's
Could be
that's
that.
what I was saying earlier. That you want an author with a pencil that writes the book, and you don't want to entertain the idea that it's a self-writing
Hey, could you
book, a
please
book
stop
that writes
saying I
itself.
want and stuff like that? I don't think that's
I'll
fair
try.
to keep saying that to me.
Okay.
About want.
If you don't like that, I'll try to choose better words, man. I hear you.
Yeah, I'm just asking, what do you think about either possibility? Like you seem a little more certain about one than I do to me, and
Fair
I'm
enough.
interested. Yeah,
No,
I'm
I hear you,
interested.
man.
Why you
Yeah.
say that.
I'll think about my words better from now on. I'll listen to you and respect that.
The way I think about it is like the artist can never actually be like completely a part of the painting. He can only express himself through the painting, right? But he can never physically put himself in the painting because he is him. Right. That's how I think about it with God.
Oh.
Right? The earth, us, we will be the painting, the canvas, and he is somewhere else. He can never actually put himself in the canvas.
All right, so I think that any thought of separation is an illusion, and that it's a convention and it's a abstract sort of standardization I
That's
don't
called
think that
separation anxiety.
I don't think that there is such thing as true separation of anything from anything else. All is one, and it gets
Right.
complicated when we get
In a
into this
certain way.
detailed world of ours. But
It's true in a weird way.
the fundamental matter of fact here is that all is one. So stop trying to separate the author from the book or the painter from the painting.
Oh no. There's no book author. What if it's like a computer where you make a computer just to do some shit you can't do? What if the thing or the whatever can't do some shit and we're made to do that shit that can't do?
I think that this is the place that can do all possible things.
I agree with that.
All
I tend
possible
to
things.
think that this is heaven. I think that this is hell. I think that all those places that we think we came from or that we are going to after whatever this time is passes, I think this is the place. I think that we are only going to circle back to this place, and they're going to continue to set us this place as the most magical place in the world. And if you think about it, it really is. You can really turn this place into whatever you want it to be, as long as it's what you want.
That's true.
You control the fate of the universe. You
Not
control the fate of the
necessarily the
universe.
fate of the universe, but you can control the world around you as long as it pertains to you. You can't control what happens. You can't control what the decisions you make and the consequences of those decisions that you make.
Sure, but you influence the fate of the universe, which is a form of control to a partial degree.
Yeah.
And if
I
you
agree
want-
with you that you influence the world around you. Yes, that is true, but not control.
Well, influence requires control. You can't influence something if you can't control it. You can't steer a car without placing your hands on the wheel. But of course, when I say you, everyone's going to think, oh, this arm and these legs and these toes and my torso. And when I say you, it means, oh, your body. But if all is one, then you need to start entertaining the idea that you is all of you. And that separation is an illusion, as convincing of an illusion it might be. When you really get down to the bottom of it, you understand that your cells all think that they're individuals, and they don't even understand that they're all working together to form a body. It's an illusion that they're under.
Yeah, it could be that we are a part of a small part of a giant cell. Unbeknownst to us, we all kind of we work together like a computer, like chips. Like maybe we're the on and off thing that gets things done in this reality. For as far as we know, that could be our reality.
Yeah, individuated units of consciousness. Look up Thomas Campbell. He's got it's called My Big Toe. His TOE stands for Theory of Everything. It's amazing. It's crazy, but yeah, a big database, and everybody's an individuated unit of consciousness, just like in a World of Warcraft or whatever, like you were talking about. And the parameters have been set. You can't fly.
There's even people out there that will swear.
The double slit experiment. It goes into this guy's a quantum physicist, credentials out the wazoo. But yeah, he goes into like the metaphysics part of it that it can explain basically everything.
There are people out there that literally say that. Well, this is what they say based on their research. That the earth, the land, and how they structure buildings, that is like a motherboard. So if you were to take the simulation into consideration, right, and think about buildings and how they build them and how they function, because there's a lot of people looking into these things now. Like they're looking into a lot of weird things, and that shit seems to add up.
Yeah, and even the Big Bang can be explained as the computer powering up.
I think I can wrap things up about this place. It might sound arrogant, and I'm probably wrong, but I feel pretty confident in saying that this place is a reconciliation of paradoxes.
What does that mean?
It means it's a compromise. It's a mixture. It's a gray zone. And
Well, it's
that
all about
absolutes
probability.
absolutes don't exist here, only a mixture to different degrees of absolutes that fluctuate, throughout time.
I think each and every last one of us, or at least the ones that have souls, I think we chose to this place. Like, I think there was a conscious decision to come into this place.
Let me.
And I think everything in our life is our choice. If you think about it, everything that happens to you has something to do with a choice that you make.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Let me go on
if
this.
during the living, hold on, let me finish. If during the living,
Okay.
everything mostly revolves around our choice. Why, before we were born and after death, whatever that is?
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry, I lost. I know what I want to say though. I wanted to have a segue that was smooth, but I lost what I was going to use as a segue. Anyways, but it's on your topic of choice. You're talking about choice, and I was talking about how this place is a reconciliation of paradoxes to compromise the gray zone, and how you guys might know. I have a quick question, and I'm going to follow up. Do you guys know that there's a strong argument between hard determinism, as in a cause and effect view of reality, versus free will? Right? Hard determinism versus free will. You know that debate?
Yeah, I have a opinion over free will. I think that is something that doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, I disagree. Because the difference between being forced to do something is having a choice, right? Am I forced or do I have a choice, right? So this is literally,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you mean fate versus free will?
Not so much the word fate, not so much the word fate, but cause and effect. That everything that's about to happen is because the previous dominoes are knocking it over.
Well, you're talking about probability. Okay, sort of. Okay, I follow you. Go ahead.
So because I have mastered in applying a certain philosophy that I find to be the height of human analysis when it comes to truth, I think what I know applies to everything, and I can reconcile the paradox of these people having great arguments for free will and hard determinism, cause and effect reality. And I can say it in one sentence, and it's going to be a paradoxical sentence, but it will be the most accurate sentence of an answer for this question that they're arguing about. Life, you living your life, you are forced to make a choice. Now, someone tell me I'm wrong that you aren't being forced to make choices. That's a paradox, yet that's the best way to describe it. You're forced to make choices.
Make no choice, even to not make a choice is a choice. Is that what you're saying?
You are forced to make choices. It's as simple as that. It's a paradox, yet it's the simplest way if you just want to have the balls to put things in this way. Like, everything is black, white. Everything is good, bad. Everyone is forced to make choices. Well, how can I be forced if it's a choice? Well, you're forced to make the choice. You have no choice in the matter that you're being forced into making, but what you're being forced into is making a choice.
It's nothing and anything at all.
This applies to everything. You're forced to make a choice.
So how is that a paradox?
Because choice and being forced are opposites. Yet they have to mingle and mix, like black is opposite of white, but what exists here is just shades of gray. Dark grays and light grays to different degrees along a spectrum of gray, but never absolutely black and never absolutely white.
Did you say force and choice
does that
are
relate
opposite?
to your free will?
Sorry, there's a few people talking.
Sorry.
Same time.
That
was cute.
I just thought he was. Did he say force and choice were opposites?
Yeah, if you're forced into your actions, you don't have a choice in the matter. You've been forced. But if you have a choice, then you're not being forced. But what's happening here is you're forced to make choices.
That sounds like sophistry. Force and choice are opposites.
Yeah, this place is gray. It's a mixture of black and white. This place has no blacks, it has no whites, it has no good, it has no bad. It has this amount of bad and this amount of good, like a dark gray versus a light gray. There's more black paint. It's 75% black paint. It's 25% white paint. It's going to be a different shade of gray. But it's never, ever here going to be 100% black paint or 100% white paint. It's always going to be some sort of mixture, even though you and your perceptions might be like, oh, that's white. Well, it's not pure white. It may be like 0.00000 black paint, but you can never destroy it or get rid of it completely. It's always going to play some part. Like, just like good decisions versus bad decisions. You buy your mom like a ruby necklace, and you saved up and you like did honest work and hard work, and you know just totally virtuous labor, and you buy your mom like a Mother's Day present that's a ruby necklace. Well, the money that you spent is funding some sort of slave labor mining camp, right? I mean, there's no way to disconnect your actions from benefiting some other evil action. It's going to be involved in helping some evil force out. You can never control that. There's going to be, just like there's going to be evil in the world. You're never going to have utopia. You're never going to have heaven. You're never going to have hell. This earth is going to always be some degree of mixture between heaven and hell.
Kind of have to have evil, because without evil, then you couldn't have good. Like,
yeah,
you can.
Here,
you have to have a balance of things. It can't just be a utopia, a perfect, because what would happen to people? What happens to people when you tend to be happy, right? You tend to turn into mush. You get bored. You get even a little aggravated.
It's human nature to take what is common and treat it as normal. And if the world is just we're being recorded, I won't use that terminology. If the world is, candy and paradise and cuddles or whatever, then candies and cuddles and paradise will become your normal, and you're going to need something better than that to make you happy. Because people aren't happy with what's just normal. People are happy with what's better than normal.
Yeah, so
you will normalize.
I have a good example for this. Hold on, I have a good example. I've said this a couple of times. This is for the guys that haven't heard this, right? I saw this show called The Good Place. I don't know if you guys heard about it.
Yeah, I think I've seen that.
It's a very interesting show.
Heaven? It's a satire on heaven.
On heaven and hell, right? Right. So in season 5 or whatever, I don't know, they get to heaven, and it turns out that everybody in heaven after experiencing every experience they ever wanted, after having everything they've ever wanted, they turn into mush. They turn into these slow kind of stupid, because they are paralyzed from their happiness. Right. They don't experience any type of diversity, so that heaven turns into some sort of hell. And even though it's a show, conceptually that makes sense. Just think about being happy all the time and having everything you want. What would you have to fight for? You would turn into mush eventually, right? You would want to create chaos because you're gonna be bored to death.
That's why those places aren't real, and this place is reality. And to be real, it has to be a mixture of absolutes, because absolutes don't exist.
Zero
like doesn't exist.
I was gonna say I like how Matrix was explaining that. It's good.
Yeah,
I'm gonna play a clip that I found on that show when the lady Lisa Kudrow, the blonde girl from Friends, she explains it in the show how it isn't a good thing to be in like some sort of paradise utopia, because in theory it makes sense, right? Everybody thinks, yeah, we're gonna do everything, but how many times can you drive a Ferrari? How many times can you bungee jump? You only could do it so many times before you just get absolutely bored by it. Imagine doing everything you've ever wanted forever. Eventually you're gonna be like, oh, this is boring. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep. Any of you guys skateboard?
Wow, that came out of nowhere.
Guess not, huh?
I have.
I mean, it relates. You gotta be a little bit experienced of a skateboarder to understand what I'm about to say. Any of you guys know how to kickflip?
Yep, I know.
Okay, so a lot of people think that you have to take 1 foot off of your board and push off the ground in order to propel yourself forward on a skateboard. But any experienced skateboarder here knows that you can move forward without ever lifting your feet off of the board.
Guys, I posted the clip on Livestream text. Watch that clip so you guys can understand what I'm saying about the concept of a utopia. How it would never actually work. At least with our nature, it wouldn't work.
Well, I think we can have small city-state utopias. Like, I don't think we can have like a centralized system, but I think we can have like small little segmented communities and stuff that's, you know,
Yeah, that's
people can
communism.
kind of.
And I think
No,
that
I'm not
could,
talking about
that could,
communism.
I mean that could work, but you still need some like income of goods or something from outside of that system.
So let's tackle that small community, right? That small utopia that you're saying, all right? How could you possibly prevent certain people from becoming elites, right? Because somebody has to work on the distribution system. Somebody has to work on law and order, right? What can we do to prevent the people that are working on this, right? On society itself from becoming the elite? And having a better life than everybody else. How do we avoid that in a utopia?
Kind of
Let me
like
tell you an ancient tale.
Kind of like the First Nations people did it. You know, throughout the centuries, they essentially just split up, and like I said, the second the community got so large, it kind of fractioned off, and you know, they kind of separated to a degree, and they were neighboring, but you know, and I'm not saying that they had utopia per se. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things they could have implied that or implemented into their systems to help that. But at the end of the day, man, like there's no need for a central system like that, man. Like as long as I think everybody's kind of got the mutual common understanding that, you know, they want to have to go to war, right? Like war is not always the first thing that people want to do, man.
But even though,
especially when you got kids,
and there's utopia, right? I imagine that you can only envision a utopia with your present, with our current technology, right? So you would expect computers, you would expect cars, you know, who are gonna make these cars in the utopia? Because the people that are making these cars, they have to work, right? The people that are making computers and designing technologies, they're working people, right? Because if people were to be in a utopia, they would not do anything. I'm assuming they could choose to do something, and they could choose to do anything. But how many people actually choose to do something?
Well, just because
when I grew up, there weren't computers. The only phone was the phone you had in your house.
Yeah, the abacus.
That was it. And pretty much like we lived, and life was okay.
That's cool. I get that, but we're talking about about utopia in our time, right? Let's say hypothetically we could design a utopia, right?
Just because we have these like little communities doesn't mean that we can't travel in between our communities and work within our communities, like separate from our community. Like nobody's like putting up a barrier here and saying, "Oh, this is my utopia. Don't come into it." It's all I'm saying is, you know, get in where you fit in, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Birds of a feather flock together, and if this community's got what you want, then so be it. And if they don't, then there's plenty of others to choose. Like, it's like that.
Hey Jay, I want to tell you an ancient story that I've heard. It's really just like a history lesson, and it's about the Sumerians. I don't know what time frame, how long this extended, and I don't know which city-state or if all of them or if a few of them operate this way, but they had this practice in Sumeria somewhere for some extended time where they had a king, right? They had a king. But this was a very interesting way they treated the king one day of the year. So this king, he's got so much power, right? He's the king of Sumeria. And once a year, they literally make the king be naked. They say, "King, take off all your clothes." And they had a city wall, right, with gates. And they would take the king out of the city gates completely naked with all of the citizens who could appear that day. And he had to answer every question that anyone had to ask there. And depending on how he answered the questions, they would or would not let him back within the city gates. And they would also reflect on how he's been ruling for the past year. So I think having that sort of that meeting where you take someone who you have given power, remove them of all their power, and put, you know, this blockade that is like, we're going to review you. We're going to see how you've done this past year. And you are in a vulnerable state, you know? Like if you're willing to take on the risk and the responsibility of being king, then you will subject yourself to the equally low position of being at the mercy of everyone. If everyone is going to be at the mercy of you, then once a year you're going to be at the mercy of everyone. And we're going to let you do things your way. And then at the end of the year, we're going to strip you naked, stick you outside the city gates, and have a little fucking talk with you. And if you've been a nice guy, no one's going to ask any questions. But you're like, don't be naked. Take out, you know, put your clothes back on. Like, come on, you're good. You know, we love you. But if you've done anything that the majority, right, you know, that's like pissed off you about, you better believe you're going to regret the bad, you know, things that you've done this past year. You know, it keeps you in line. So there's got to be checks and balances, right? But what you're talking about is like, how do you, you know, at what scale is it plausible to have a, you know, an operating system of proper checks and balances? This is easier on smaller scales than it is larger scales, right? That's the difficulty, because there's so many people in the world, right? And that's the real issue. There's just so many of us, and we're so tightly
prevent something small scale from becoming huge, right? If let's say we manage to make a utopia, like at least 1,000 people, right? 5 years, it'll probably be what, 4,000 people. 10 years, 20,000 people. If it isn't by force, which will stop the dynamic of the utopia, right? If it isn't by us telling people, hey man, stop fucking and stop having kids, which is some sort of force, which goes contrary to the utopia concept. How will we be able to pull it off and survive without structure? Like that story that you told me about the king, right? One thing I've noticed is that kings and elites, these people are absolutely necessary for society, because most of us don't want to do half of the shit that these people are doing. Most of us don't contribute to society at all. That's 90% of us are useless. We don't do shit.
And that's okay. And that's okay. Everyone should be able to just be as free as possible, but there needs to be an understanding of what's necessary in order to keep structure and organization and prosperity, right? So there's got to be some sort of system of control and order, but there has to be a checks and balance system for that system of control and order, where people are given more power than others. But the thing is, time exists, right? Not conventionally time exists, not ultimately, but conventionally time exists. So you got to discuss how many meetups, how many council meetings, how many gatherings does it take at what frequency throughout the year, and how much power do you want to give someone? And do you want to make like we have a presidential every 4 years, right? Like maybe we should have a presidential election every 1 year, right? Maybe that would be better. Or maybe we shouldn't have a president at all, and things should be handled on a smaller business, because the idea of states in America, it's a good idea in general, but I think the states should be even smaller. I think we should take every U.S. state and divide it in half right now.
I think the people are much too comfortable and much too lazy to be able to successfully run this country.
They're not lazy. They're just busy. We're busy people in today's world. We're
We're never going to evolve until we get rid of the states. We need to get rid of money, get rid of the lines, get rid of countries. We're all here on Earth. We all should be working together as a single unit, as a team.
Is there a baby step? Is there a baby step we can take? What would be one step in the right direction? Right?
Not to make more lines, not to draw
right
more
question, though,
invisible
right?
lines. Is to get we were trying to get rid of the lines. We're not going to draw
But
more lines
that's
to
the right-
split all the space.
That's the right question, though, right? Like that's the right question we should be seeing on the TV every day. What's the next baby step we can take? Right? Let's just do this a little bit at a time. Let's have a clear goal in mind, because we all want heaven. We all want heaven on earth. So every day on the TV, we should see people discussing different ideas of what is the next baby step we can take little by little to create heaven on earth. Yeah, that's nothing you've ever heard before on TV, right?
The problem is, though, the people with all the money, the elite people that are controlling the media and television stations, they're living that heaven on earth thing. They got all the money they need, everything they could ever want. You know, it's paradise for them.
But what makes them any different than us, Jeremy? What makes them
They
any
have
different?
the money and the power to control what goes on TV.
All right, but some of these people were not born rich. There's a lot of people that made themselves rich. They figured out the system, whatever's going on with the world. They figured it out, and they went at it, and they became millionaires. Now
So
I get
okay,
we have these rich families that have been billionaires forever, right? Because they understand the system, but not all of them. Warren Buffett wasn't born a millionaire. Supposedly Jeff Bezos wasn't born a billionaire. These people figured some shit out. They figured how the shit works, and they went at it. What makes
they figured out
any different than us?
Nothing. They just figured out how to get. Go ahead.
I have an answer, but it doesn't apply realistically to reality, because my answer involves the proper education of just wisdom in general to as many people as accessible and digestible and easy to understand as many people as possible. But the problem that runs into in reality is that some people are dumb as shit.
I don't think that. I don't think that people are dumb. I think we all have the same capacity to understand and learn absolutely anything. What I think is that drugs exist. To think that they're stupid, and their habits.
Drugs exist.
They decide to watch the things that they entertain. It creates a world in their head that makes them feel or act stupid. But I don't think that stupid is an actual thing.
Well, some people are literally born like missing a chromosome, and I know that's an extreme case, but some people, I don't think that it's possible to turn everyone into a wise individual. I think that like there's gonna be situations where the human machine, the human biological machine, is just not up to par in certain individuals, and I don't know. I guess that might be a minority. Like it may not. I don't know. How many people on Earth do?
That gives credence to the NPC kind of narrative, right? Where some people are just here to kind of be in the system, but they're not a key player.
I think that's something we're going to have. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll tell you what would be a good baby step. We should stop electing rulers or leaders based on popularity.
Popularity,
contest, right?
Popularity.
We should be electing people by who's the smartest, who can think the quickest on their feet. You know, there should be some other thing we should be looking for, and not just who's the most popular one.
And transparency, right? Transparency is key. If you really want to involve yourself in this arena of being elected, you know, in a battle, this battle arena of being put into a position of power, I feel like the transparency needs to be like, we need your internet search history. We need I know it sounds. One sec. I know it sounds really, really extreme, and I don't want people's pasts to affect people's opinions of you now, because people can change and people can grow and improve who they are. But I feel that like if you want to be president, we should know everything there is to know about you in the past year. From the moment you enter the arena of like, I want to be president, right? And you battle with all the other contestants. I think that you should literally be a reality TV show. Like there should be a 20.
That won't work. That won't work.
Have no collusion.
It won't work because people can't simply handle the truth. People will not be able to take the truth. The politicians, they have to have a public face and a private face, because the people in the public, which is the majority of us, we all chattel property, all in the public. We couldn't really handle the how things are really run. We couldn't handle it because we will realize that we are being scammed. We're being bamboozled.
Really
so
think
what
this
happened
government
is that
stuff
we
works?
will constantly kill these people. We will be, which is probably the real reasons why civil wars happen, because the people realize that they're being screwed. So
I want to know what
they be telling us the truth all the time. It just won't work.
Yeah, why are we trying to believe in government again? Just curious.
There has to be a government. Even if you want to break away and form your own society somewhere, you will have to form some sort of governmental structure, right? To say that we don't need a government is a pipe dream, and it is unrealistic. In every sort of structure, you need some sort of governmental body. It's
Absolutely.
it's unavoidable. You cannot avoid it.
Nature has its own structure. I'm talking about the government that's pervasive today. We shouldn't be
we don't
talking
need
about
that.
these politicians. That's gone.
We
That's
don't
done.
need it. Yeah, we don't need it like it is right now. But Matrix has a point that in some shape or form there has to be some sort of focus of leadership coming, from somewhere. Like, because people have shit to do. Not everyone can spend all day making decisions and balancing equations and stuff like that. There needs to be someone making shoes and sewing the pants together and farming the crops. And technology is amazing. We can apply AI and robots to whatever we can. Sure, that's awesome. But there does need to be areas of specialties, and hopefully that's based upon merit and capability and interest and virtue and honesty and proper qualifications. And so there needs to be transparency. I mean, transparency is the key to all of these things.
No, the
Merit
key to
and
all these
transparency.
things is self-empowerment.
Oh, I agree with that 100%. But that only works on certain people, right? Only certain people want to be self-empowered.
Yeah.
Most
We
of
got
the
to deal
people
with these NPCs.
They really want to, yeah. Most of the people just really want to be taken care of. They don't have the concept of you have to self-govern. You have to be
Can't
your
save
own
them.
lawyer, you have to be your own accountant. You have to be your own government. Most people don't want to do that. So
Can I give you an example?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like right now, we have factory farms. There's pigs with feed, cows with feed, whatever. Everyone that's living today's on the feed. Okay? You let all those pigs free, most of them are going to be dead. But there's going to be a couple that they want to live, they figure it out. We can't save everybody.
Yeah, that's
No.
true. I agree 100%.
Can't
You
save
have to
everybody,
save
but the
yourself.
concept,
But
the
that's
concept of
drastic.
feed.
But that's drastic.
No, it's not. Like they literally treat us like cattle.
that is drastic. No, that
they
is
treat
drastic.
us like cattle.
We are
Of course.
cattle, by the way. They treat us exactly as we are. We are cattle. Our ignorance,
Maybe you are.
Then the only way out is self-empowerment. That's literally.
The reality is the
They
reality.
can't provide better than they already have. They're giving stuff away for
free.
free.
All right,
You're giving feed away for free. We can't win.
Let me finish
might
what
be
I'm
the
saying.
Goyim,
We can't
but I
provide
ain't
better than the
Our
people who are
generation
providing
before
already.
us, our parents, their parents, they failed us. They were chattel, and they continue to remain chattel because they didn't follow they didn't follow what God was
They
telling
didn't
them
know.
to follow. Well,
But they didn't know.
Amen.
They didn't know.
Amen.
We are chattel because of
They
our
signed-
generations of chattel.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man.
What's chattel?
Chattel
slaves.
is when
It's
you
the same
sign
thing?
a birth
Yeah.
certificate under duress, man. You sign your child over to a ward of the state. I addressed this morning on the show, and most people aren't aware of that, man. Like
Not
every
even
damn
under
birth
duress.
certificate.
Not even under duress, because under duress is having the knowledge that you're doing
Yeah, you're
something
right.
that's being forced. It's by complete ignorance. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, they think that they have to do that, which is what
Well,
I'm
there's
saying.
there's
They
where
failed
the
us.
duress comes in because they do pressure you into doing it. They don't give you an option. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's if you want your child, this is where you sign here, and it's like it shouldn't be that way, man.
But you
And
know
you should be knowing what you're signing.
You know why? Because before you gave birth, you signed a contract with these people. When you're getting yourself checked, when you're checking that baby, all those papers you signed, you're signing contracts stipulating to all these things that you have to get the birth certificate, that you have to get the vaccine shots.
So here's the thing: the only way you can legally
the hospital, or is it the parents' fault?
Yeah, I agree.
All right,
And the only way you can legally resume yourself being responsible to those contracts is if you sign your name a certain way. You have to sign it in lowercase letters, your first and last name lowercase, and then right below it or right next to it, you have to put R/R.
That's a Christian appellation. You sign it in the capital in the non-begor, because that's the corporation name, and there you put all rights reserved, UCC 1-30A 1-207 whatever. You're reserving your rights.
All right, let me get a little. Let me get a poll of the room right here, because I think that I'm about to like ground this conversation in something very important to always keep in mind, right? So let's just say that there's 100 unfair aspects of life that are sort of artificial, like imposed upon us. Let's just pretend like it's an even number, 100. There's 100 unfair regulations and fucking stupid ass laws or whatever, controls over us, right? But for the most part, a lot of us are fairly happy in life, right? Like we have the ability to be fairly happy people, especially in America or whatever, right? And it's gotten to a little bit. There's been a few more restrictions placed on us. This COVID bullshit, but let's go before COVID. I think that literally everyone, like literally everyone in the entire world, could be a pretty happy person if only 10 of the 100 unfair ways we're being treated were reversed to normal application. I mean, like we would literally easily be able to tolerate the other 90 if only 10 were lifted, right? No income tax, no property tax, no drug war on drugs, right? Get rid of that, and we're all balling out of control. We're all wealthy. We're all abundant. If only some of the top 10 restrictions were removed that are unfair, right? I mean, I got to pay a little bit of tax when I buy something at the grocery store. Well, if you get rid of my income tax, I mean, I'm going to be living large. If you get rid of the war on drugs and I can just grow weed in my house and everyone's making hemp material stuff and smoking weed and there's people are out of jail and all this stuff, like you get rid of 10 of the 100 unfair restrictions placed on us in the modern world, and look, we don't need to get rid of all of them to be happy. It would literally pretty much be heaven if we could just get rid of like 10 of the major ones.
With that line of thinking, right? With that line of, I disagree too, because that line of thinking is you're giving your happiness to some sort of authority to take away something so you could be happy. I think that if we learn the system, how it works, we could use it to our advantage, because I believe that the system, whatever this system is that is oppressing the shit out of us, I'm assuming this is the best civilization has to offer, right? So it works for some people. It works for some billionaires. How is it that it isn't working for us? Maybe we need to figure out how the system actually works. Do it the correct way. Because as far as I know, taxes is things that are imposed on corporations, right? And since we're going out there giving everybody our last and first name first in capital letters, everybody's assuming we're corporations. So everything we buy has to have a tax. But it has nothing to do with that is fair or not. It's we're the ones that are using the system improperly. That's why we're getting taxed up to wazoo, because we don't know what we're doing.
That's part of it too. Yeah, I mean, they baffle us with the legalese, of course.
We actually don't own anything. I hope you guys understand that, right? We don't own anything. This is why the cars that we buy, we can't jack it up as high as we want to. We can't change the lights. I mean, how make sense to me? How do you buy something, right? With your sweat equity that you work hard for, and they're telling you how what kind of lights you could put on it, you know, what kind of sound system you could put on it, if you could tint it or not. That doesn't seem like we own it.
I think a lot of that is safety concerns, though.
No, bullshit.
For the same reason why you can't.
I understand the bullshit, right? But that's the same kind of bullshit, that the same kind of restrictions they give you on this, like the COVID shit. Oh, we're doing for your safety, right? It seems that they have some sort of little thing to just get the people to accept it. But if it's your property, who is anyone to tell you what is safe for you to put on your property or not? You understand what I'm saying?
But would you say that
I hear you, but as far as like building codes go, like you don't want to build some crazy structure that's going to catch on fire and then set your neighbors on fire, or topple over and crush somebody out that's outside. You know, there's a lot of this shit is safety.
Yeah, I mean,
right, but you got to be transparent. No one's going to fund you if you're transparent about how shitty of a job you're going to build something. So transparency is always key.
There's a lot of good laws.
The problem is the cops have placed their safety above the citizen's safety, and this whole tinted window thing goes right into the hand of the cops once again, wanting to be able to see you so that they can protect themselves. Understandable, sure, but remember, you took that job for one, and for two, skin cancer, right, kills far more people than tinted windows any day of the week.
Oh my god!
So who's really trying to be safe?
I saw a TikTok video of a truck driver, drove trucks his whole life. The left side of his face was all wrinkled and just beat to hell, and the right side of his face looked great. You know, from the sun hitting him the whole time. Yeah, they should have tinted windows on that. Absolutely.
But would you say that it's okay for the government to say that you can't drive under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think it's okay for the government to tell us anything. I think it's okay if you're drunk. Listen, what I think is okay is if you're drunk and you just happen not to hit anybody, that's fine. But if you happen to hit anybody while being drunk, then the full extent of the laws should be applied to you, right? But I don't think the government should tell anybody to do anything. I think everybody should be accountable for their actions.
So if a cop pulls you over and you're drunk, they should just let you go because you haven't harmed anyone yet.
If you haven't harmed anyone, they should just let you go. Now, if you harmed someone, they shouldn't let you go. That's what I'm trying to
punish you more.
It shouldn't be on them. It shouldn't be on them to decide that you might cause something that you didn't, that doesn't exist, that never happened.
How about reckless driving versus safe driving while intoxicated?
A son should not suffer for the sins of his father, and someone who is driving perfectly fine but is intoxicated shouldn't get his license revoked because he was driving fine. People have different tolerances, and there's such as recklessness, sure. But if I'm just like a little bit above the intoxication level, and I get pulled over for no reason, just for a stop and check or whatever, but I haven't broken any laws of reckless driving, then no, I should be fine. More power to me.
What if you have? What if you like popped on the sidewalk and you're all over the road?
Well, yeah. So my girlfriend taught me a very important lesson within the first year of meeting her, and she said, racism, sexism, whatever, any sort of discrimination, like a son paying for the sins of his father, no. Everyone should be judged on an individual basis. And if you are drunk and you do something, then you should be punished more than a sober person who makes the same mistake.
Yeah, but he's saying, Matrix is saying that as long as no one's hurt, but I'm saying, like, what if you're all over the sidewalks? What if you're all like, you know what I'm saying? You're bound. You know, if you keep continuing on and no one stops you, you're bound to just do something, right?
Sure. I mean, if you do something, then you're gonna be held accountable. But the thing is, if you haven't done anything, now there's a difference.
There's no victim. Is there a victim or is there not a victim?
So I'm gonna give you a scenario. This person's drunk. Nobody's been harmed. They're all over the road, all up on the sidewalk, right? School's out, and just up ahead, there's kids, right? All up on the sidewalks, and this person for the last mile has been all up on that sidewalk, and you can't legally pull him over because no harm, no foul, right? But you already know half a mile ahead, if this guy carries on without stopping, you already know what's the outcome's going to be. Do we have to wait till 10 kids get mowed down before we could pull this guy over? Or should we just stop him beforehand?
Is he driving the speed limit? Is he staying within the lines?
He's on the sidewalk, bro. Like, he's going
Well, he's
from...
on the sidewalk. He's already breaking the rules. If someone is sober and drives on the sidewalk, then it could be a mistake, and I don't think he should be punished as much as a drunk person who's on the sidewalk. But if a drunk person is within the lanes driving the speed limit, just the fact that he's drunk doesn't matter to me.
On the sidewalk. Yeah, it's a drunk driver on the sidewalk going from, all over the road, man, and up on the sidewalk. School's ahead. No one's been hurt yet, so you can't legally pull them over. Do you wait till the kids get mowed down before you stop them? What do you do, Matrix?
No, the sidewalk is also an insult.
No, but that's no, because I mean, how is it an insult? Why would the cops stop?
He's driving on the sidewalk.
Because he's on the sidewalk.
Okay. So your criteria. But hold on, your criteria is that people can't drive on a sidewalk. That's an offense. But driving drunk is okay. I mean, that's stupid.
Well, there's also going to be exceptions for driving on the sidewalk. Just the fact that I want to drive on the sidewalk, if I'm in the middle of the desert and there happens to be a sidewalk, then it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, so you're saying that there should be rules about driving on sidewalks, but not about driving while drunk.
No, there should be rules regarding everything, but everything needs to be judged on an individual basis, taking into consideration the circumstance and situation.
Okay, so what would the fine or the
If you're drunk driving in the middle of a desert and you're on the sidewalk and there's no one around for millions of miles, then no, do whatever you want. Also, if you're drunk and you're obeying every single traffic law, the fact that there's alcohol in you, which, listen, I mean, you're in a perfect world, which we're imagining right now, everyone's going to be educated and understand basic morals. All right, so in a perfect world.
Then no one is ever going to be drunk because that's immoral, and there's no issues.
No.
Everyone,
give me an individual. Give me an individual. A drunk guy crashes in a really drunk guy crashes into kids, and a sober person is like dialing his radio to change the music station runs into kids. Yeah, a drunk person, I think he should be punished much more than the guy just looking down for a moment.
I think both should be fined.
Yeah, but I think the drunk guy should be punished more because there's personal agency involved to a higher degree than something that's more reasonable in a complete accident. Drunk is not an accident. Drunk is not an accident.
But are you saying that you make better decisions while you're drunk than while you're sober?
Well, that's an individual basis, but there's a pattern there that I mean that's an easy one for like punishing someone more for being drunk than looking or sneezing while driving.
I mean,
sneezing while driving.
Yeah, but that's totally not analogous.
No, it isn't supposed to be analogous. It isn't supposed to be analogous. I'm talking about things that are your choice versus things that aren't your choice. If you sneeze, it's not your choice. You run some kids over. Well, maybe you should be punished. I mean, it's tough. You got to think about all the other factors involved. But if you're drunk, you knew what you were doing. Now, if you knew what you were doing and everything turns out fine and you're obeying all the traffic laws, then no, I don't think you should be punished just for being drunk. But I think you should be punished much more than a person who sneezed and hit a kid if you're drunk and hit a kid.
So you're saying that so you are saying that when you are drunk, you're more knowledgeable about your decisions than when you are sober.
You're more knowledgeable about your decisions of ingesting alcohol, yeah.
No, but you didn't make the choice to drive before you ingested the alcohol.
It's all part of your routine. I mean, it's all your decisions.
Sure, but if let's say there's two fights, two guys fighting with each other, one couple is sober, one couple is drunk. Which one would be fined more, in your opinion?
That's
Which one should be?
that's an incomplete equation.
Why?
Because you said nothing about the cause of the fight or all the other factors involved.
They were just shouting at each other. They don't know each other.
That has nothing to do with fighting. That's words, not fighting.
No, they are fighting after a shouting match.
Yeah.
They are physically.
Well, people can shout, but then something has to happen in order for it to turn into a
Yes,
fight.
and they are physically fighting because one started hitting the other one.
Well, that's usually how fights go, but if someone starts a fight and invokes violence, then yeah, it's probably on him if violence wasn't necessary for self-defense.
Sure. So which one should the guys who are fighting while intoxicated be like given bigger offenses or like
That's another example where it has nothing at all to do with how much you've drank. It's the person who unjustifiably starts violence. Violence is a serious matter. You can yell at someone all you want. Who cares? I mean, maybe there's ways to deal with that. Maybe there's force to be involved to separate people if someone's harassing someone vocally, right? That's not really something you hear about very, very often, but vocal harassment. I mean, it sounds hilarious, right? But no, I mean, if a sober guy starts treating a drunk guy unfairly and they get into a yelling fight, then the sober guy attacks the drunk guy for no good reason. I mean, the drunk guy's innocent. It has nothing to do with being drunk and being in a fight.
No, you understand it wrong. There's two pairs of guys fighting. One pair is drunk, one pair is sober.
Oh, okay. You're talking about two different situations completely then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's sort of same situations. But in the other situation, the guys are intoxicated and the other one, they're sober. And there's injuries, similar injuries in both cases. Should the drunk guy be given a longer sentence?
There's two drunk guys.
Yeah,
there's
two drunk guys fighting each other and two sober guys fighting with each other.
Oh yeah. If two sober people fight each other and two drunk people start each other, the two people who initiated the fight unjustifiably should be prosecuted, and the fact that they were drunk should be put into the equation. But then there's also lots of other factors that went into what caused the fight. Did someone make a threat? I mean, it's a little complicated, you know? It has to be dealt on an individual basis, factoring on all factors.
I'm just wondering, like, you seem to imply that when you're drunk, you make more knowledgeable decisions than when you're sober. And I'm figuring,
I think you want to reverse that word, or maybe I heard you wrong. More knowledgeable decisions, or
yeah, you said that if someone's driving drunk, that's more intentional than when someone does something sober, like
obviously, right?
How can someone who is intoxicated be more knowledgeable of things than someone who's sober? Why do we? If there's like
every time you take a shot, you say, I need to be more of a responsible person from this moment on. You say, it's going to be harder, so I need to try harder. And now if you intoxicate yourself without signing that contract of saying, I take this shot and I will be more focused on being more of a responsible individual because I know that I'm going to have to put more effort into being logical and safe. I mean, you that's a contract you sign right there.
Would you apply that to actually signing contracts? Like if I go to a drunk guy and say, yeah, put your name over there, and they write it fucking drunk, then I say,
you sign the contract before you sign the contract before you take the shot. You say, I'm about to take a shot.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean.
Okay.
Let's say I'm selling a car, and there's a drunk guy, and he says, yeah, I'm gonna buy it, and signs the contract. And then when he doesn't pay, I go to the police like he was drunk. He knew much better about making the decision than someone who was sober.
He needs to make sure that he doesn't go out into the world. I mean, if you walk into his house and try to sell him a car, that's on you. But if someone's like in a responsible setting and they start drinking, they should avoid going places where like highly financial, quantity, transactions are being done. Like, I don't get drunk and then go to the car dealership. I'll probably, that's a risky place to be when I'm not
Sure. But but you said that if I go to a drunk guy selling my car, then it's on me. But you're implying that it
If you go
isn't
into his
on.
house, if he's trying to be alone and drink by himself, and then you like look in his window and say, "Oh, he looks drunk. I'm gonna go try to trick him," then that's on you.
Just like all
he's
salesmen,
keeping to himself.
Just like every door-to-door salesman goes to a door.
Well, door is still opening the door to you. I mean, if you're drunk, if you're drunk, don't open the door. No one needs to open the door to anyone besides like maybe a family member who's in trouble. If you're drunk, yeah, let people knock on your door. Don't give a fuck about them. It's your house, your door. Don't open it. You're drunk. Yell from the other side of the door. I'm drunk. I'm not prepared to make any sort of decisions right now. So leave me alone.
Just seems interesting to me. Like people who are drunk usually get into fights, and at least over here, it's a lowering thing. Like if you're drunk and you're fighting, the intent is you don't have the intent that you have when you're sober, so the punishment will be lower.
If you're drinking at home, you should put. It's not really something worth concern, but in a world where people really are like knocking on your door trying to sell you stuff, and you like kind of expect this and you know about this before you're drinking, yeah, if you're drinking, go ahead and put a sign on your door that says "Leave me alone." And that's a perfectly wise.
You're making up a world where people need to close down the doors and just sit on the floor drinking alone.
What if you're drunk at home with a firearm?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what about it?
So, someone rocks up to your door. You're drunk out of your mind. You open your door and just blow their brains out.
Well, there's a difference between being drunk and drunk out of your mind, right? When you're drunk out of your mind, that's a decision you've made, and you've crossed a line there. You've crossed a line there. You're not in control. When you surrender control, you surrender the control you had over your own sovereign self to the universe, where you have to accept anyone evil. I will take responsibility for their evils because I have no control over even myself right now. Okay. So if you ever,
utopia, there wouldn't be the need to even drink though, because drinking is a form of escapism.
Or guns.
If you get blackout drunk, then you have to take responsibility for whatever happens, even if it isn't your fault. Because you decided, because you signed a contract, I'm about to surrender all of my cognition to the universe. Whatever happens, so be it. That's what you do when you drink too much. You surrender all of your free will to the universe, and you take responsibility for all of the evil in the universe, because you have surrendered all control.
That should be on alcohol bottles. If you drink this, you're
Sure.
surrendering all control.
To the universe.
Listen, I've had drinks myself right now.
Label. That's the
I've had plenty of drinks myself tonight, but you know what? I'm not at the level where I'm gonna make any sort of mistakes at all.
No, you
I mean, I might like
sound like a lovely
your first
I mean,
mistake.
I might slur some words or mispronounce some stuff, or maybe do some math wrong, forget some lines to a song. But you better believe I haven't signed the contract where I've surrendered my will and my destiny to the surrounding universe. I'm in a safe location. I've drank a safe amount, and if I do something wrong, it is my fault. But I'm in control. I'm in control of myself enough where I'm in control. I know myself. Know thyself. One of the biggest philosophical quotes ever, right? Know thyself. I know myself enough that I'm safe.
Fundy. Have you ever licked a postage stamp?
No, I haven't.
All right, you might be safe.
Why do you ask?
Do you want to?
Why do you ask?
If you've ever.
Someone else knows the joke you're telling, but I just don't understand.
You're in chains forever.
I've never licked a postage stamp, but it sounds like some esoteric legalese stuff. I don't know.
What about a win? What about a window?
Have you ever licked a
Lick a
black
window?
person?
Oh
What?
shit! I have.
No, you're saying some deep shit. It's
Yeah.
what's up, but I'm like, you know, it's
Yeah.
like, you know, you got to stay free, sure, but I like what the dude said an hour or so ago. He's talking about the realm, the paradox of the realm of the choice, but the force to the choice, and all that. It was some deep shit.
Yeah, you're forced to make choices. That's the rules here. It's a paradox. It's gray. It's good and bad, both to a degree. It applies to all things. It applies to everything here. The only thing it doesn't apply to are the transcendent things that you're mentally able to grasp. Because things like black, you can think of it like one of my favorite. Yeah, I'll just tell you. Plato or some Greek philosopher described the process of learning something, and he's wrong. He said, in order to learn something, you must first observe it, then you must analyze and understand it, and then you must retain it in those 3 steps. However, things like black. So, you know, you see something, you understand it, and then you keep your understanding of it, and therefore you've added, you know, one corpuscle of learning to your mind. Right now, I've learned something. However, humans, because of their transcendent nature, half of them is transcendent, half of them isn't. Because of our transcendent capabilities, we are able to learn of things that we have never observed. So we get to skip that first step, make it obsolete in certain areas or certain situations, because no one has ever observed zero. No one has ever observed good. No one has ever observed any absolute term like good, bad, absolute, zero, infinity. Yet we are able to mentally grasp these things, even though there was no observation performed.
Those are concepts. Those are all made up concepts.
I agree. Can I ask him just a second opinion, really quickly, please? Is that okay, everyone? I'll be quick.
Can't grasp infinity.
Well, I just got given a job, and so I was happy. And then I got a letter from the government saying I won't be able to accept that job if I haven't had my first round of vax.
Oh, fuck, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm met with the choice. Do I get vaxxed and accept the job, or do I not get vaxxed and stick the job?
Get vaxxed.
I'm not asking you to make the choice for me.
No
but-
vax.
No vax? Get vaxxed.
No vax.
If there is any resistance in your heart to getting vaxxed, then you are betraying part of yourself. I'm not saying you're betraying all of yourself, but you should always aim to never betray yourself at all.
Cheers.
And so,
thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks, G.
You know, do you want to be shy or like scared bitchiness to pass on opportunities? No, I mean, be real though, right? Like every job to hurt you a little bit, like make you die.
That's it. I'm just hoping like one door closes and another door opens. It's not like
It
the
always
only door.
does.
You know, it's like
God always
people
provides,
get
man.
emotional about
Do
seeing
the
it.
birds worry about what they're going to eat tomorrow?
Yeah.
You are everyone.
I didn't even want to start.
All is one. If you betray yourself, you're betraying everyone.
Cool. No, I appreciate. I'm glad I asked because I wasn't expecting that to come.
It's always the
forward.
second choice. Other than the other choices, there's always another choice.
That's the choice. You're forced to choose. You are forced.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, you can make the choice that you're forced to choose in a way to where it's good for you. So, like, you make this choice out of nowhere. You create it. You create your own source of being whatever you want to do by making that choice yourself. And then you put your voice out there as being like the big voice over the fucking whoever. And you're like, yeah, well, Merle, have you ever heard what Merle says? You know, just spread your own word around shit. Like, and then like you become like a little article in yourself. Like, just be like the voice of Merle. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Everybody needs the voice of Merle. Right?
I'm just trying to find my way, Dan. But yeah,
Right
thank
there.
you.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
that's the voice of Merle. That's your way.
Yeah, I got to listen to myself, right? And you guys, and then we're finding our way.
Promote yourself, and you can be bigger than the other people that supposedly are whatever they think they are. You can be that. Promote yourself
Even
to be
P.
that big
Mars.
thing.
Even silly old P. Mars has a voice in this.
I think Jesus disproved science.
Did he?
What a silly thing to say.
I was just gonna tell you, Merle,
I told you.
the birds never worry about what they're gonna eat tomorrow, man. Like, you know what I mean? And
Yeah, that's it.
and that's, you just kind of got to be like that, right? Like, I'm
Mhm.
not saying you don't prepare, don't, have fortitude. But at the end of the day, you can't like worry about the things like sacrificing yourself for material things, right?
Right? No, 100%. I mean, I don't want to get into it really because it gets a bit bogged down. But
It's simple, man.
I know what's
You don't
going
want
on
to
in
get
Melbourne right now, and it's not good.
you don't
No.
want to get vaxxed, so don't do
Principle,
it.
right?
It's
Yeah,
simple as
that's how
that.
I feel. That's really as simple and as complicated as it is. And recently there was a guy, a Wimbledon champion. He's called Pat Cash. He was an Aussie dude out there, and he won the fucking Wimbledon one day. And he's one of the people who's sort of said maybe just everybody just wait. Like he's not saying get it or don't get it, but maybe just hold out for a bit. Make sure, do your research, blah blah blah. And I just that's how I feel. I just want to be patient. I don't want to be pressured. And that's it.
Why would you even think about getting a vaccine? Are you crazy?
Well, it's been said to me. Yes,
You gotta
it's
be out of
been
your
said to me.
mind.
Delusional,
Thinking about this helium
insane, cocked, all of that stuff. Hey,
Like the people that did 9/11 are like care about our health, right?
No, dark matter is helium-5. That's what we need to worry about.
appreciate it, P. Thanks for reminding me.
I'm happy you opened up about those thoughts of yours to us. It teaches us
Told
about
people it was safe
what our
to
fellow
breathe
humans
the
are going
air.
through.
Told those people it was safe to breathe the air at ground zero,
You're
and
so
they fucking
goofy.
all died. You trust these people that say the vaccine is safe and all that? I mean, I don't think it's gonna kill you or anything, but
snip this
Bertrand
bag of
Russell,
stuff. It'll be all right.
Bertrand Russell
Your
said like
heart.
vaccines would make it so you'd have the opinions and beliefs the government consider desirable. So they use them to brainwash us. It makes their propaganda and indoctrination more effective.
They haven't noticed this yet. Follow the Venom books. Every Venom book, every the name of every one of them. Just look at the name of every one of them, and that's what goes down. Funeral pyre, separation within, anxiety within, the enemy within, separation of anxiety.
And people just want to be free. They just want to have a nice life, be able to travel, do their thing. That's why most people around me, that's why most people got it, yo. Not because they're fucking scared of the Rona, just because they want to comply and not have any fuss or bother. That's the real reason.
Well, what is that symbiote they're getting at? I mean, they're getting that venom, baby.
I don't know. Could just be water.
Could be.
They test shit out. Test shit in Australia before they bring it to America and shit.